Okay. I wanted to stream as soon as I got home from work here. I'm hoping to get this done under 4 hours. We'll see. That's the goal. That's the goal. We have 50 more video games to rank here, and then I'm going to adjust the rankings to make sure the placement of everything looks pretty good to go. I might be doing some adjustment as we go along the way, but in due time, in due time. A lot of interesting games in these last 50. I might sound a little drowsy. Admittedly, in that 12-hour stream, I probably sound drowsy at some point, but so it might not be nothing too new. Okay, so this is Escape from the Room. This is RPG Maker. This is very interesting history with this game. So, the creator of Don't Tease Me, Nagatoro, Mr. Nagatoro. What was the name of the manga? I can't even remember off the top of my head. Which is weird because I actually enjoy that manga. The creator of the Nagatoro manga, actually made this game before that manga, which is pretty interesting. I could not tell you off the top of my head. So, Nagatoro has a little bit of a history to it, where the creator did make some, like, one-off things. It was, like, proto-Nagatoro. I don't know if those was made before this game or not, but, yeah, like, clearly, you can see here that it's Nagatoro. In this game, it's Nagatoro. It's a simple little RPG Maker game. It's like an escape room kind of situation where you're trying to escape, trying to get out of here. There's actually a battle in this, which is pretty funny. On top of that. As a fan of Nagatoro, it's very interesting. Going on the image, it is in Japanese, but there was an English translation that somebody did, English translation fan patch that they did. So you can play this in English. It's cute. If you're a big fan of the Miss Nagatoro, it's a pretty cute thing. It's just a one and done kind of thing. It's a better escape room kind of game than Quest Escape Room. Better than My Name is Mayo. It's better than Lost Vision. It's better than Lisa the First. It's better than Super Gorilla Quest. Yeah, I'm already looking at this list from the last time we looked at this a couple of days ago. Yeah, there's probably gonna definitely be some adjustments going on here, but for now, I'm gonna place these and about the area where I think I can be really comfortable with before we do a finalization. It's better than at least this escape the escape from the room. There we go. It's better than Lisa the First, 100%, 100%. That's the cat running across the house. I don't know if that picked up on mine or not. it's actually better than Super Gorilla Quest. I think it's better than the Dead Sea games. I'm looking at farther up the list. Yeah, I think it's better. I think it's better than Freddy's Spaghetti. It's better than Death's Hangover. It's better than the these two Turtles games. I think it's better than DMC. I really do really like this RPG Maker game. It's very high up here on the in terms of like RPG Maker games. Okay. It's not better than Lisa the Pointless. I can say that. It's not better than Mystic West. It's not better than L.A. Noire. It's not better than Super Mario RPG. Is it better than these RPG Maker horror games, at the very least? The connection to it with the Miss Nagatoro franchise is similar to like how like the Sky RPG does amplify it up the list because of the connections there. I will fully admit to that. But again, this is a better escape room RPG Makers type game than, you know, the game on the very bottom of the list. For comparison. Honestly, I kind of want to put it above some of these Metal Slug games. I kind of want to put it really high up on the list, honestly. I think for this game right now, just to try to get things a little bit going here, I think I'm gonna put it right above and for right this moment. Leave it there for a little bit and go from there. It's a neat game. It's a very neat game. F-Zero RPG Remake. I'll be honest. I wonder how the original game of this is before it was remade. I'm all for a wacky fanfiction RPG Maker game. And this has elements of what I look for in those kind of games. But it's got some frustrations to it between the level cap. I didn't do all the bonus fights in this game. I was pretty much, once we got to the end of it, I was pretty good to go. The racing mechanic that they set up in this was pretty funny. The pulsating snake boss, which is one of the reasons I even played this in the first place, I'll be honest. Kame had streamed this game. I believe it was Kame. It was not for Game Center BS, I don't believe. But I still have that that list. I could look it up here real quick. Yeah, you can actually see the list because I got this streaming right now. All 1,000 games? Or was it a little bit more than 1,000? 1,003. I might actually need to update this list, actually. I think I have missed a couple. No, so they did not play F-Zero for Game Center BS. But I'm fairly certain it was Kame who did stream this for a little bit. And me being the, with my Fascination RPG Maker games, I saw that. I don't think I was part of that stream of his on that day. But I had saw that. T kind of egged me on about it. T, I think, was on a couple, stream or two of that. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, the pulsating snake enemy was very funny. I think this game actually had in-battle dialogue too, which was very interesting. I think I was fascinated by that. But yeah, I would classify this as a bad fanfiction .NET RPG Maker game. But again, I look for those kind of games. I do get a kick out of them. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, it's like, how, if I was in this situation, if I was making this game, I honestly would probably go about the same route and try to make it like 100% serious. I honestly don't know if the vibes of this was just a ha-ha joke kind of thing, or if the person who actually made this actually went out of their way to really try with the best of their ability. And honestly, I think the latter is probably more of that. And honestly, when somebody makes a fanfiction thing, it's always better if they're 100% serious about it, rather than them being, haha, this is goofy. But at the same time, if, like, it's weird. It's weird. Because people who do make it for a haha, this is silly, but I'm still going along with the joke. Like, I know this is a silly thing, but I'm still, like, committed to this idea and want to be semi-serious about it or something like that. You know, it's very weird. It's very weird. But if you're full-blown, oh, look at this dumb thing I'm doing, this is stupid, I don't think that's really the right way to go about making these kind of things. You can have a self-awareness for it, for sure. It's just like, oh, this is a dumb thing I'm doing, this is awesome. Or, this is a dumb thing I'm doing, but I want to do this, and I want to put some effort into it, situation. And I think it does fall, this F-Zero RPG remake does fall into that category. But then I remember Samus's dialogue in this, and I'm like, is it though? If this was early internet, like, I'm talking about, like, the early days of fanfiction.net situation, I would 100% believe this was an actual serious attempt. But because this is, like, later era internet, I can't for certain say that's you know, a situation where this game was 100% serious. I want to see if I could find out when this was released. Updated 2017. Okay. That's about around the time, I would say, when it comes to stuff like this, that people were taking it more seriously. When I think early internet, I think like the early 2010s, not the later half. Where more like people are posting things in forums and whatnot, and people are saying some like really ridiculous things, and you really believe they were saying ridiculous things. Where compared to the later 2010s, where it's just like, oh, this guy's whatever, you know. I think people. I think I'm making some sort of sense here. The pulsating snake really does. It really does make this funny, though. It's better than Puke Puke Demon. It's better than Favorite Minor. It's better than Parking Cop Simulator. It's better than Diet Dr. Pepper Killer. It's better than Dr. Pepper Killer 3. It's not better than Towards the Pantheon. It's the funniness of F-Zero RPG Remake make it better than Super Peggle RPG. I asked myself in deep in thought as Unlimited Saga music plays in the background. I'm actually, it's so funny because I am actually legitimately sitting here staring at my wall, actually thinking about this stuff. When I'm out and about, day to day at work and whatnot, occasionally, you know, like I do try to sit, you know, I do try to think about these kind of things, but for the most part, especially at work, I'm kind of like not really thinking. I'm kind of like on autopilot, and just randomly, it'll just be like some like project stuff will come to my head, and I'll give it like a minute or two of thought before I go back to whatever work I'm doing. It's weird. Like, I'm not actively like thinking about these. I have attempted to like in the past when it comes to lists like this, actually like while I'm working at my job, to try to think these out, but it just never really sticks. It's usually when I'm at work, it just tends to be like nothing's going on in my head while I'm working. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, I'll be honest. So I'm sitting here like really brainstorming these stuff and asking the really hard questions. I kind of want to put it above Super Peggle. Peggy 18. I can't in good conscience put it towards the Pantheon, but part of me kind of wanted to put it above towards the Pantheon because of the laughs. I'm being very generous with. We're only on the second one today, and I'm being very generous about ranking these higher up on the lists. Like, I'm looking at Mr. Masaji at the top of the list at the moment, and I'm just like, yeah. I think after F-Zero, I'm gonna jump around the list a little bit. It's better than Spinal Fantasy. Because Spinal Fantasy was just like a little fun, little like 5-minute jog, you know, little jog of a game. If it was a little bit more fleshed out, then I could see Spinal Fantasy being better than F-Zero RPG Remake. It's better than Crisis of the Middle Ages. I think I might put it right above towards the Pantheon, honestly. I think I'm gonna put it right... I'm actually gonna put it right below towards the Pantheon for the moment. Because I think the laughs of it elevates it over Super Pego RPG, even though Super Pego RPG all around is better. But the laughs I did have with F-Zero RPG Remake and its badness kind of elevates it a bit more. Again, we'll go through these lists. We'll go through this list and finalize everything. Yeah, I'm gonna start hopping around here a little bit. Why pizza? Because pizza's tasty, that's why. So this game is a situation of... I mentioned in the last stream that I did the Platinum Trophy Challenge attempt. The 30 days and 30 Platinums in 30 days. It failed spectacularly. Well, maybe not failed spectacularly. I got 20 out of 30. Just to give insight on that video, that cancel video project. I ended up getting 20 Platinum Trophies. White Pizza was one of those games that I would not normally have played, but because I was researching into shorter games with Platinum Trophies that would catch my eye, this was one of them, because pizza is in the name. This is a really odd puzzle platformer. And not, like, weird... enjoyable, but weird. You actually pick your character, and I feel like it's all the same character, except the shape of their head. And that may or may not affect gameplay? It might because of hitboxing. It's a very weird puzzle platformer where you're trying to get to one end to the other of the stage, one side of the stage to the other side, the end of the stage. You're going from one end to the other. There we go. English. And it starts out simple, and then you have to, like, traverse the level to find paths, find keys, if I'm not mistaken. Find ways to get to the other side. And I'm gonna look up the ending to this specifically. I think I got stuck at one point while playing this. No. Also no. That's right, you get a pickaxe eventually to help you out. It's not a bad game, but it's not like weird that it's cool, it's just weird and it's weird. At least to me. Okay. I looked up the ending. So, going by how little that ending has, it seems like you're like an employee or worker, probably delivering pizzas, I think is what it is. You beat up your manager, and you're like, I am free now. It's bizarre. It's not terrible, but it's just like, if it wasn't for that Platinum Trophy challenge, this would probably be a situation where I wouldn't really play this game. Possibly, I could see myself being like, I want to play games with pizza involved, and this might come up on that radar. So I'm not gonna say it was just simply the Platinum Trophy challenge thing was the only reason why I played this. There was a possibility this game could come up later down the road if I ever wanted to do like I want to play video games about pizza situation. This might be a good jumping point here with this. Compared to, like, some of these weird games, the My Name is Mayo and Mr. Misagi, there's definitely more involved with Why Pizza. Why Pizza? Strangely enough, I guess Ice Climber is actually a good comparison to this game. I would not put it above Alex Kidd. Even though I'm now thinking about it. Why am I, like, really wanting to put these games higher up on the list than normal? It's weird. No. I wouldn't put it above the Dead Sea games. There's a sort of indifference to Alex Kidd, I suppose. I think Why Pizza's a little bit better put together than Super Gorilla Quest. I think I'm gonna put it right above Super Gorilla Quest for now. Vengeful Bat Dungeon Crawler. This is an RPG Maker game, once again. Very, very basic. It uses a lot of default assets. It also uses some, like, packs. That I believe, like, DLC packs that you can get through Steam with the RPG Maker page. If I'm fairly certain. Because I'm pretty sure I saw some sprites here, enemy sprites that was used for, I saw them in Crisis of the Middle Ages as well. And that's a good jumping point there, actually. This is better than Crisis of the Middle Ages. So, Vengeful Bat Dungeon Crawler, you are a monster bat. You try to get revenge on the heroes that done terrible for you. So you go back into the dungeon, you recruit a few other monsters to help you out. A human kind of just like, a monster, but you know, you can stay in this box over here in the corner of my house. You know, you do you. Kind of situation. It's one of those RPG Maker games where you can tell. I'm trying to not be too harsh on it. But you probably know what I mean when, like, it's one of those RPG Maker games where somebody got what they could. They used what that was given to them and made something out of it. Very straightforward, very basic. Go down each level of the dungeon till the end of the game. Not a whole lot of plot to it. There is plot, but not like nothing substantial. It's a little unique in aspects that, like, oh, you're playing as a monster. But even there, I think there's actually an RPG Maker game that kind of plays with that idea a little bit better. It is better than Crisis of the Middle Ages, because Crisis of the Middle Ages does that whole using default stuff, using asset packs sold from the RPG Maker company, and just throw it in there haphazardly, and not even just, like, really checking it, really trying to make the different art styles blend together. So it is definitely better than Crisis in the Middle Ages. I think it's better than F-Zero RPG Remake. It's better than Towards the Pantheon. It's better than BS Final Fantasy X-treme. It's not better than Night Rogue. It is not, yeah, it is not better than Night Rogue. I think the hilarity of Dragon Slayer kind of puts it up there. I think it's better than all the previous. It's better than all the bravest. For now. I like how I've been saying for now every time now. Punisher. Sure. Sure. You know what? Sure. Why not? Why not? Why not have it in an angle? The Punisher. This is a sick arcade game that I played for the first time this year. Played it in a bootleg fashion with the dad, and then played it on the Marvel collection, Marvel vs. Capcom collection. This is a sick beat 'em up, and as a fan of Final Fight, you can see that this is an evolution of that. And when eventually I do get Final Fight on this list of rank, it'll be very interesting how I compare the two. But for now, the Punishers are pretty sick beat 'em up. I very much enjoy it. The only thing that's really feels odd to me is some of the bosses do feel... There's a weirdness to them. That the Final Fight bosses... The Final Fight bosses didn't really... They fit. They feel like they fit. And I know those are legitimate characters, the bosses and the Punisher. Those are characters from the comic books. But they just feel odd. And I'm wondering if Capcom chose them because they had to, because they're a connection to the Punisher, or because they were weird bosses or weird characters that they could mess around with as bosses. If I'm not mistaken, I think Kingpin is originally a Daredevil villain. But it makes perfect sense for him to be here in a Punisher. I don't know. He might have been a Punisher villain, for all I know. I know he was at one point a Daredevil villain. But you know, with Marvel, he kind of got to be a villain for multiple heroes. I know he was in the Spider-Man cartoon. That's how I first knew about Kingpin, was from the 90s Spider-Man cartoon. But the Punisher, yeah, the Punisher is a sick beat 'em up. So I think a good jumping off point here would be, how does it compare to the TMNT beat 'em ups? Okay, well, okay, it's better than the Manhattan Project, for certain, for real, for 100%. It's better than that. It's not better than Desert's Child. It's not better than Mystic Quest. I think it's better than LA Noire. I think it is. So in turn, I guess I think it's better than oh my god, excuse me. I think it is better than the Turtles in Time games in terms of a beat 'em up. If I had a buddy with me he told me, hey, well, okay. I think it's, at the very best, I think it is better than the arcade version of Turtles in Time. Between the Turtles in Time games, I am definitely picking the Super Nintendo one and giving the 3 options between those 3. So that portion of it does line up. Yeah, I think I would play Punisher over Turtles in Time. This could also be a situation where this is recently biased. Like, I know it's been, like, months at this point. And this is why this particular list is probably a little bit more difficult than what it'll be in the future. Because I am doing, like, just nearly about 10 years worth of games I've played. So some of them are a little bit more fresher in my mind than others. And you could classify that as recency bias, especially in the case of Punisher, because this was played this year. Where compared to the next couple years, or the following, the next few years, however long I do this, it'll be just whatever games I'll play for that designated year. And yeah, there might be some recent bias there as well, but I think it's more jarring here because, again, this is just 10 years worth of video games. And the Punisher just happens to be one that I played this year in the year of 2025. Compared to, like, Beyond Good and Evil, which was, what, 2016, 2017? Whatever that Let's Play was. Hence why I'm thinking it's better than LA Noire, because LA Noire was played... When did I get that Platinum Trophy for LA Noire? That would have been the last time I played it. $2024. So, okay, so LA Noire was last year. I was thinking it was possibly 2 years ago. That was not done for the Platinum Trophy. I don't believe. No, it wasn't. That was just a situation where I really wanted to play LA Noire. I wanted the Platinum Trophy in, so I sat down and actually put time into that game to do a lot of stuff with it. So on my own volition, that was just a situation where, hey, I played LA Noire on PS3. I got the PS4 version now. I've been wanting to play that version in particular for some time now. So let's do it. LA Noire's rough if you're going for that Platinum Trophy. Because of the 100%, because of the open world, there's a bunch of MacGuffins, a bunch of collectibles to go after, and some of those can drag. A lot of those can drag. And I'm not trying to sit here and say, oh, Punisher's a shorter game, so therefore it's better. I'm not trying to be like that. Even though some games can feel like they drag on for a while. It's already been 48 minutes. I'm gonna put it above LA Noire for right this moment. I'm starting to realize that a lot of these, I'm just kind of like just placing them wherever, and then I'm going to finalize them. Like, I think for right now, it's just been mostly a situation of, like, general area 5s. But maybe some of them will stick. Mighty Gemstone. This was just a random thing that I did. This was like very early on when I was streaming. And what I had wanted to do with streaming is... I don't remember if this one was randomly picked with a wheel out of all of the games that I had at that point in time. The original intent, or the original idea was, I would go through what I have and just randomly play it. And that's how Mighty Gemstones came up. I have gotten this game on Steam, I'm sure, through like some sort of sale. Because I have over 1,000 Steam games, and a lot of them was just because there was just like a passing interest. It was on sale, so I bought it. I was doing that a lot. Steam codes was a big thing. I don't think this particular game came from those. I think this was legitimately just like, oh, this game's 50 cents. I'm gonna buy it because it seems like a slightly interesting puzzle game. It's fine. What is it? Bejeweled, I think is the comparison here. I've never played Bejeweled. There's better puzzle games out there, like Honey Pop, for example, I think is a better kind of this game. I'm gonna have to sit down and play Honey Pop again at some point. Fun fact, my ex, at that point in time, when Honey Pop was really blowing up, she was more into it than I was. Which is pretty funny. Yeah, Mighty Gemstones, it's fine. There's better these kind of puzzle games out there. But for what it is, it's okay. It's not offensive or anything. It's not AI generated. No, it's not, because this was like early days of when I started streaming. I think this game has DLC, which just has more levels. The music variety wasn't good. I think I recall that it was literally just one song. And nothing else. I don't think I 100%ed this game, but I did enough of it where I feel comfortable with being here on the list. It's kind of funny because a virtue of what kind of puzzle game it is, it kind of goes up the list quite a bit, I feel like. But at the same time, it's like, is this a lazy product, though? Is it literally just the very bare bones, minimal effort kind of puzzle game? This is like, oh, I learned how to make a Bejeweled clone. I'm putting it on Steam. Kind of situation. It's better than Parking Cop Simulator. In some aspects, I would play it over, like, Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, for example. But I don't think I would put it that high up at the end of the day. I'm gonna put it right underneath Towards the Pantheon for right now. Mega Man. This is a funny image. Mega Man RPG. This is just a silly little flash game that somebody had made, trying to make a Mega Man RPG. It is kind of interesting because if I'm not misremembering with these, I had played these in a Discord stream with T and ARPA. There's no, like, I never streamed it, other than just, like, the three of us just messing around in a Discord chat one day. But if I recall correctly, the interesting thing is they did use the, like, Mega Man Robot Master weakness stuff in RPG form, and that's pretty neat. That is pretty neat. But both of these, I'm gonna rank both of them. Both of these games are they're early Flash Day kind of things. I mean, you can probably look at this image here and tell what kind of Flash Day this might have been. I think obviously 2's better than 1 just because it seemed like the creator had gotten a better grasp of things. They're really a little funny, little silly thing to experience, but outside of that, it's nothing. Like, someday I would like to get to Mega Man Command Mission, but even Command Mission is a better Mega Man RPG than these fan RPG Maker, or not RPG Maker, RPG games. There are a couple Mega Man RPG Maker games out there. I would have to check them out at some point. But yeah, they're just silly little experiences. It's a cool window in time about fan Flash games, RPG formats. They're both better than Favorite Minor. They got me. They got a lot of laughs out of me. I probably would not put it above Spinal Fantasy. Donkey Kong 64,000 is another silly little fan game. And I think it's better. Yeah, it's better. It's better. Crisis in the Middle Ages, as frustrating as that can be towards the ending padding they did at the end, I think it's better. Yeah, I would put it right under Spinal Fantasy, and that's simply because the subject matter of Spinal Fantasy kind of elevates it a little bit more than these games. Even though they provided a lot of laughs between the three of us. Me, T, and ARPA. I think I would put them above Spinal Fantasy, but for now they're gonna go right there. Well, we'll stick to the Flash games for now. This is also gonna be I'm gonna be doing Muay Thai 1 and Muay Thai 2. There they are. So, in a reverse situation, I think Muay Thai 1 is better than 2. Despite 2 having more beef to it, I really like the simplicity of Muay Thai 1 a lot more. Muay Thai 1 also has Ryu and Akuma, which is pretty funny. Muay Thai 2, again, Muay Thai 2 definitely has more to it. There's like a chop. You can actually buff up your character. It's an interesting because it seems like Muay Thai 2's final boss is the playable character in Muay Thai 1, taken over by Evil. At least that's what I interpret it as. But for me personally, I enjoy the more simplicity of Muay Thai 1. But they're right there together. Wherever they land on this list, they're right there together. They're definitely better than Mega Man RPG Flash games. They're better than Final Fantasy. They're better than Donkey Kong 64,000. They're better than BS Final Fantasy X-treme. They're better than all the bravest. These are Flash games, by the way. They're jumping up the list here. I think they're right above all the bravest and right below Vengeful Bat Dungeon Crawler. They're not better than Sonic Boom, this Flash game. I don't think they're better than that. They're definitely better than Final Fantasy All the Bravest. Oh, excuse me. I am tired. I'm not gonna lie. I am tired, but I'm powering through this. I want this done today. Today! Yeah, I'm gonna put them right below, right above All the Bravest. One better than two. Oh! RPG. This was a very early RPG Maker stream game. And maybe because it was so early on, I looked at this and was very impressed with what they did with just nothing but the default stuff. It presented its story very well, really. It did some unique things. I think even if this wasn't, like, when I was really starting to play these RPG Maker games more for streams, I would probably have still been very impressed, say, if I played it this year, rather than 5-6 years ago. So, what this game does interesting is the heroes fail. They do not stop the big bad, and the big bad is destroying the world. So what the heroes do is they just kind of retreat and spend their final days just like, hey, we effed up. We couldn't stop the big bad, and now the world's dying. The world is gonna cease to exist. Let's spend our last days just running and finding what little purpose we have in life. And they're actually not the main playable characters. The characters you see in this image here, they're all like default. For the most part, they're all default asset stuff, and asset packs. They did touch up the orc enemy, which was pretty funny. The orc player here. But yeah, that's actually who you are playing as. They encounter the heroes, and the heroes interact with them and whatnot. And towards the end, the main guy of the hero party goes to his sister, and he's just like, hey. And she's like, hey, this is it. And they kind of spend their last moments before they're engulfed in a flash. And that's it. The game ends on that kind of note. The world ended, the heroes failed. And that's a very interesting... It legitimately is a very interesting story. Like, I don't see many tales where, like, the heroes have failed. What does everybody do in their last moments? I think it's, like, for the most part, I whenever there's a situation in a story where the heroes do fail, something always happens to where the real story is through the bad guy, or the story goes through an unlikely hero rather than like the hero that you thought it was going to be. It goes to a more unlikely hero situation. But I really can't recall off the top of my head a situation where a story in a video game is like, we couldn't destroy the big bad, the world is dying, the world's just gonna be cease to exist, what do we do for the last days of our lives? I can't really think of a story that does that. And that's where ORPG is really neat. And sure, it would have been cool to have more original artwork to go along with this. But I think the story that it tells is so strong on its own that it's really not that, like, it's really not needed, honestly. And this is a situation where, like, you can use default assets, and if you have a really good story to tell, then yeah, it's good. It is, it's good. The combat is difficult in this. This is definitely a more difficult RPG Maker situation. This is definitely a situation where you want to have experience with turn-based RPGs before playing this one. For sure. And that can be probably considered a critique, because that means there's a situation where the player finds the game too hard and they don't experience the story in full. Because again, the story is very fascinating. I legit am praising the story that ORPG does. If anybody who happens to watch this actually knows anything that has a similar structure, let me know. Like, even the, like, post-apocalypse stories like Fallout and like, zombie apocalypse movies or stories like those. It's not quite the same because, no, that's it. The end of the game, the world's dead. The bad guy won. Everybody's dead. Situation. So, this is yeah, so ORPG. Did I already copy paste it? Yeah, I did. So ORPG is it's a highly ranked RPG Maker game. But like I mentioned in the previous stream, least of the point list is still to me, the best RPG Maker game on the stream. Or on this list. What's the next one after Pointless? Escape from the Room? I think on the older list, when it was just RPGs, I think normally Escape from the Room would have been ranked higher. Yeah, it was definitely ranked higher than ORPG. But actually now talking about it and the story that it presents, I think it does edge out over Escape. It's not better than Brave Exvius. ORPG also has some very interesting Easter eggs in it too that you can discover that are kind of neat. They do some neat little fourth wall breaking stuff. That's pretty cool. I'm a big fan with how they approach those things. Yeah, I'm gonna put it above Escape from the Room right at this moment in time. Just talking about it out loud with that story. Despite how much I do like the Nagatoro stuff with Escape from the Room, I think ORPG does elevate above that because of the story alone. Might change. We'll see. ICEY. ICEY is very interesting. I had gotten this game from Limited Run Games when I was buying more from them. Shout out to Limited Run Games in a class action auction. I actually did get that email. Maybe I should join it. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, when I was buying more video games through Limited Run Games, ICEY was on there. This was very early on when I was starting to buy a lot of games from them. ICEY looked very interesting, so I picked it up there, and it sat on my thing until the Platinum Trophy Challenge video idea project was in effect. Saw how long ICEY's Platinum Trophy took and decided to play ICEY. ICEY is neat. It's a hack and slash 2D. Not quite Metroidvania, but you can probably classify it around there. But it's got a meta story to it, where you can't trust the narrator so much. Multiple playthroughs are a little bit different. There's multiple endings. It's definitely a meta narrative to it. And it was not. Oh, I did remember something. It was not, for the most part, it was not a terrible thing, with the exception of one boss. There was one boss. I swear some shenanigans was going on with this. I'm trying to nail exactly what it was. My movement. That's what it was. The movement outside of that boss was completely fine. But this one particular boss, I remember this so well now. Yeah, it's coming back to me. Was so frustrating because it legitimately feels like fighting that boss was messing up my movement. I don't know if it was like a coding thing or like it was not the game being the meta kind of game it is. No. It was something was going wrong in that boss fight. And in the beginning, I'm like, is it me? Am I doing something wrong here? And no, like, the more that boss fight went on, I'm like, something's not right here. And I was getting frustrated. I do remember getting frustrated with that, because I was like, this ain't my fault. Like, I legitimately, maybe I'm crazy, but I was like, I'm fighting this boss. I'm doing these inputs. They're not working. There's something not right here. And I'm really frustrated that it's not right. Like, I should not be having this much difficulty with this boss. Maybe I should have had, like, turned the game off and turned it back on to see maybe if that would have fixed something. I don't think I did. But yeah, that was the most frustrating thing. Like, other bosses, okay, it was like, oh, okay, yeah, I died, yeah, I gotta restart it, whatever, it is what it is. That boss, no, I was frustrated. I really was frustrated. There was something wrong with that boss fight. I don't care. In a situation, I should have kept that footage. I think I deleted the footage for ICEY. I don't think I no longer have it. I should have done something with that boss fight footage. But, yeah, like, something was not right. I kind of want to do a quick Google search. I see a no-hit run here. I'm kind of gonna glance through it. I want to see the, Plus, this will let me, like, be a refresher on the game. And, I know, outside of that, I think it's a really cool game. I like the character ICEY. I think that was her name. I couldn't tell you. I think she's a cool character. Yeah, here's the boss fight right here. I'm looking right at him. It's like in a stage. On a stage. Oh, never mind. I was like, wait, you're getting this person's getting hit, but then I realized, no, it's just all bosses. I will say, I believe I did fight the same boss multiple times, and I don't think I nearly had as much trouble as I did that one particular time. There was definitely a shenanigan or two that had happened. I do recall that. But nowhere near the extreme that previously had happened during one particular... Something happened there. I'm convinced. I don't think it was me. Something happened in that boss fight that just caused it to just not have my movements work correctly or something. Something happened that shouldn't have happened. I'm absolutely certain that's the case. If I'm wrong, please just correct me. I would like to be proven wrong. But overall, outside of that frustration part, ICEY was cool. Pardon the pun. It's neat. I really like it. It's, I like the character. I think the character's, she's cool. It's meta storytelling. But I don't think, it doesn't really does it in an annoying way that some of these meta story things can turn into. Because sometimes those meta kind of stories do kind of like wink at the camera a lot. And just like, oh, it's like we're in a video game. Ooh, or, you know, something like that. ICEY handles it well. It really does handle it well. Oh, but man, let me tell you, the frustration with that boss fight. ICEY is better than Alex Kidd. It's better than Mario Land 2. It's better than the Manhattan Project. It's better than Cookin' Fighter How. It's better than The Punisher. It is not better than Resident Evil 4. It's not better than Thousand Year Door. It's not better than Bug Fables. It might be better than Desert's Child. Despite the rants I had before with the boss. But man, Desert's Child is so sick. It really is. Everybody should go play Desert's Child. Absolutely. If I can do, if there's one takeaway from these videos, play Desert Child. Absolutely. ICEY kind of goes in that whole that realm of video games. I feel like I think that's not too far fetched. Let's bring it back here a little bit. It is definitely better than Punisher. Absolutely. ICEY is better than the Punisher. Is it better or worse than Disgaea 6? Let me think about Disgaea 6 here. I want to look something up about ICEY real quick. It was 2016. Okay. At least on Steam it was. Wait, I actually have the ICEY OST? Oh, I mean, it's free. Huh. Really? Yeah, there it is. Download album. Don't know. I don't know if that was actually a really good call on my front. I actually downloaded that right now. Maybe I already have it and don't realize it. Interesting. I have 28 cents on my Steam wallet right now. That's funny. Well, okay. I downloaded the ICEY OST. That's funny. Yeah. Alright, let's get back to the point. Disgaea 6. The characters and the story of Disgaea 6 is neat. The transition to 3D was rough for Disgaea 6. They took out the Valkyrie class. Some of the modern stuff they do with the Disgaea franchise is not 100% my vibe. Although some of the, I do understand why they did it. ICEY's a neat, short, 2D hack and slash. Not quite Metroidvania, more like a... I'm trying to think of a game to compare it to. Dusk and Elysian... Wait, was it Elysian Tale? Sort of along that range, but not explorable, I guess is the best way to do it. It's... You're definitely doing more multiple playthroughs of ICEY going through the same routes and diverging just ever so slightly. A part of me thinks ICEY's better than Disgaea 6. What's above Disgaea 6? Rhapsody? I think Rhapsody's better than ICEY. Lisa the Pointless is better than ICEY. Mystic Quest is better than ICEY. But games like ICEY really do interest me. That kind of gameplay style that it is. That sort of game I do want to play more of. And they are out there. I do got a couple of them on the wish list. I think I even got some in my library, honestly, that I need to play. So maybe, because I can adjust these lists too in the following years to come. I'm not going to adjust these off stream at any point. These will be specifically only adjustable when I do these every year going forward. Which is why I kind of want to make this a finalization list that I'm actually pretty good with. So it's very much possible that once I play games more like ICEY might drop down the list. It's definitely better than The Punisher. When you have a sick, themo design like ICEY here. That does help. I'll just say that does help. Let me put it on the list. Let me put it above this guy 6 and see how I feel. I kind of wouldn't mind putting it above Rhapsody, I think. It's not better than Mystic Quest. Mystic Quest just has too much in my personal life for me to put ICEY above it. If this was the DS version of Rhapsody, I don't think this would be much more hard thinking than it is now. But because it is the PS1 version of Rhapsody, the original version of Rhapsody, I think that's why I'm thinking ICEY could go above it. Because I think the DS version is a little bit better than the original version of Rhapsody. The DS version, that is. I think ICEY's better. Marfusha? So, like other games on this list, this also came about because of the Platinum Challenge trophy project. Which means got hiccups. I had saw this game. I saw what it looked like, what the gameplay was, and saw that it had a platinum trophy, and it was a pretty short platinum trophy, and I was very much interested when I did more research into this game. This game is really neat. There's a sequel to this game now that I'm gonna have to sit down and play it. So you play as this character here who joins this military to combat the robots, and you run into other soldiers. After every level, you're at your hotel room or your apartment, and you can do things, upgrades and whatnot, and eventually it gets to the point where they're invaded the town. They're trying to break into your apartment, so you got to defend yourself, and if you have a roommate at that point, defend your roommate, and your roommate can help you out with that, because you can have different roommates. It's really cool. I really very enjoy this game. I enjoy the style of this game too. It's very neat. I definitely want to play the sequel sometime in the future. The sequel involves the characters here you see in this image, her sister, And I would be interested to see what that sequel does, because there's multiple endings in this game. I didn't get all the endings. You didn't have to get all the endings for the platinum, which I did find that a little odd, admittedly. To me personally, when it comes to platinum games, or when it comes to games where that has a platinum trophy, I feel like you should have to do 100% of the things. But maybe that's just me. Or, you know, well, okay, I was about to say, no, in this case, you do have to beat the game to get the platinum trophy. There's no answers about it. But there are some games out there, Go Pogo Girl, where you don't have to even beat the game to get the platinum, and that's ridiculous. I'm like, yeah, that's just a little rant there. But no, this game is sick. It's 2D sprite work. It's got a vibe that I really dig. I really think this is a cool game. Just thinking about it and talking about it right now. I just unplugged my headphones again. There we go. I can hear the Unlimited Saga music. Yeah, every once in a while, I'll see this on my PlayStation, and I'm like, I want to play more of this game. I want to get the rest of the endings. The rest of the character bios and all that. It even has its own, like, little survival mode where you can play as the other characters, too, and they got their own unique quirks and whatnot. It's neat. I highly recommend this game. It's really cool. But every level, you're combating the robots. You have to, like, fend off the defenses. You gotta get the robots from not invading each level, and you can, like, fortitude. Like, after every level, you're in your apartment, and you can do multiple things to upgrade yourself and whatnot to try to be better. It's neat. It's a sick game. It's a sick vibe to it. I really enjoy it. Honestly, I probably enjoy it more than ICEY. That was the most recent game we just ranked here. Let me look at ICEY here. It's better than Least of the Pointless. I think I like it more than Thousand Year Door. It's a really cool game. It's a really cool game. It's not better than the Sky one. Oh lord, am I actually thinking this is better than Final Fantasy IV? At least the Pixel Remaster version. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna have to be doing some shifting around here eventually. By the end, by when everything's settled in, we're gonna have to do some shifting around. Okay. I think Desert Child is a good comparison. Is this better or worse than Desert Child? Oh my god. It's better than Desert Child. It's better than Bug Fables. I think it is better than Thousand Year Door. It's better than Crash Bandicoot. It's better than Jak and Daxter. It's better than Beyond Good and Evil. I think. The only one on here that this top of this that I'm 100% certain is the Sky one's a better game. The Sky one to me is absolutely a better game than this game. Is it better than Resident Evil 4? I feel like if you asked me a couple years ago, I wouldn't think so, but I guess because of what I look for in video games nowadays, I think it might be better than Resident Evil 4. It's definitely better than Crash Bandicoot. That's another certainty. Oh my god, do I really think it's better than Resident Evil 4? I think it is. I think just what I look for in video games nowadays is just different. And when I find that specific thing, it really elevates it a lot on this list. Oh my god. Well, since we're going to be rearranging this list around a little bit, I'm going to put it right above Resident Evil 4 for now, and maybe having it sit there for a while will make me really think about it. It's a sick day game. No matter what, where it ends up in this final placement, it's a sick game. Everybody should check this game out. Big image. High-res image. Lollipop Chainsaw. Not the remake. I have not yet played the remake or remastered. This is the original PS3 version. This game's neat. The combat is not exactly what I think I want in the combat. I think the combat feels limited in some aspects. I like Juliet. I think Juliet's a cool character. I think she's cool. I think she's cute. Nick is a pretty cool character. I like him. I like their dynamic really well. Shout out. So, I know the remaster kind of had to, like, change some outfits because of, copyright and whatnot. I use the... If you know, you know. I have the Ninja collab outfit from a particular anime. If you know, you know. It looks cute on Juliet. I do not have the platinum on this game yet. So eventually I am going to go back and replay this. It is a bit of a grind to get that. I got the one online trophy for this game, just in case, you know, if any situation happens, so I don't have to worry about it. So I'm pretty set, no matter what. Unless, like, there's some shenanigans where you can't do PS3 trophies anymore, in general. But I'm pretty set. I got it to where I don't have to worry about the one online trophy for this game. I did not get the Evil Dead collab stuff. Because I think it was a pre-order bonus, so I was unable to get that. A lot of the boss fights are neat. There's one level that it feels like drags on way longer than it needs to. And I remember the levels after that level don't drag on nearly as much. And I think it's the second level? The third level? I'm trying to remember which level it was exactly. Because I remember every single time I play this game, that one level always feels like it drags on, and then immediately the next level and the levels after that particular level don't feel like they drag on at all. It's like they learned their lesson after that level. It's very weird. I want to say it is the third level. I'm trying to remember the boss that's connected to that level. It might just be the second level, actually. It might be, the rocker dude. Whatever level the rocker dude boss is. Or am I thinking of the level after that? Or maybe it's a combination of both those guys. That guy and the Viking dude on the pirate ship. I'm thinking maybe both their levels kind of drag on. I think that might be what it is. But after those, every other stage, the flow with them, like, they don't feel like they drag on at all, from what I recall. But at the end of the day, the combat in this game, which combat, you know, that's a very important aspect of this. I don't know if the remaster does anything to do anything different. It feels limited. It doesn't feel as free-form as you would want it to be. It feels stiff in some aspects. Could it be possibly that I suck at video games? I won't deny that. But I feel like I've definitely played other action games that were better than this. Or at the very least, again, I feel like there was an expectation with the combat in this game, and that expectation for me personally was not met. Maybe not the first time I played this game, but definitely playthroughs after that first initial playthrough definitely was like, I kind of wanted more out of this. And maybe, admittedly, that was because I played games after, you know, games released after this in this similar vein. You like, take your Platinum games, for example. Not Platinum Trophy games, like Platinum Studio games, for example. Like Metal Gear Rising or something. Which I still need to play Rising. I have yet to play Rising. But just to give an example. Something like that. Devil May Cry, even. So that's my biggest thing with this game. And I wasn't too big on the good ending of the game as well. Or the bad ending, I guess, in some aspects. But, some of the humor is not... probably hasn't aged the greatest. There's still jokes here that I think are do still work quite a bit. But there's definitely times where, like, oh, yeah, this game was released during this time period. Yeah, okay. I think they had a cosplayer cosplay as Juliet, and there was some controversy about her not playing the game. I'm like, well, okay. I don't see the problem there. That's kind of weird. I remember that being a big stink. I think it was a cosplayer that did specifically Juliet that people had issues with because she didn't play the game, and I'm like, guys, come on. God, like, you think back to some stuff, like, some issues people had with things back then. It's like, oh, Lord, like, there were so many bigger issues you guys could have that, like, legitimately bigger issues than, like, just a cosplayer who was hired to dress up as Juliet, didn't play the game. Like, come on. Mike Tyson didn't play Mike Tyson's Punch-Out 2 years later. Supposedly. I hear back and forth about that, if that was true or not. But, I'm looking at L.A. Noire, and I think that might be a good starting point for Lollipop Chainsaw. And I think... I mentioned in the previous stream, that I really would like to find a really great detective game that really lets you get into nitty-gritty and do all, like, the whole 9 yards with an investigation. Which L.A. Noire doesn't do that. L.A. Noire is definitely more of a narrative kind of situation. But you still do investigate, you do still find clues, and that's cool. But I want the full 9 yards, like, you scavenging for evidence at the crime scene situation. Like, really really going in. I like something that I think is just not feasible in gaming. I think is what I'm trying to say with that, in that regard. Oh, yeah, like, okay, maybe... Maybe this is a better starting point here. Oh, shoot, this might be blasphemous. Let's see. Is DMC better or worse than Lollipop Chainsaw? Or is Lollipop Chainsaw better or worse than Devil May Cry? This particular Devil May Cry game. I recall the combat being better in DMC. But for vibes and story and characters, it definitely goes to Lollipop Chainsaw. If that was the full version of Dead Rising 2, not just Case Zero, it would not be better than that. But this is Case Zero specifically. Lollipop Chainsaw is better than Freddy Spaghetti. It is. Freddy Spaghetti's a funny... Well... Some might say Freddy Spaghetti is a funnier game than Lollipop Chainsaw. Is Lollipop Chainsaw better than Cook and Fighter How? I think it is. I think it is. Again, I'm going to be shifting so many things around, more than likely. I think it is better than Buckshot Roulette. I'm being very more positive with these entries here. I don't know, it's just like because I'm more tired, or if like I'm trying to like speed things up here instead of like really like I did last time. Like I am thinking about these things, I really am. It's better than Brave Exvius. It's better than Buckshot Roulette. It's better than The Punisher? Yeah, it's just like I'm going up. Is it better than ICEY? No, it's not better than ICEY. It's certainly not better than Desert Child, that's for sure. I'm gonna put it right above The Punisher for right this moment. I'm gonna put The Punisher right above Lollipop Chainsaw at the moment. And we'll come back to that. How many more do we have left here? Just out of curiosity. 36. I gotta go get a couple images here for some late entries here. Let me go grab them real quick. Cat's snoring. She's curled up with a paw over her face. She's being adorable. Oh, I love that guitar part in this Phantom Brave song. This is the final boss theme that Phantom Brave. Sick game. Can't wait to rate it. Eventually. We're almost 2 hours in. Mud Festival. So this was a part of Lucy Den's Tree Bucks game jam, which I did participate in myself. This is a neat little arcadey little game. You collect mud, you try to collect as much mud as possible, and you get a prize. It's like a carnival game. It's got voice actors too. It's neat. It's a neat little thing. It's much more than what I could do in game development. That's for sure. It's nice. It's got a good sense of humor on it as well. For some reason, I just thought about the shopkeeper from The Town with No Name. That you can buy beans from, and I don't know why. That this guy. The whole vibe of this game reminded me of that. Weird. Yeah, so it's better than, like, some of these bottom games. Like, it's better than Donkey Kong 64,000. I think it's better than Sax Cute Game. I think it's better than Super Peggle. F-Zero, Mighty Gemstones, Towards the Pantheon. It's better than Corpse Killer. It's better than All the Rapists. I think it's better than Muay Thai 1 and 2. It's better than My Name is Mayo. Ooh, is it a better game than Ice Climber? Is Mud Festival better than Ice Climber? From the EDS. I think it is. I think it is. I'm kind of surprised this is getting this high up. It's not better than the Dead Sea games. The Dead Sea games are too funny. Yeah, it's not better. It's not better than the Dead Sea games. As indifference I have for Alex Kidd, I think Alex Kidd is probably a better game. I wouldn't really mind putting it above Alex Kidd, honestly. Because I like the sense of humor with it. I do like me a good, just high score arcadey game. This one goes up and beyond. It's just not like, oh, here's a high score, can you beat it? It legitimately has like some stuff to it to where like the guy here, Mr. Mudman here, I forget his name, does have a comment about your score if you're terrible or not, or if he's like so shell shocked that you have a high score. It would be neat if he had like more or like randomized things per rank that you get in this game. I think that would have been cool. But admittedly, this was a game jam that was only 2 weeks, I think it was. Honestly, for what Mud Festival is, a silly little thing, it was really cool. I really enjoy it, and now thinking about it, it might have been my favorite game in my... Okay, well, I say that, but if Mr. Eggs ever gets fully completed, then Mr. Eggs would probably be better than Mud Festival. But between the... I think it's 3 of them, entries that from the Tree Bucks Game Jam, I think this one is my favorite. I think it's better than Ice Climber because of the personality this game presents. I kind of want to put it above Y Pizza. But Y Pizza does have more going on to it, despite how weird it is. And honestly, I think I would put it above Lisa the First. If Lisa the First was full-blown Yumaniki, it wouldn't be. But what Lisa the First is, it's contender to have Mud Festival above Lisa the First. But I'm looking at Lost Vision, and despite the grievances I do have with Lost Vision and how that final dungeon is, and how much it really makes you think and pick apart the rest of the game, I think there's so much with Lost Vision that I would probably be okay putting Mud Festival underneath that. And I think the 5s for Antigen DX kind of also makes it a little bit better than Mud Festival. I'm going to put it above Ice Climber for right now. And a part of me is like, that's funny. But another part of me is like, no, I think Mud Festival is actually really neat. It's a really neat little game. So it's going to go right there for right now. The festival. The festival. So this is a visual novel game. Really cool to see. The vibes of this is really neat. I'm pretty sure this is one and done. I don't think this is getting updated. Do I still have the, I don't. Let me look it back up. I want to see if this game has gotten an update since then. No, it hasn't. The festival's neat. It's a visual novel game that explores the psyche of a character. It was kind of... It might be a psyche-ish thing, or it might be just like, oh, I was just tripping on a bad dream. I think each one is probably likely. It's really short. It's really short. The festival aspect of this is pretty neat. It's like an art festival, with really abstract messed up art. I actually could see this being a little bit more fleshed out. Like, I think you could turn this into probably like an hour or two longer game if you have more beef to it. Maybe you could do like a little bit more of the story about after you have woken up and you're and you meet up with this one character. Maybe explore that relationship a little bit more. I think that would be pretty cool. I do like the character study, I suppose. If I'm trying to sound smart. I still think, again, I think Mud Festival was better. But this is definitely better to some... The festival is better than Plumbers Don't Wear Ties, to compare it to another visual novel style game. It's better than Mr. Masagi. I think the jokes in Mr. Masagi are okay. I saw that bot. Yeah. Underprivileged DCAFP. What are you doing? I think the festival is better than My Name is Mayo. I think it's more than likely better than Mr. Masagi. I don't think it's as good as Neon Junction at the end of the day, because Neon Junction's got a vibe to it that I really dig. Despite how Neon Junction has some weird controls you gotta really gotta get used to. Could it be actually right under Mud Festival? That would be really funny if that's the case. It's better than Mr. Masagi. It's better than Mr. Masagi. I think if there was more beef to this game, the festival, I think it wouldn't be as... I wouldn't be here struggling a little bit with comparing it to Neon Junction. Neon Junction have its flaw with the movement. But is that enough to put it below the festival? I do like I do enjoy a visual novel. There was a time where I was, I guess, to call myself out here a little bit. There was a point in time where I was really into visual novels that had more risque stuff to it, if you catch my drift. 18 plus. When it comes to those... I wouldn't say Big Bang Age falls into that category, because Big Bang Age is more of an RPG. But there are anime visual novels I was playing that was risque. And I was into that for sure. And not just because, sex, but because I did wanted to experience these stories. And I did wanted to try out that world of gaming. I did. So I do remember... I'm not going to say which one was the first game, because it's pretty embarrassing. Just know it was a game that sort of game, but I'm not going to say specifically which one it was. There might be a time in a video or in a past stream, I might have mentioned the name of this game. I'm not too sure. But I definitely wanted to get into that world of those kind of visual novel games. So I do... And like I said, it's not just because of sex. I wanted to see the routes, the character relationships, and what entails today. What kind of story do they tell? I wanted the full 9 yards, not just like, this is nice art. Boobs, you know. Not just that. I wanted the whole story, the whole impact of it all. So, I do like a good visual novel game. The festival has potential to be a really good visual novel game. It just needs more beef to it. And it doesn't have to be super long, like there's like multiple choices and all that. It doesn't need that to make it a good visual novel game. It can be short. It can be like an hour long or something like that. Speaking of visual novels, Doki Doki Literature Club. Music playing right now. Only reason why Doki Doki Literature Club is not on this list is because I haven't played the updated version plus. And I felt like that was too significant to just rank the vanilla version of Doki Doki, so that's why Doki Doki Literature Club's not here. Maybe next year. If I get around to it. Alright, the festival. It's not better than Mud Festival. It's better than Mr. Misagi. I think it's just right below Neon Junctions. That might... Those two would switch around, I believe. That's a very real possibility later on. It's between those two slots. I don't think the festival is quite there with Ice Climber. You know, I'll be for real. I think these games are ranking higher than I initially thought they would. But once you sit down and think about it and compare it to the other games, I'm like, yeah, okay. Where's the one I'm looking for? This is probably where that will shift slightly. Outback, Ozrock, and Tales from Down Under. So this is an RPG Maker game for the $3 Game Jam. I am so angry at myself that this game made a really, really good joke that I did not think of for mine. So I applaud it there with the monster of this game holding $3 and saying $3. I'm like, God dang it, that's funny. I can't believe I didn't think of that. I think where I really get a little sour on this game is the ending. Not where everybody dies. Spoiler alert. But just the way the monster terrorizes the city. That in of itself is fine. But to make it the Hulk Hogan edit meme back in the day edits of the, on the 9/11, I think that was off-putting for me. If I was doing this game, I would keep the aspect of him terrorizing the city and playing with that idea, but not involving 9/11. I think that was... And maybe some people can look at that and get some enjoyment out of that dark kind of humor. For me, that was where I was like, and I did see this game in full when Lucy streamed it first. He streamed it before I did. That aspect of this game is where I'm just like, and again, maybe it's a me thing. And while Mr. Eggs is not on here, there was a similar joke in Mr. Eggs where justifiably so, yes, absolutely, what that game did as a joke. But I was like, I understand why you did this, and I'm all for it, but did you have to put it in your game? Talk about Mr. Eggs, for one particular joke. But Mr. Eggs ain't here, so, and that could change, who knows. Again, the joke that they did to Mr. Eggs, I'm like, totally understandable, totally what you're saying here, but did you have to put it in this game? But yeah, that's where I'm a little sour when it comes to Outback for me personally. I think you didn't have to bring 9/11 into it. I think you could have done something as silly with the creature terrorizing the town and destroying the town and whatnot. And what have you. But outside of that, I think it's funny. I think it's fine. I think it's really cool that it takes Australian history and incorporates that into this game. The Emu Wars, which was a real thing. I think it mentions that amusement park, or maybe the creator was just talking about that. That was a real thing too. There's some really fascinating things that happens in Australia, and I highly recommend looking it up, or at least looking up a video, a reliable video that talks about the history of those sort of things. I think there was a Tom Scott video that involves something with Australia, that involves like a forest, and that was actually really fascinating to see. I'm pretty sure it was a Tom Scott video. But yeah, I say these things about Outback, about the ending, because I want to be real. I want to be true to myself when it comes to this list. I don't want to hide anything. I want my personal opinions about these games to show full. I'm not trying to pretend how I feel about a game. But I am being genuine when I say a lot of this game is neat. Again, I like how it incorporates Australian stuff to it. I like the monster. I think the monster's funny. Again, really funny joke in this game with the $3. I legitimately think that's a really funny joke. A lot of copyright music. That was pretty funny. I think the video stream I did of this game is blocked in the country. Actually, I think it's blocked in Germany, and some of the music is like from the Germany group, I think. So that's pretty funny. But yeah, just the ending kind of soured me a bit. It's better than a lot of some of these RPG Maker games on this list. Let's not kid ourselves. Like, it's better than F-Zero RPG Maker Remake. I would probably even put it above towards Pantheon, because the forgettability factor that I have towards the Pantheon. That's funny. It's not better than Herald Tales. It's better than Vengeful Bat Dungeon Crawler. Dragon Slayer's got some really fun, unintentionally funny stuff in it. Night Rogue is neat. It just needed more substance to it. Slam Shuffle. The song. I like the original. I like the original version of the song more. Just to get off topic there a little bit. Hero Tales is weird. It's very weird. It's better than Vengeful Bat Dungeon Crawler because the jokes in Outback really do like there are jokes in there that are legitimately really funny. Tree box. Saxophone? I think it's better than Night Rogue, but I think that's as far as it's gonna go. I think the weirdness of Hero Tales and the what the heck is going on factor, or the factor of, like, I feel like I'm in the middle of the story, what happened here, of Hero Tales, puts it a smidge over the Outback, at least for the moment. Frogun, I just randomly picked this. Frogun, really cool game that I had played for Sage one year, and I got a physical copy of it over here. I think Top Hat Games did it, or something like that, to that effect. There's a sequel to Frogun I'm gonna have to play at some point. I really enjoy my time with this game. This is a really neat retro throwback platformer that utilizes the Frogun. Not Bionic Commando-like. I wouldn't be surprised if it got some ideas from Bionic Commando, though. It's neat. I really enjoy this. I have yet to get the Platinum Trophy on it. I'm having some difficulty with it with the Boss Rush. The Super Boss Rush. That's literally the only trophy I need to get the Platinum Trophy. I am having trouble with that. But it comes down to, like, memorization, I believe. And the difficult... Just to rant a little bit about it. The in-between, so it's a boss rush. You do the first two bosses. You gotta get through, it's like a very tiny level to get to the next part of the boss rush. And I'm always losing health at that little tiny portion before the boss fight, and that sucks. It's not just, it's like not straight up a boss rush. There's like a level in between there to do, like a little obstacle to get to the boss fight, and that part of it sucks, and that's where I'm at with that. But I've beaten the game. I've gotten most out of the game. I would like to sit down and actually try to get that Platinum Trophy for it. But Frogun's fun. I like the aesthetics of it. The character's cute. It's silly. It's very silly. I'm curious how much the sequel improves upon this game. I don't know if that will get a physical copy or not, but Frogun is cool. It's a collectathon. It's a collectathon on top of that. You know, you go through level to level. You get hats if you're a big Team Fortress 2 guy. There's hats. It's really neat. I like the characters. It's retro throwback. It's not. I wouldn't say it's like PS1 N64. I think it's just like retro throwback, low poly inspired, rather than it being N64, PlayStation 1. I'm more into those kind of games rather than straight up just saying N64 throwback. Like, for example, Frogun, did I already highlight it? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah. But for example, where is it? MacBack 64, that's clearly an N64 throwback. Which is neat. I think it's neat for it. But I think I prefer something like Frogun, where it's just retro throwback. It's inspired by low-poly video games, sure, but it's not like specifically saying, I'm an N64 game, I'm a PS1 game. It's like, no, I love this art style. I'm just making a neat game around the look of this game that is inspired by those low-poly games. And I think that's more interesting than, say, MacBack 64, which is strictly saying, I'm an N64 game. Again, no shade to MacBack 64 for doing that. This is just a preference thing. And to compare it to something, I guess, in a similar vein, it's better than Woodle Tree Adventures. I guess the next best comparison would be Crash 1. Is Frogun better than Crash Bandicoot? This is very interesting. I can't recall if I mentioned... I'm sure I did during that 12-hour stream at some point. That, like... This is, like, legitimately the first time I'm, like, ranking all these RPGs mixed in with all these other games. So I never really sat down and ever thought about these different kinds of games mixed in with these RPGs. It's always been strictly RPGs where I made this list multiple times in different orders. But now having all these games, it really brings a complexity to it that I think is both easier and harder at the same time. It's very funny. I think it might be better than Crash. I would not put it above Resident Evil 4. It's better than ICEY. Oh, Astro's Playroom's here too. That's a good comparison. I would put it above Astro's Playroom. I would. Is it better than Jak and Daxter? Let me look up some footage again, Jak and Daxter, real quick. I just want to see a snippet of it. For this 8-year-old video. I really like how 2000's Jak and Daxter feels. Or looks. And feels too. The movement of Jak and Daxter is pretty neat as well. I'm just giggling because the person, the video I'm watching with the gameplay, the person messed up a jump. Me too. Maybe if I was actually sitting here and replaying Jak and Daxter. which might be a possibility if I ever get into Jak 2 and 3. I might sit down and replay Jak and Daxter. That might be a real possibility that might come true. If this was Ratchet and Clank, it wouldn't be. I think Ratchet and Clank would be better than Frogun. Oh, let me pause that video. I think it's better than Jak and Daxter. It's definitely better than Daxter. I've never played Daxter, the PSP game. I just meant the character. It's no Resident Evil 4. It's no Resident Evil 5. It's no Disgaea 7. Is it better than Beyond Good and Evil? I don't think it's better than Disgaea 7. Maybe aesthetically it is. That's up for debates. That feels more right to me. Again, we'll go through this. We'll finalize everything. I think I am at the moment just kind of going on vibes. Yeah, let's I mentioned Resident Evil. Let's do something Resident Evil adjacent. Save room. I love that this game exists. So, this is a puzzle game based on the inventory system of Resident Evil 4. The inventory system in Resident Evil 4, the way it works is you have a suitcase, and you put your items in it, and it takes up the squares, and you can rotate items and try to fit them in like unusual ways. I love the fact that somebody looked at that and really enjoyed it and made a puzzle game out of that. There's a sequel to this game I'm gonna have to check out later down the road. Yeah, this is a really neat puzzle game. I highly recommend Save Room a lot. I don't recall if this was part of the Platinum Trophy Challenge or not. I'm not 100% certain on that. I could see it being one. One issue I did have with Save Room is there is an opportunity where you can solve a puzzle multiple ways, but it doesn't count. You have to solve it in a specific way to clear the level, and I did find that a little eyebrow raising, because I feel like the players should be rewarded for solving the solution in a different manner, but because you didn't solve it because the way the game wanted you to solve it, it doesn't count. I do remember coming across that once or twice in this game. But outside of that, I absolutely love that this exists. I love the fact that somebody made a puzzle game out of the Resident Evil 4 inventory system. But it's not better than Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 has that. It doesn't have it as a puzzle, but... Well, I guess in some way you could say it's a puzzle Resident Evil 4 if you have a lot of stuff. I can say that it is definitely better than the other puzzle game we did not too long ago. Mighty Gemstones, wherever is that on this list. There it is. Oh, excuse me. I think it's better than Neon Junction. I think it's better than Ice Climber. I think it's better than Mud Festival. I think it's better than Lost Vision. I think it's better than Lisa the First. I think it's better than Alex Kidd. I think it's better than the Dead Sea games. I think it's better than Crystal Defenders. Is it better than Bio Erosion? It is better than Bio Erosion. It's better than Mac Mac. It's better than Freddy's Spaghetti. It's better than Brave Exvius. It's better than Super Mario RPG. Oh, that's funny. Oh my god, is this really gonna be this high up? That's crazy. I think the fact that this game's existence really does amplify my fondness for this game. It's not better than Dangerous Child. It's not better than Mystic Quest. It's not better than LA Noire. It might be better than LA Noire. I think it's better than Lollipop Chainsaw. I don't quite think it's better than Disguise 6. I kind of wish Capcom would make their own version of this. Make a puzzle game out of this. That would be actually pretty sick. Hey, Dredge. That's a game I need to play. I think The Punisher's probably a better game. But I love the fact that Save Room exists. And that really gets it high up on this list, somehow. It might be better than Punisher, but we'll leave it there for right now. I'm gonna take a quick stretch break. I'm gonna get something to drink, and I'll be right back. Yeah. awoken the kitty. Hey, kitty. You want a meow? No meow? Okay. Just purr. Just purr. Just purr. I should have took off this image, but that's okay. Second chance. So this is a silly little RPG Maker game. Unfortunately, there was some shenanigans with stream that day where we did not, where you guys didn't get to see this full playthrough. Me and T did. It missed out on some funny moments. We somehow sequence break this game, and that led to some hilarity. This game might have also traced over some SNK sprites. That might be a little up for debate. I'm not too sure. Because you can choose your character class, and depending on the class, the character sprite changes a little bit. I think we chose martial artist, and her sprite, I recall her stance looking very much like Leona's in King of Fighters, to the point where I'm like, is that just Leona's sprites? I do recall having that thought. It was interesting. This is definitely a situation that would probably have to stream or play at the very least again. Possibly choosing another class to play through with. Because I think we're doing a lot more laughing at it than really paying attention to it, admittedly. I couldn't really tell you much about the plots. I'm assuming there was a second chance. No, I'm being sincere when I say it. I think we were more laughing at it rather than paying much attention to it. I'm gonna see if there's a long play of it. I doubt it, though. Yeah, I'm not seeing any footage of it, and unfortunately we did not have... We had shenanigans with it on stream, so I don't even have a full playthrough of it. There's bits and pieces of it, though. Oh, first session was like 5 hours long. Okay, maybe I'm looking at the character spread again. Maybe it's not... I don't know, like... If anything, it looks like the martial artist class was inspired by Leona. That's a big rat. Yeah, I think we were definitely more laughing at it than really, like, paying attention to it. With the sequence break and whatnot. I think I'm actually at the sequence break now, actually. I think we might have... Maybe it was in the first session. Yeah, this is definitely a situation... Maybe I should have took this off the list. I think I'm gonna stick it on here. I would definitely. This is definitely one of those games I would definitely like to revisit in the future. To get full context of it, choose a different class to get that under the belt. Come back to this list and probably fairly judge it a little bit more fairly. But for right now, I think I will keep it on the list. And I can for certain say it is definitely better than F-Zero RPG Remake. I think it's better than Dragon Slayer. I think the laughs that it provided is better than Night Rogue. I'll put it under Outback for right this moment. I think I'm gonna put it right above Steel and Steam. All right, I gotta be right. I'll be right back. Again, I know it was not that long ago. Give me one moment. That's something that came up. I apologize. But we're back now. We're back. For sure. For sure this time. We're back. It's Kirby. This was a game that I played this year, actually. Not sure if I played it for the first time this year or not, but I played it in full for the first time this year, that's for sure. Both this and its hard mode, which was really neat to have that under my belt. Similar to Ice Climber, it's really neat to have that under my belt now, and I can say that. I'm really used to later Kirby games. And I don't think it's out of pocket to say that this one feels odd when you compare it to later Kirby games. This is the only Kirby game on this list, though, for now. I could not shake the feeling of how Kirby controls in this game. I was always having trouble getting used to it. So the way Kirby lurks from my memory in later games is like, when you jump in the air, I'm making sure I'm getting this right here. So in this game, when you jump in the air, you kind of automatically enter your balloon form. Whereas in other Kirby games, when you jump in the air, you press a button, and then you enter your balloon form. Am I mistaken on that? Either way, however, whichever way is what, this game does it differently. And, you know, it's fair, because this is the first, not only is this the first game in the series, it's also on the Game Boy. But it was definitely one of those things I could never shake off. Always being thrown off by his jump. And how he entered his balloon form. His flight mode. That being said, this is pretty neat. I really enjoy this game. It's nice to actually sit down and play a Kirby game in full like this. For the list. And I can go ahead and, with full confidence, say this is better than the first Super Mario Land. Right here, yeah. I firmly believe this is a better Game Boy game than the Super Mario Land game. Is it better than Super Mario Land 2? I think most of me wants to say yes. This is better. But at the same time, I did just rant how Kirby feels to control when going from jump to his flight mode. And if you compare that to Mario Land 2, Mario really doesn't have that much, you know, of a hassle when it comes to his controls, to me. And immediately, I think I'm seeing the game in my mind right now running better than what it did on the Game Boy. I think I'm thinking like the NES game or the Super Nintendo game in my mind. The NES game I have definitely played before in the past and beaten that game before. Same with one of the Super Nintendo games. It was just Game Boy. I think I straight up just never played it. I'm probably confident in that up until this year. It's definitely better than Super Mario Land. I would play it over Crystal Defenders. Maybe it's a recent biased. That's a very much possibility, but I think I want to put it over Land 2. The credit music for FF7. It's pretty funny. It's a long song. It's not better than the Metal Slug games. It's not better than these RPG Maker horror games. It's not better than Dreaming Sarah with its vibes. Is it better than Bio-Erosion? Despite my grievances with his jump to his flight, I might be able to overlook that, honestly, as a game as a whole, which is kind of crazy. Because I feel like that's a very big aspect to have a complaint about. Oh, we're almost 3 hours in. Okay. Try to rush this a little bit. No, I'm hoping rushing it doesn't, like, affect the rankings here. I'm gonna put it right above Mario Land 2 right now. See how many we got. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Since I gotta highlight it. Vampire Survivors. This is one of those games, I think I know the perfect game to do after this too. This is one of those games where you just, I can pick up, play it for like an hour or two, and be like, cool, and then set it back down. This is a very neat little pick up and play, just get something going. This is something like, I want to game, I just don't know what to game, boot up Vampire Survivors. I love the gameplay loop. I remember, the first time I played this was the stream, and that stream ended up being 8 hours. I just lost track of time playing this game. Because of Among Us, because of course. The guy who doesn't play Among Us really likes Among Us, and they saw Among Us in this. That's actually what really was the final straw that got me to get this game, was the Among Us collab. Just a point of reference to when I jumped onto this game. I have not 100% at this game. I got the Platinum Trophy in this game, but I have not gotten every single trophy in this game. There's a lot to do, and there are some things in this game that I don't really necessarily approach and utilize. Like, I just have no interest in the arcade system with the cards. Just no interest whatsoever. I always turn it off. But this game lets you do a lot of customization to how you want to play the game, which is really cool. I would definitely like to try to get all the trophies for this game at some point. The collabs that they have with this game are pretty sick. You got Among Us, you got one of the Saga games, Emerald Saga, which I need to play that game at some point. Castlevania, Contra. It was really sick to have those Konami classics here, more so Castlevania. I'm sure there's others I just can't think of off the top of my head. Yeah, I can't think of anything else right now, at the moment. And of course, they have a bunch of their own characters and whatnot. It's very fascinating that the developer of this game has a history with slot machines. It's a very interesting like their philosophy in video games come from a slot machine background, and that's really cool. That really translates, and seeing that background translate into a video game like Vampire Survivors is really neat to see. But it's definitely one of those games where, like, I want a game. I don't know what the game. I want something just like an hour. I'll boot up Vampire Survivors. That's really the best way to play Vampire Survivors, in my opinion. It's just little bits at a time. An hour here, an hour there. It's addictive, though. It is a very addictive game. Like, me personally, I probably would never play Balatro. It's not a never. It's not on the no list. I just had no interest in it. But I feel like I have the similar mentality for this game that people have an addiction to with Balatro. I can get with that with Vampire Survivors, for me personally. I think it's better than Metal Slugs. I think it's better than Frogun? I think it's... Oh, is it better than Resident Evil 4? Speaking of that, I'm kind of surprised they haven't done a Capcom thing with it. I don't believe they have. Oh, shoutouts to their homage to Final Fantasy VII with an anniversary trailer. That was pretty sick. But yeah, Vampire Survivors, I think, is better than Frogun. Oh, is it better than Disguise 7? Yeah, I think the gameplay loop of it is so addicting, so nice. I think it's better than Disguise 7. Is it better than Disgaea 1? No. It's not better than Disgaea 1. It's not better than the Pixel remasters. It's not better than Marfusha. One second.
Marfusha.
Marfusha?
Marfusha.
Why she say it with an accent? That's so weird. Marfusha. It's not better than Marfusha. It's not better than the Resident Evil games. But I could see somebody arguing that it is, and I'd be like, yeah. Like, unlocking characters, unlocking stuff in this game is fun. I think it might be right below 7. Disguise 7. Let's keep it that way for right now. There's 3 big games on here that we're gonna save for last. And honestly, I can see that the conversation being hours, and I'm gonna try to not make it so when it comes to those 3 games. Heroine of the Sniper. This is a really cool game. I'm terrible at this game. I've seen like high level players play this game, and it is insane. You play as a sniper, and you go through missions. You're shooting robots and whatnot. It's a really cool arcadey kind of game. I have a affinity for snipers, sniper class with rifles and whatnot. I've always wanted to do a project about what would happen if you take like video game snipers, put them on like a Fortnite style island environment. Who would win that fight? Like a grand sniper battle. Who would win that fight? That's always been an idea, floating in my head that may or may not be a project in one day. Who knows? But yeah, I've always been very into snipers and sniper games like this. I want to play more of them, honestly. I just always had an affinity towards snipers. I think they're cool. I think it's very neat what a sniper does, what they have to take into account to hit their targets and whatnot. It's really cool. And Heroine of the Sniper has the style that I really look for in these kind of games. That I think is really cute, really cool, really silly. This developer has made a couple more games, I think, that I have not played yet, that I would love to check out at some point. Attacker Chain was another one. But for now, we already got Heroine of the Sniper, and I'm terrible at this game. I beat it on the normal difficulty, I want to say, but there's like a speed run mode you can do. There's some other things you can do with it. It's a fun game. I really enjoy it. I think it's cool. I'm gonna look up gameplay real quick of it to get a refresher. We streamed this game, actually. I do like how it's like on screen. It's like it's first person, but you see like your character like a VTuber kind of thing. It's pretty funny. You can upgrade your character and whatnot. Yeah, it's cool. It's a cool game. I would play it over Save Room. I would play it over The Punisher. I think it's better than Pointless. Yeah, it's better than Pointless. It's better than Asher's Playroom. It's better than Desert's Child. I think. I vibe with it more than I do with Frogun. I like it more than Vampire Survivors. Marfusha. I already don't forget the text to speech. Whatever, however they said it. I think Marfusha is better than Heroine of a Sniper. I don't think it's as good as Resident Evil 4. Or 5. I think Disgaea 7 slightly beats it because of the cast and characters. But I do really like Heroine of the Sniper. I think it's going to go right above Disgaea 7 for this point in time. I'm gonna, like, outside of the big 3 games, I'm gonna go ahead and just go down alphabetical order. Katamari Damacy Reroll. Fantastic game. If I'm in the mood for a Katamari game, I think I would prefer We Love Katamari. And I do have a copy of the remake, or a remaster, whatever it is, behind me that I still need to play. But if we're talking about the PS2 games, I always usually go back to We Love Katamari. But Katamari Damacy itself is not bad, but this is Reroll. And it's basically, you know, it's Katamari Damacy, I feel like. I feel like there's no compromises here. I feel like you're not missing out. I don't know. Me personally, if I just had this version and not the PS2 version, I think I would be alright with that. But I'm sure there'll be others who, like, prefer the PS2 version. I won't deny that. I did do this game for my Platinum Trophy Challenge. It took a couple days. I do remember that. The most annoying trophy to get was to get everything in the item database. And the only reason why it was that was one particular mission was the bear mission. To roll, you have to roll up a bear to win the mission. And there's a lot of bears in that level. And you have to get... And there's one particular bear there that only shows up in that level. So you have to get big enough without getting any other bears to get to that bear. That was the hardest mission. Was that you, Kitty Cat? I thought I heard a knocking noise. So I thought that was her. I guess that was her scratching. Shoot, that made me lose track of time. Oh, what track of time? Train of thought. Yeah, that was the hardest thing to get the Platinum Trophy for, was that in particular. Katamari Damacy's got a fantastic soundtrack. It's so good. This game, I know, well, I remember when this game was coming out over here in the United States. And I want to say I only picked it up for $20. It was a cheap game, I think, even when it released. And I was hooked. It was a very fun time, and once Wii Katamari came out, or at least I found out later on in the stores at some point, and got excited, because I didn't really keep up with gaming news at that point in time. I was just like, you know, I would just be in the store, I'm like, oh shoot, there's a Katamari sequel, you know, kind of situation. Katamari's neat. It's really cool. I love the gameplay. I love We Love Katamari a bit more. But that's not on this list. It's Katamari Damacy Reroll. It's great. It's a great time all around. It's not beating Disgaea 1. It's better than Thousand Year Door. Beyond Good and Evil. It's about, you know, similar couple of years there between the releases there, I'm sure. It's better than Resident Evil 4? I'm actually alright with saying that. I think Katamari Damacy Reroll is better than Resident Evil 4. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. Maybe if I replay Resident Evil 4 OG, maybe that would be different, but... Yeah. I don't think it's better than Marfusha, Marfusha, however the text-to-speech said it. Or is it? Okay. The one thing I know for certain right now, Disgaea 1 Complete is better than Katamari Damacy Reroll in my eyes. That's 100%. I know it's better than Desert Child. It's better than Thousand Year Door. It's better than Crash Bandicoot. Better than Jak and Daxter. Better than Frogun. Better than Beyond Good and Evil. Better than Vampire Survivors. Better than Disgaea 7. Better than Heroine of the Sniper. Better than RE5. Better than RE4. It might be better than Marfusha. It might be better than that. I don't think it quite reaches the pixel remasters for me. That seems like okay for the moment. Okay, this next one I'm gonna have to look up gameplay a little bit on it. So Nea Edem. I am familiar with the creator of this game. They did Lloyd the Monkey, I want to say was the thing. This game is interesting. The full playthrough of it for me was only like a little over an hour. Okay, yeah. I was trying to remember how primitive it looked. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of the jank factor with this one. I think I like the idea of this game more than the actual execution of the game. Like, I like how primitive it does look. This looks like a very early 3D PC game that just plays better than those games. Oh yeah, this guy. I remember this guy giving me a little bit of trouble. This, I guess the final boss? Wonder if this game's been updated since then. I do like the MSP cutscene. I think the MSP cutscenes actually the way those look a lot better than the actual game itself, which is probably why the other creators of other games look a little bit better because it uses the MS Paint style rather than like primitive looking or like goofy looking 3D models. But I kind of do like the 3D models. I think I liked it a lot more while I was playing it back then, which was 3 years ago. It's not better than Frogun, to try to have some sort of comparison to compare it to. It's not better than Jak and Daxter. It's not better than Crash Bandicoot. It's not better than Astro's Playroom. It's not better than Buckshot Roulette. It's not better than Woodle. It's not better than Freddy Spaghetti. It's not better than Matt Matt. It's not better than Bio-Erosion. It might be slightly better than the Dead Sea games. Yeah, I think it's slightly better than the Dead Sea games. Like, ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. PowerWash Simulator. I still need to get the Platinum Trophy for this game, too. It's... The only one I'm missing for the Platinum Trophy specifically is the speedrun stuff, and that's proven to kick my tail, actually. This game's neat. I think this is the best line of simulator games out there. Because it does so much more than what you expect out of these simulator games. It has a cool, interesting story. I will admit, I was always kind of eyeballing this game, but once they did the Final Fantasy VII collab, that really that legitimately made me get the game. I'm like, all right, yeah, you got me. You got Final Fantasy VII. I'm in. You can wash Cloud's Buster Sword. You can watch 7-Eleven. It's great. PowerWash for me ended up being a game like I would pick it up for like an hour or two a day and then play it for a bit and then put it back down. This was a game I played this year, actually, I think. Maybe. Whenever the Final Fantasy VII collab was, that's when I picked it up, basically, like a week after that. This is I never played co-op with this game. I've always been solo, and that's probably how I would stick to it, unless there was, like, a trophy tied to it, but I don't think there is. I'm glad there's a sequel. I don't know if the sequel's out or not. I think it is out. I would definitely like to try to get that at some point, as soon as I 100% the game. I still got to do all the DLC maps to the SpongeBob stuff. It's got some really cool little collab stuff. Kind of weird that they don't all have DLCs or DLC trophies attached to them immediately. But yeah, it is what it is. It's neat. I guess that speaks to how popular this game got, that it gets those kind of collabs. Square Enix published it, so that kind of can explain how it got the Final Fantasy VII stuff doing it, and possibly even Tomb Raider. But I don't think Tomb Raider's owned by Square anymore. Gex is still owned by Square, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it's really cool. I'm glad, like, again, this is the best when it comes to these simulator games. You know, your, like, random something simulator games that you see all the time. This is the best one of those, in my opinion. I haven't played many of them, admittedly, but out of the ones I have played and seen, I think this is the best kind of those games. It's its own game. It's doing its own story. It's not just like, hey, here's something, 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 barely something, something, something. You know, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about when you specifically say simulator games. The vibes those games give off. You know, the store simulators and laundromat simulators, those kind of games. And with the advent of AI shenanigans, I think a lot of those simulator games get, you know, because of that AI stuff, there's a lot of those with AI generated content. I don't think, outside of the speedrunning stuff that I was trying to do to get the trophy, I don't think there was really much frustration. I admit the merry-go-round did throw me off a little bit before I ended up having to look it up. It's like, oh yeah, you gotta stop it at the right moment so you can clean the things that are hidden. What that's going up and down. I'm like, oh, okay. And there might have been one or two moments where something like that will happen, and it's like, oh yeah, you gotta do this. Like, oh, okay. But I like how goofy the story is. Aliens. Prophecies. Cats. Really love the cats. I got one right next to me. She's sleeping. She's adorable. Just like the cats in this game. Yeah, PowerWash Simulator. Really cool. Maybe I should check out, like, I just don't know anybody that plays it, so to co-op with. So when we're talking about, like, an addictive game, I don't think, for me personally, it scratches the itch that Vampire Survivors does. Or maybe it does, but maybe in a different way. I don't know, this is, maybe, like, also with my ADHD, I think this game really appeals to me a lot more. Somehow. I think it's not as good as the Resident Evil games. I think it's better than Heroine of the Sniper. So I guess it is a little bit better than Vampire Survivors for now. Ooh, okay. Small Saga. This game is cool. I didn't realize I got a bit of a weird ending because, spoiler alert, even though, you know, these past streams have been all spoilers. There's a boss fight in the game that I didn't know you could actually spare. But it's neat that that kind of thing is in the game. Small Saga sprite work is phenomenal. This game looks great. Often, back when this was just strictly an RPG list, this and Bug Fables are neck and neck. I compared the two, like, they're very similar than more than one might think, to me. And I have a hard time which one which one I like more, Bug Fables or Small Saga. This is like a situation I think both games are like evenly tied. Like, this is the only instance I can think of where a game is like, whatever placement it is, it's the exact same number. I think it's right there, neck and neck. It's better than Dancer's Child. It is. It is. I think for the sake to save time to try to get to the finalization of this, I'm going to put it right underneath Bug Fables just simply because it's a newer game. But when we finalize the list, that's when I'll really start to think about it. But Small Saga is 2 big thumbs up. I enjoyed the story. I've enjoyed the cast, the sprite work. This game has some pretty you know, pretty cool messaging behind it. You know, LGBTQ. I butchered that. I'm sorry. You know, the you know. Support, you know, don't be a jerk. Support each other, no matter who we are. We're all people at the end of the day. Well, okay, don't support, you know, the awful people. Don't support those awful people. But, you know, just because a person's gay or trans, I know gay people and trans people who are, like, the most wonderful people in the world. And they're just people. They're not awful people, as some, like, a lot of people will make them out to be. No. Trans people are cool. Gay people are cool. People are cool when they're cool. I hate that, you know, you have to say things like this, because it should be common knowledge. It should be so simple. It's like, oh yeah, let people live their lives. If they're not hurting anybody, what's the problem? But no, there's a group of people out there who hate trans people, and it's awful. They should not do that. Stop that. But Small Saga does tackle the issues like that in a story. It's, I know some people, I remember reading the reviews on this game, and some people brought it up as like a negative, that's like, oh, this message seems really heavy-handed. And upon playing the game, I'm like, not really. Like, I see the messaging, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like fisting you about it. That's a terrible way of phrasing that. I apologize. But I didn't think it was, like, overly... I think it was fine. It wasn't like that was the only thing in the plot and that was it. No, by no means. These are just characters living their lives. This is the characters. And just like the real world, they have to deal with being themselves because there are awful people. Go play Song Saga. It's neat. I gotta get the soundtrack. Fantastic soundtrack. Again, phenomenal sprite work in this game, too. Holy cow, the sprite work in this game is insane. Sonic 3D Blast X-treme. This is a silly Sonic 3D Sonic fan game that I got a kick out of. It's a funny little thing. I wouldn't say it's like the greatest thing in the world by any means. I think it was made intentionally to be goofy. I'm gonna look up gameplay of it real quick on my channel if it pops up. It does. As soon as when I put it in, it's like one of the first videos. But I don't know, it's just because I previously watched it or something. This was Sage 2021. I love the Sonic model they used in this game. He is so adorable. I would love a 3D printed figure of him. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. It's goofy, it's quirky, it's janky. But I think that was intentional. And if not, then I think that actually adds more charm to the game. You're collecting pineapples in one level. It's great. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh my god. Hiccups. I think this is a good comparison because Where was it? Nea Edem? I think I'm pronouncing it right. I think that's a good starting point there because I think Sonic 3D Blast X-treme does something similar to Nea Edem in a joking kind of way, and I think it's better for it. I don't think I would put it above Vintage Boxer, but it's definitely better than Nea Edem. Alright, so this is going to be interesting. So an early Let's Play video I did was Spyro the Dragon. I think I had played Spyro before that Let's Play to get familiar with it. If not, I did play a little bit of it to prepare for that Let's Play. But for the most part, that Let's Play, I want to say it was either I played a majority of Spyro, or a little bit, or maybe even did a full playthrough of it, didn't do the Let's Play. Because I think at that point, when I was doing Let's Plays, for what little time I did actually do Let's Plays before I switched to streaming, I tried to be familiar with the games I was Let's Playing before I did a Let's Play of it. Spyro the Dragon's neat. I love how this game looks. I think it's cool. Obviously, I think the best starting point for it is Crash Bandicoot. I like the world of Spyro. I think it's really cool. The environment looks cool. The vibes of the game looks really cool. It can be a little awkward at times. There's some awkwardness to it. When it comes to some certain controls. I actually struggled pretty hard on the final portion of the final boss. I remember it took me a while to do that. I do remember that. Some of the flying stages, I think I also struggled on. But getting 100, I don't remember the exact percentage, 105%, 101, or it might have just been 100%, I couldn't tell you. It was fun. I enjoyed my time with Spyro the Dragon. The vibes, the music, a lot of the atmosphere of this game is really cool. Normally I think I would have said in the past that I think Crash Bandicoot is better. I think the atmosphere in the world of Spyro the Dragon, I think, puts it over Crash Bandicoot. I think if I'm going for a 3D platformer kind of game, I think I would probably prefer Spyro over Crash. And that might ring true if I ever get to 2 and 3. Same for Crash Bandicoot 2 and 3. But it'll be interesting. That will be an interesting journey. I think it's better. I think it is possibly better than Jak and Daxter. Despite Jak and Daxter probably is a better controlling game, for sure. Just, for it being on a PS2. I love the style of Spyro. I think the vibes of Spyro really, really brings it up pretty high. To the point where I might even put it over Frogun. I don't think I would put it above Beyond Good and Evil. I would put it above Beyond Good and Evil. I think I would even go so far as put it over PowerWash Simulator. Let's do that for right now. Let's put it above PowerWash Simulator. So here's the thing. Oh well, let me pull it up here. No, not that. No! It's not the window I want. There we go. It's a big picture. It's a really big picture. It's a really big picture. So, with that being said about Spyro the Dragon, for the Platinum Trophy Challenge project I was doing, I had did the Reignited version of this game. And so I think this game does control better than the original. However, I don't know if that's actually true, or if I'm just saying that because I'm used to the controls of Spyro the Dragon by the time I got to this version of Spyro the Dragon, Spyro HD. I remember reading something, because I didn't think about it at the time, but I remember reading something that, like, somebody was talking about HD versions and remakes and whatnot. And they made the comment, I couldn't tell you where I saw this comment at, I just remember seeing it somewhere. And the person's like, I didn't really get and understood when people said soulless. But then I played Spyro HD, and then I understood. I read that comment, and I stop and think, I'm like, I think I might get what this guy's saying. What others might be saying. Because the soulless HD remake, remaster comments have popped up from time to time. I remember it popping up for Resident Evil 4 Remake. And I don't agree with those comments with that one. I think I do have to say I see it with Spyro the Dragon, at the very least this first one. Because I think something was lost between the original and this one. I think when you go from the original PlayStation version to the HD version, I'm trying to look like some comparison videos. I think something was lost. And I don't know if they could have done anything to prevent that. Positives. I like how the dragon NPCs are more unique. Really, that's a plus. That's an absolute plus. They really made the dragons more unique. Cool. But I don't know, like, okay, so I'm looking at this comparison shot here of, like, you, the first level, looking at the dragon statue, you see two villains in the background, and you see the background. Immediately, another positive in the HD versions is the draw distance. You see everything. You don't have to worry about looking for gems. The original did try to mitigate the issue of trying to collect everything, seeing gems from the distance with a sparkle. It was something. In the HD version, you just see everything. Miles. That's a plus in the HD version. But when it comes to the graphics and the art style, I kind of agree. I feel like I'm not going to say soulless. I don't want to say soulless, but I think something was lost in translation when it comes to that. There's a charm about the original Spyro that I think is missing in the art direction, in the art department, and the graphics of the HD version. And I don't think this is necessarily nostalgia, because I really didn't play Spyro when it first came out on PlayStation. I grew up on PlayStation, and admittedly, I was more into RPGs on PlayStation. There was a few things in between there, but so I played this during the PS3 era. Really, is when I experienced Spyro, and yeah, I think So I can't necessarily say maybe it's just nostalgic on my end, but as somebody who didn't play this originally on PlayStation and who played this during the PS3 era, yeah, I just think something was lost here. And I don't know if there was any way they were able to kind of capture it because of the HD graphics. Is another point I want to bring up, because I don't know if that was an impossible task to capture that moment, to capture that exact OG feel. Because I'm looking at like a comparison video. This is actually a pretty cool little comparison video. But I'm looking at the NPC dragons, and I think it's a big plus that they seem to have given them more personality. Like, they look different compared to like what they looked like in the OG version, and there's pluses to the HD version. I'm not like 100% saying something was lost here, or everything. Like, the HD version is straight up just worse. I'm not saying that. I think there are pluses here. But I think for me personally, the biggest issue with it is just the look of it. When you're looking at the environment, the enemy designs, Spyro himself, I think something's missing. It feels more, okay, I think I know exactly what it is. It feels more whimsical in the OG PlayStation version compared to the remake / remaster, Reignited trilogy version. I think that's what it really boils down to. That whimsical vibe of it is not all there in the HD version. What is this elevator sounding music I'm listening to right now? The Sims, of course. That's why. I kind of want to... I'm going to glance at the comments real quick. I'm seeing a lot more positive vibes. This was 7 years ago in the comments, admittedly. And of course, I saw a video in the recommendations that I kind of want to check out later. Let me have that in the watch history. There's like 1 or 2 comments in in this particular video anyway. That seems to be more favorable in the HD version. But there was like 1 or 2 comments where they're like, I think the old one looks better. Without trying to spend a lot more time on this. Yeah, something for me personally was lost in the translation to HD that I don't know was able to be captured when going HD. I'll be for real. I think going from the PS1 to the PS4, PC, what have you, and all that. I don't know if it's quite 20 years. 20-year difference. I couldn't tell you. But something was definitely like, yeah. I just don't think, no matter what they would have done, I don't think they would have been able to capture the whimsical vibe that the environment does for that. But again, the HD version does do some really cool things. More specifically, the dragon NPCs. They make them stand out and have a little bit more personality, even if it's not much, but through their, their looks and whatnot, they're good. They're better. They're absolutely better. But a lot of the enemies, I feel like, does lose some charm too. They, the glob look they look, just the massive, like, what am I even looking at kind of vibe, I think was really neat. And I think really the environment suffered the most when translating to the HD version. It just doesn't, it just seems it lost the whimsy in it. With that being said, though, I think it's still right underneath Spyro, the original OG version. It's not like, it doesn't hamper it enough to where it's below in numerous amounts of games. I think, despite it all of what I just complained about the HD version, I think it's still perfectly fine. I think it's a situation where they're right there. They're one right after another. I can't envision a game going in between these two. But it's not a situation like, say, compared to Bug Fables and Small Saga, where I think they're literally tied for whatever same place they are. This is a situation where Spyro the Dragon, the OG for me personally, is just a step above the HD version. But while I had flaws with the HD version, it's not significantly enough to where I think there's a game that you can squeeze in between there. I think it's just like, yeah, it's not terrible. In my opinion, I don't think they did anything that really majorly changed the gameplay. I don't even know if it's the same or not, honestly. It might be better. I might be thinking they did something with it to make it feel better, or it might just be where I've gotten used to the OG version that I just translated so well in the HD version where I didn't have as much. Definitely didn't have as much difficulty in the HD version. There's like one or two, like, now thinking about it again, there's a particular level where you have to there's a couple of levels where you have to do some pretty significant jumps that could be messy. And maybe because in the OG version it was my first time around or second time around that I was always having trouble with it. Where in the HD version, it might have been very well made better, don't get me wrong, but it might also be because I was used to it at that point that I was able to do it a lot better in the HD version, so it's hard to say. But yeah, again, it's one right after another. I cannot envision a game just sliding right in between these two games. It's a situation where it's just like it's just a bump one after one underneath one another. That's not significant whatsoever, other than I think one's just slightly better than the other one. Whereas other remakes and remasters and whatnot, you could probably make the case that there's a bigger gap in between, for numerous reasons. For me personally, in this case, I think Spyro and Spyro Reignited, I think it's just right there. I think it's just the whimsy feel of the environments and the enemy graphics, the enemy looks and whatnot, just puts it over the HD version, while the HD version does make improvements on the Dragon NPCs, which is really cool, don't get me wrong. Again, the HD version is not totally as some people would say, soulless. I'm not saying soulless, but there was certainly something lost in translation when it comes to environment magic. I hope I'm making a lot of sense. This is a pretty recent game. Squidlit? Squidlit? This is just a cute little, you know, just a little silly little romp of a 2D platformer. It's not even an hour. I think I beat it in 30 minutes. I don't think I even missed anything, honestly. I might have, like, an achievement or two, but... It's fun, it's neat, it's really silly, it's Game Boy inspired. I don't know if you can actually play this on a Game Boy or not. But I do remember reading that, like, they went out of their way to try to create an authentic soundtrack for this game and sound effects. Like, they actually used, like, legitimate things that they would have used in the Game Boy back in the day. If I'm not misremembering what I read. So that was pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Yeah, it's just a one and done cute little adventure with a little squid guy. Little squid pal. Where's Mario Land? I think I would put it above Super Mario Land. Well, the only reason, the only way why I would be hesitant about that is because Super Mario Land is such an oddball of a game in the franchise of Mario as a whole, that can kind of elevate it a little bit. But overall, as a Game Boy game, even if, like, even say you probably could not, I don't know if you could actually put this on a Game Boy, it'd be fine. It probably is better than Mario Land overall, but is Mario Land being weird in a franchise of Super Mario, does that elevate it just above Squidlit? I think it does it. I think I would take Squidlit over Super Mario Land. And we'll put that on right there for the moment. Oh, we're getting into these. Okay. Let's see. Get this. This music. Super Wholesome RPG. Yeah, you can read the title in the image. Hey, they put the Wholesome title there too as well. Just throwing that out there. I had mentioned before that there was a contender for best RPG Maker game that might be better than Pointless, and it's more than likely the sequel to this game, but this is, I think, the best example of a short RPG Maker game that is packed to the brim with so much joy. So much wholesome, one could say. It's only an hour long, but it is amazing what they put into this game in 1 hour's time. It is really cool. I think the only thing that might be a negative, one could say, is that the combat in this game is just standard RPG Maker stuff. It might, I can't recall if this one had some, like, cute animations to go along with it. But outside of that, this is really cool. I highly recommend this one and the sequel. We'll be talking about the sequel next. Again, it's very, very cool to see an hour-long RPG Maker game just be packed with so much, and you're playing this, and you see the runtime when you beat the game, and you're like, how in the world was that only an hour long? That's crazy. There's so much here, and you did it all in an hour. It's just like, oh my god. Holy cow. The characters are neat. The jokes are really cool. The graphics are really cool. I really like this. This is textbook. I mentioned it multiple times before in the previous stream. That you can make a short RPG Maker game and be really good, like an hour or two. And this is the prime example I will give for that. I think the sequel to this is a little bit better. But, okay, if we're comparing this to Pointless, it's tough. It really is tough because this game does so much in so little time. Whereas Pointless is a short RPG Maker game too. It can be a little bit longer because it depends on what you're doing, the energy you get. But you can beat Pointless in probably less than 3 hours, honestly, if you know what you're doing. So suffice, it's not like Pointless is a long RPG Maker game by any means. I think 3 hours is like a good sweet spot for a good RPG Maker game. And that's the neat thing about short form RPG Maker games, that if you know how to present a story and what you're doing, you can have so much impact in so little time in an RPG Maker game. And that's what's really good about some of these RPG Maker games, that they do stuff like that. Compared to some of the ones lower on the list where they're just like, like Crisis of the Middle Ages, for example, like, and the way it drags on at the ending to that game. Lost Vision could have been so much better if that game was cut in half. It could have been more impactful. Get rid of the Final Dungeon altogether, for one thing, in that game. And stuff like that. These RPG Maker horror games, they're short. I think Dying Flame's probably the longest one, but that might be because I was, it was a new game at that point when I played it, and people were trying to figure things out, but I could probably sit there and probably beat it in a short amount of time nowadays. But, again, they're shorter forms, and they're great. They have, each one of them in their own right is pretty good. Escape from the Room, again, really short, really impactful for what it does. I think this is better than all these. ORPG, I think it's better than ORPG. ORPG's a little bit more on the longer side, but the story it tells makes up for it. I think Super Wholesome RPG is better than these. I think I would put it over Rhapsody. I'm hesitant on that one. A part of me thinks it has the possibility to be better than Pointless on this list. I think the charm of this game can outweigh Pointless. And I'm sitting here and I'm like trying to think of an argument where Pointless is better overall. And there is some stuff, like, I like the dynamic between Joel and Alex in that game. And I'm just now realizing, I think it was Joel and Alex in Last of Us, wasn't it? I wonder if that was a coincidence. Huh. No, the girl's name wasn't Alex, was it? I don't know. I'll go ahead and say, don't expect Last of Us to ever show up on this list. It's not a no game. It's not a I would never play this game. It's just highly unlikely I'll ever play Last of Us. I just have no interest in Last of Us. Uncharted, at least the first Uncharted game, however, will probably show up in the future. The first one, for sure. I've played that in the past, and I would like to play. I would like to rank all the games I have played in the past to some extent. But to get to the game at hand here, back to that. The game right above Pointless, Astro's Playroom. It's not better than Astro's Playroom. So if it's gonna go above Pointless, it's just gonna go right above Pointless. It's not gonna go beyond that. And if we look below Pointless, we have Mystic Quest, which I had explained previously that game has a significant impact in my life, and nostalgia can speak highly for it for sure. But I have a really fondness for Mystic Quest. And I'm saying that now, and I'm looking at Super Wholesome RPG, and I'm like, yeah, but Super Wholesome RPG is better. For what it does. And it does crude humor. It does some crude humor that I think is legit funny, and I mentioned before, like, crude humor is not always my cup of tea most of the time, but I think this does it really well. And I think Jolly enhances that, too. Let me put it under Pointless for right now, and let's talk about the sequel. Because I think I have a lot more to say about the sequel. So, Super Jolly RPG. I think this game is definitely better than the first one. It's a little bit longer because they want to do a little bit more with it, but I don't think it was that much longer. Maybe it took me 3 hours personally. Let's see. It took me 3 sessions. And for me personally, it took me about 6 hours. Okay. Admittedly, I did a second playthrough for that because you can get some get some unique stuff if you do a second playthrough with that. And there was an update to this game too, like an Easter update that I never checked out. I gotta check that out at some point, but I don't think it would really impact too much on my opinion in that regard. It could be wrong, but Super Jolly has Mugen references, which is sick. It has Bebder game references, which is also sick. The attack animations also has a little bit more animation to go into it, from what I recall, and they're really cool. Like, I still like the animation of, like, the rival character. Like, they're doing, like, patty cake, and he just smacks the guy. And in my head, I might have said it on stream when I was playing the game. In my head, I would, and I still think about it to this day too, which is might say something, where he's like, psh, 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 and then have the other guy go, yeah. I always wanted to add that bit to it, just to enhance the joke. But yeah, this isn't. It's a Christmas. It's a Christmas. Merry Christmas, actually. Well, it's past Christmas now, but it was Christmas not that long ago, about a week ago, at this time of this streaming. It's a little bit longer. It is a little bit longer, but I think it's definitely worth it. I think they pack a lot into what you're given here. They have a lot more jokes. They play around with a lot more ideas. Um, most of the time when you're playing a sequel to something, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. I think a lot of people, I don't know. I was about to say, I think a lot of people usually prefers the first one than the sequel, but that's not true. There's a lot of games that the sequel is better. I mean, look at Final Fantasy 1 to 4, for example. But then you have situations, at least in my opinion, where it's just like, I don't think the sequel's as good. If you're talking about, like, I know it's jumping a little bit, but you go from this guy at 1, 7, and 6. Resident Evil 4 and 5. So, it's not, more leaning on one side or the other. There's games where the sequels do much better than the first one. Like, you could take Sonic the Hedgehog, for example. I think nobody's going to deny that Sonic 2 and 3 are better games than 1. I'm sure there are people out there who think that. Don't get me wrong. But I think a majority of people will say that. And then there's situations where, like, yeah, I think Metal Gear Solid. Well, I don't know. That might be a bad example. There's examples out there where people think that the first game in the series is better than the sequels. I know it's out there. I just can't think of any right at the top of my head. Dang it. I don't know. Maybe that's more of a movie thing. I don't know. I just realized we have One Wing Angel playing in the background. That's funny. That's really funny when talking about Super Jolly RPG. But yeah, without any hesitation though, I think Super Jolly RPG is better than Super Wholesome. And then we come to the point, like, is it the best RPG Maker game on this list? Doing some deep soul searching, and I mean this, doing some deep soul searching, because I really do love Pointless. And in the past, when this list was just RPGs, I think Pointless was the best RPG Maker game, followed by Super Jolly RPG. And maybe my opinion would change if I replayed Pointless right now. That's a very real possibility. But at this point in time, I think Jolly might edge it above Pointless. Let me put it above Pointless to see how I feel. I don't 100% feel confident. I'll admit it right there. I don't 100% feel confident about that. But when it was right below Pointless, I'm like, joyful. I was like, but the joy. Jolly. What am I talking about? Joy. Jolly. Well, there's joy in Pointless. Jolly. The jolly. See, and now I'm going right back to how I feel. It's crazy. It's crazy how you just go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I think I'm gonna... I think I feel more comfortable Jolly above Pointless. I think I feel more comfortable about Pointless over Jolly. Dang it. Okay, we're gonna leave it there. We'll leave it there for right now. Just know those two are neck and neck. I'm gonna skip this next one. We're gonna go to this one next. Superman Returns. A very well, you know what? I say it's a very bizarre game for this list, but look at this list. Is this actually the only licensed video game on this list? Because anything that might resemble a license is like just like a fan parody game or a fan game in general. Oh my god, I think this is the only licensed video game on this list. That's actually crazy. Yeah, I think this is the... Well, okay, there's Punisher. Does the Punisher count as a licensed video game? Probably. I guess you could make that argument. Okay. Superman Returns. So, shoutouts to TTTTSD. He gifted this game to me when he came down to visit. He picked this out at the game store. He's like, hey there, man. And he gave this to me. So I played it and streamed it. Weird. Very weird. I would learn there's a 360 version of this game. And I probably think the 360 version of this game is probably better. It's got more content than this one. I think for a while there, the 360 version of this game was known to have the world's biggest map in a video game for some time there. If you're not counting Daggerfall. This game, I got my laughs out of it, don't get me wrong, but the flight controls in this game was a little weird. Some of the missions was a little weird. Some missions were pretty difficult to do, from what I recall. But not to the point where it was rage-inducing, like, say, the Manhattan Project. I think the Manhattan Project was probably more difficult than this game was, overall. That one boss in ICEY was definitely a lot more difficult than this game overall. It was definitely janky. It definitely... I wonder if it's because this was... I wonder if this game was developed separate from the 360 game, or if this was a situation where it was the 360 game cut back significantly. I never played the 360 game. I looked up some stuff about it, like some of the content that was not present in the PS2 version, just to see the differences. I've never seen the movie, so I could not tell you, oh, the movie's better situation, or like how different. And I'm sure it is. I'm sure this is quite different from the movie. I could tell from the stuff that was cut from the 360 version. That's in the 360 version, that's not in the PS2 version. That it definitely seems like there was stuff in there that was not in the movie. With that being said, it's not as good as Devil May Cry. It's not as good as Macbats. I would rather play Bio Erosion. I'd rather play Super Mario Land. I would rather play Dead Sea. Is it better or worse than Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric? That's actually a legitimately good question. Both games are not the greatest. Oh, we might be actually separating these two Sonic Boom games. That would be funny. Let's look further down. Maybe we start at the bottom. Here. It's better than Pit Fighter on the Game Boy. It is. As much as I have kind of had an affinity, like an affection towards Pit Fighter on the Game Boy, I think it is better than Game Boy. I think it's better than Crisis in the Middle Ages, that's for sure. I think it's better than Mighty Gemstones. It's better than Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. It's better than Corpse Killer. I don't know if I would rather play All the Bravest than Superman Returns on the PlayStation 2 trademark. I think it goes back to Sonic Boom. Rise of Lyric for the Wii U. I would probably rather play Superman than Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyric. And I think for the sake of just, like, keeping the joke alive, I would put it above Sonic Boom as well. Even though I don't agree with that. I don't. We're gonna have to separate it. I think Sonic Boom, despite it being just like a 5-second quick... 30-second, let's be fair. A 30-second joke of a Flash game, I think it's better than Superman Returns. Because of just how ridiculous it is. But I would definitely rather play Superman Returns than Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Oh, this is a fun one. Sydney's World. This is probably the first big game of mine. First big game I've... Okay, let me say this. This is one of 2 games that I've had the most fun streaming so far out of all the years I've streamed. This is RPG Maker game. Might be a contender for best RPG Maker game. That's not out of the realms of possibility. This game is hilarious. Kame was here at one point too, or he was in the comments, I think. He might have been in one of the sessions. Smooth even joined in, and that was cool. Shout out to Smooth. Hope he's doing alright out there. I don't know if he's gonna watch this ever. But, you know, shout out to Smooth. Family man. Sydney's World is hilarious. King Nicholas from this game, I use as an avatar on a lot of places. As an icon to this day. I need to add him to the Sprite Buddy, actually. I really do. I'm kind of surprised I haven't done that yet. Probably because it's a weird sprite. But I should, regardless, I should add him to the Sprite Buddy rotation. This game has selective voice acting. The creator of this game has said that this is like a beginner's or like a beginner, like somebody who wants to get into like turn-based RPGs. This would be a good starting point, which I don't agree with. It's ridiculous. It has selective voice acting. Oh, some characters have voices, some characters don't. Some characters you think would have a voice doesn't have a voice, and some characters you think that wouldn't have a voice does have a voice. It's kind of crazy. No, this game, and I'll fully admit, this game might not be as loved by me if it wasn't for the laughter this game provided to us. Like, just us being together and riffing on this game and just having fun with this game at the same time and figuring this game out. Probably does amplify this game to say if I streamed it on my own. I would like to think I would love this game even more. Like, I would love this game equally if I did stream it on my own, but I can't guarantee that. But yeah, this is one of 2 games that I had the most fun streaming. And because it feels so iconic to me, I think it is better than these horror RPG Maker games. Even though it's probably not in this long run, because this does use a lot of default stuff too. It does use some default asset stuff. But it also, it does do its own thing too. It does have its own DNA into it, as weird as some of it is. The Fortnite scale. I made a bunch of clips on this game on the Twitch channel. If anybody happens to watch this and wants to check out those, my Twitch channel, there's some funny clips of this game. King Nicholas smiling. I want that as a poster on my wall somehow. I think that would be amazing. What's the bootleg website? Redbubble? Redbubble. I want that on a t-shirt. There you go. Put it on a t-shirt. Put it on a poster, really. But you know what? I would wear a t-shirt with just King Nicholas's smiling face. You know what? I would do that. Bright red. I would do that. I used to say that this was better than Mystic Quest. And some of that might ring true. It's not better than Pointless. This is not better than Pointless to me. This is not better than the super wholesome, jolly duology. I think those games are better. Now that ICEY's here, I don't know. I think it is better than ICEY. Just because of the shared experience we had with this game and the laughs and the smiles this game provided us, and still provides me for years to come. I hope. But at this point in time, I smile when I think about this game. I smile when I think about King Nicholas. I just smile that this game exists. And how much joy this game brings me just thinking about it. I have not replayed this game since that playthrough. How many years ago it was. I even thought about speedrunning this game to some extent because of how much joy this game gives me. That might be a fun thing. I would not mind sometime down the road, whether it be a year from now or a couple years from now, to sit down and play this game again. What song is this from Undertale? Oh, it's not! I was like, this ain't Undertale. Okay, so there's a bug in the VLC player where if there's a song with the same title, it will not show the proper image. It'll show another game's thing for it. So, like, this is from Ys Origin, but because there's a song called Determination in Undertale, for whatever reason, I don't know how it decided this, it uses the Undertale image rather than the Ys Origin one, even though the file itself has the Ys Origin image saved to it. It's weird. It's very weird. It happens a couple of times. Yeah, I was like, this is not Undertale music. Sorry, that threw me off. It's better than ICEY, which in turn is better than Rhapsody: A Musical Adventure. It's not better than, again, it's not better than Wholesome and Jolly. Is it better than Mystic Quest? That's the real question. That's the real $1 million Mystic question on this quest of Mystic. Sydney's World. Did somebody really shoot a firework out at 1 p.m.? Or was that a gunshot? Somebody does shoot guns around here. It's crazy. And Cat looked out the window too for a moment and just went back to sleep. Sydney's World of Mystic Quest. I don't hate it. I don't hate that. I'm not 100% confident in that, but I don't hate it. Yeah, I feel more confident this way at the moment. Okay, so we're gonna skip to another game by the same developer. The Majesti? When I had learned this game had came out, I got hyped. I told T. I think at that point, me and T was like looking around. Because every so often he wants to join in and do an RPG Maker stream. He likes it when I do an RPG Maker game. That seems really funny. He says the best ones are the ones that you have to pay money for, and I get what he's coming from, because you're actually paying money for some of these. And somehow we got to, oh shoot, T. The guy who made Sydney's World made another RPG Maker game, and he's like, we're doing it. And we did it. This ain't terrible. It does not hold the same candle to me as Sydney's World does. I think the ending really, like, I know it was a tongue-in-cheek thing, but they're like, the whole cast just comes out of nowhere, ones that are dead, and what, you know, and there's like, hey, you know, look forward to the, you know, and I'm like, come on, really? When you're trying to make a more serious game? But, I really didn't even talk about the plot of Sydney's World now thinking about it. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Go play the game. Go play Sydney's World. But the Majesti here is about a meteor shower that, it's been a hot minute. That, grants animals the ability of knowledge and speech. And it turns into, like, I was gonna say it was like a Romance of the Three Kingdoms situation, but I have no knowledge of Romance of the Three Kingdoms whatsoever. I don't know even why I brought that up, but I don't know if that would make any sense at all. But, you know, there's factions, there's wars between the animals, you know, the herbivores, the omnivores, meat eaters and whatnot, trying to live in Kouhai, because they're, you know, all the animals are intelligent, but they're like, they got their animal instincts still. The story was the main focus here. There was like very little battles, and they actually made that a point on the Steam page to say, hey, RPG veterans, just know that this is more of a story-focused thing rather than, you know, gaining gameplay. The story's fine. I think I was a lot harder on it initially playing it than later on. The ending still kind of just like, you have this more serious tone story than you do that. The water buffalo dude has a pretty funny face when he smiles. It's not as powerful as King Nicholas, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I know that motif. It's from another Disguise All. That being said, this is definitely better than some other RPG Maker games on this list, despite it not for me personally, matching the joy I got out of Sydney's World. For example, this is better than Night Rogue, it's better than Outback, it's better than Skill and Steam, it's better than Second Chance. It's better than the festival, just, because the story is really, it's not light. It really is not. It's actually, honestly, this could be a novel. And I'm saying that as a compliment, because, I don't know if this story is based on anything. Oh, T did mention this during the playthrough, and I did not catch this. And admittedly, I would have to go back to Sydney's World and look into it. He said this game is a story within Sydney's World. That was a book of this in Sydney's World that I completely don't even remember. I'll take his word for it. And even though it's good memory on him. Holy cow. So there is that connection to Sydney's World. Speaking of it as a novel. But, and it makes me wonder if this would work better as a novel. Or even as a visual novel. I mean, it does take advantage, like, it's very cutscene heavy, it's very story heavy. But you do some moving around. But I wonder if this was like a full-blown visual novel, if that would benefit it more. But because of the story that it is presented here, I think it is a better game than the festival. I don't know how much higher than that it will go, though. It's better than Ice Climber. Is it better than Lost Vision? It's better than Lost Vision. Despite the good things of Lost Vision, I think this game still is better than Lost Vision. It's funny comparing these two. But it's better than Super Gorilla Quest. It's better than Y Pizza. Excuse me. I think I would be willing to put it above Dead Sea. I put Nea Edem above Dead Sea. That's interesting. Probably the Fun the Fives, honestly. I don't think I could put it above Super Mario Land 2 in good faith. It's definitely got a better story. It's got a, again, the story is not light in the Majesti. It's not a light story. It's really heavy story. Both in, you know, the depth and the length of it. Like, as I was playing that, I think I had the thought, like, I feel like I might not be smart for this. I think the story might be too smart for me. That did cross my mind. I feel like this feels like more like an intellectual game. That's silly to say, though. That really is silly to say. But it does give off that vibe. It does give off that vibe of, like, oh, shoot, this is like... this is really gonna be silly to say. This might be a literature classic kind of situation. I'm like, this has that vibe. This has a vibe of, like, an older story from, like, 18th century or something. And this is just an adaptation of that. And it's silly to say, but that's a compliment from me to it. But yeah, I'm talking about this now. I definitely am more like, I'm definitely liking it more than I did when I initially played it. I'm definitely appreciating it more than I did then. Because I'm looking at silly games like Freddy Spaghetti. It's like, come on, man. Freddy Spaghetti? Come on. Have you seen the story in this one? Freddy Spaghetti? Freddy Spaghetti is a lot funner of a game. The gameplay of Freddy Spaghetti is definitely a lot better. But the story is definitely the main focus here, which is why this is easier to put it above the festival than say like something like Super Mario Land 2. Where it's like, oh shoot, Super Mario Land 2, that's a fun game. Squidlit. Yeah, again, that's why I'm like looking at something like Freddy Spaghetti is like, yeah, this is better than Freddy Spaghetti because of the story alone. But it's like, I mean, but is it? Is it? Like, it's not going above Limbo. It's not going above Dreaming Sarah. Dreaming Sarah is the kind of story I vibe with more. Like, admittedly, if this wasn't connected, like, if this was just from the same developer as Cindy's World, I would have never picked up this game. There might have been a possibility because this was an RPG Maker game, and I'm just a sucker for RPG Maker games. That's different. So yeah, there is a real possibility I would have bought this game, but I would have not played it for like who knows how long if it wasn't for the fact that it was made by the same people who made Cindy's World. So, I think for right this moment, I'm going to put it right underneath Super Mario Land 2. I'm kind of wanting to try to rush this to try to get to the point where we're going to try to start getting to these games. Well, we can't do that one first. We got to do this one first. The Legend of Bean. That's the title they went with. I don't know if it's a mistranslation, but they got the font right there in the title image. Yep. The Legend of Bean. The Legend of Bean. This is a situation where English is not the first language, so when it was translated to English, there was some very awkward dialogue. Use your loaf. Apparently that's a real phrase somewhere, but it was just so awkward. that was like just something I heard for the first time and just could not help myself but laugh. I'm like, what do you mean use your loaf? I've never heard of this phrase before. Like, 100% thinking this was like just something lost in translation. But no, apparently it is the thing that people do say. So one big issue I have with this game. So, during the playthrough, they actually updated the battle system to be more traditional. It was real time. Some people didn't seem to like that. Some people said, well, you took out the one thing that made it unique compared to other RPG Maker games. I was alright with that. I was alright with that change, personally. The one thing that I was not cool about with this game was the final boss. So, you can probably breeze through this game pretty quickly without doing too much grinding. Then you get to the final boss, and his skill set makes it virtually impossible for you to win unless you grind for a specific skill. I forget which character has it. If you don't, you're not winning that fight. And that sucks. Like, I understand grinding to increase your stats to have a better chance. But when you're grinding to get a specific skill to be able to win the fight, that's when it's bad. Because it's one thing, it's like, oh, I have low stats, but maybe I can, like, work around this and have a fighting chance. Oh, maybe I need to increase my levels a little bit to have a better chance of fighting. But when you have to train to get to a specific skill to make that boss fight even winnable is ridiculous. That's insane. I did not 100% this game. There was a couple bonus extra boss fights you can do afterwards that I think I was missing one. And the way they handle it is weird. You gotta just go all over the map until you just randomly see a sprite. So it's very well possible during that playthrough, I walked by it numerous times and just could not see it because it blended in or something. The story is fine. It's about these two kingdoms, I want to say. going to war. You play as these two mercenaries who are lazy bums. It's pretty funny. The girl with the red hair is like the princess of the one kingdom, and you help her out. She knights you guys, and they're like, nah, we're bouncing. We're out of here. We don't want this responsibility. That's funny. That's cool. That's a really cool thing. The girl with the brown hair, I don't even remember where she pops up at. But she's like the main protagonist, or one of the protagonists in the next game. We'll be talking about that afterwards. It's weird. It's like, I don't know if they planned that in advance, or they're just like, hey, we made this character here, let's use her. They made a couple of games. But the only ones of theirs I've played so far was this. And then the sequel that we'll be talking about soon. And then I had started playing another one of their games, but never finished it. So that's why that one's not on this list. And I would probably restart playing that one before I rank that one. Yeah, the final boss, it's a shame. It's a shame. It's bad. It's just straight up bad that you have to grind for a specific skill in order to even have, in order to beat the boss. That's just straight up. If you don't have the skill, you're not winning that fight because of the way that boss works. With that being said, where is it? I will take this over Lost Vision. Both have, like, a big issue that we can compare here. The big issue with Lost Vision is the final dungeon. And there's a couple of little ones, too, here and there. Don't get me wrong. But the big one with Lost Vision is that final dungeon. Which, I looked it up previously. It took me, like, 2 full sessions. I think it was, like, a 10-hour session in that final dungeon alone. And I'm like, this is crazy. Because of the way the combat works in that game. You can't escape battles. As far as I know, once you're in a battle in Lost Vision, you can't run away from the battle. You are forced to do that, or restart your, load up. Restart your save, and try to walk around the enemies, and that has a level cap in Lost Vision, so there's, like, no point at some point to fight the enemies, so you're trying to get a move on, but you can't because some monsters just block your path with the way that final dungeon's set up. It's awful. And then you have this one, which I explained with the final boss. I would take this over Lost Vision's problems. Because, yes, you're grinding in this one, but I would rather take the little bit, I say a little bit. I don't know. It might have been an hour. I couldn't really tell you off the top of my head how long it took me to grind to get the skill. But I would rather take this with its grind session than the agonizing pain that Lost Vision put me in with that final dungeon. And I would keep it under Lisa first. So let's talk about a sequel. The Adventures of Magical Girl. Just one. Just one. Don't, just ignore the fact that 3 of them's right there. It's just one of them, I promise you. No, it's 3 of them. I think this is better than their predecessor. As you can see, you can probably see the same girl with the brown hair. She's one of the protagonists here. It's a short romp of a game. I think they learned their lesson about making it too long. It's a very short game. It's like a spin-off game, like a guiding game, I guess. Just like a, hey, here's a filler episode kind of situation. It was like only a couple hours. I think I beat it in 3 hours. If I had to put a time frame on it. It's on YouTube somewhere. Because it's not deleted on Twitch, because Twitch has its 100-hour limit shenanigans. Yeah, so I think they learned a lesson from Legend of Bean with this one. It's probably hands up the more comedic aspect of it. You're playing as magical girls. They each have their charms and quirks and whatnot. The big thing is, hey, we ate the principal, the headmaster's cake. She's upset with us. We don't want to go back to school, or some of us don't want to go back to school. Something along those lines. It's about the same amount of combat, or the same style of combat as The Legend of Bean, after the update that Legend of Bean got. It's fine. It is. Again, English is not the first language, so you get some awkward translations here, which that can lead to some hilarity, and maybe even some confusion. Something I did fail to mention with The Legend of Bean, and this game has it too. It does have a system where it points you in the direction you need to go. I think in this game, it was this game where it tried to show me a direction, and I was just like really stumped by it. I'm like, I'm not following. You're pointing this way, but I'm not seeing anything. And I think I ended up having to go somewhere else, and then it worked. So that can pop up with this game, where you're following the arrows that's trying to guide you to where you need to go, and it's guiding you to nowhere. It's just like, I don't understand what you're trying to get. There's nothing here. I think I remember having to do something else. But yeah, after all is said and done, this is better than The Legend of Bean. I might be so inclined to put it above Lisa the First, but I think I'm gonna put it right below. Again, I think it's better than Legend of Bean, for sure, but it's not. It's definitely not better than Super Gorilla Quest. I think I am starting to lose my voice. I'm starting to get a little worried here. The Deadly Tower of Monsters. Okay, so this was another instance where this game was for... I played this game for the Platinum Trophy Challenge video. Project that never came to be. But I have known about this game when PlayStation uploaded a trailer for this, and I remember seeing it, and I'm like, I really like the vibes of this game, because it's based off old cheesy black and white space films and monster films and whatnot, and you're climbing a tower, you can skydive off the tower. It's neat, and it gets a little meta towards the end where the actors come out of the movie, because it's all a big movie set, and they do a bunch of commentary over the gameplay and whatnot. It's really neat. It's really fascinating. It's a really short game too. I think I beat it in a day. Like 8 hours, 6 hours, something like that. Something along those lines. It's a isometrical style kind of game. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, your Diablos or something like that. And you can switch between 3 characters. They have their own skill sets and whatnot. You have to use some of them to progress up the tower. The Deadly Tower of Monsters. But yeah, you're fighting all kinds of very interesting stuff. I think I recall the trailer having lag. And that might have been a little worrisome. I don't really recall any frame rate issues. If there was, it was minor enough where I didn't really recall it, like, committed to memory. But this is a nice little game based on that era of movies. Of cheesy monster space movies. You know, Amazon creatures, that kind of stuff. The Attack of the Giant Fitted Woman, stuff of that nature. It very much appealed to me, and it was very cool, and I do like the meta ending that he did, where the actors came out of the said movie and they're like, "Hey, bud, get this man." He's like, "What are you doing? I'm the director." Ah. I wouldn't put it above Turtles. I probably would not put it above the Metal Slug games. I would put it above Limbo. I would put it above this little stack here of RPG Maker games we got going on here. Really, the question is it below or above Final Fantasy Brave Exvius? I think most normal people would put it above Brave Exvius, and that's fair. Up. I think I feel more comfortable with that. And it's 1 o'clock on my end, and I do have to work tonight. We're gonna get this done. We don't have too many more games, but I know 3 of these games are gonna give us a bit of a discussion, and I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful, because I might have to cut it short with those discussions, but I want to try to be as impactful as possible. But let's carry on here. The Legend of Cina. You'll probably see where I'm skipping over Super Robot Wars 2 at the moment. We're probably going to save that right before the big 3. So there's an engine where you can make Fire Emblem-like games, and this uses that. It exists. It was funny with some of the dialogue. I think even T joined in on a session or 2 of this. And we got a laugh out of the dialogue here. The major thing I can remember from this game was the final boss. And I thought I was fully decked out, fully prepared for it, but I was having issues with it. Because I think you can only specifically damage him with specific things. And the setup I had to do against him was ridiculous to even have a chance. Because he regenerated his health to the point where if you're not doing enough damage, he's just getting his health fully back. And the amount of damage I ended up was able to figure out was I was doing at least, I could, it was a minimal amount of damage, but it was enough to where he wasn't fully healing it back. So I was chipping away at his health, and it was taking forever, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna be here hours. Luckily for me, it seemed like, it's weird, but in a way, I'm happy that it happened. When you get the boss down to half health, you win the game. You beat him. Unless there was a turn thing, like an amount of turns that I just didn't know about. Like maybe like overflowed or something, or there's a safety guard about it. I'm not saying that's not out of the realms of possibility. I think I might have maxed out the physical number, but then maybe there was something underneath the code that prevents being locked into place, and they're like, oh well, it's 256 turns, we're just gonna let you win, or something like that. So I couldn't tell you if that was the explanation, but if that was, and it happened exactly when he was down half health. So I'm gonna assume you just had to get him to half health and you just kill him. It's crazy. So that was a little frustrating, and then I did notice that they updated this game after that playthrough. So I don't know if they actually saw my playthrough and updated the game. I didn't play it after the playthrough. If I hope whoever will come to play this game has a better time with it than I did with that final boss. I'm looking up specifically the update they did. Oh yeah, and it did have some song looping issues. That did happen. That did happen. I noticed some... Okay, so this is the newest update. It was December 26, 2024. When was the playthrough? Or at the very least, the last session of that? Because there was a big gap of sessions when I played this game. It's alright, I saw another video I want to add to my to my history at the very least and watch it later. There was 4 sessions altogether. 5 sessions altogether. It was a 3-year gap. 2-year. It was a 2-year gap between sessions 1. Oh my god. Like, yeah, I think I would just randomly pick it up and play. And they finally said, F it, we need to finish this. That's so fun. Oh, JC was a part of the first session. Okay. That's right. Shout out to JC. JC's a cool person. Yeah, I had streamed session 1 in 2022. Session 2 in 2023. Session 2 in 2023. Session 3 in 2024. And then from there, I just like I'm gonna sit here and try to beat this game. So that's so funny. And I still retain a lot of it. That's the funny part. This game does have a sequel that involves the main character's kids in this one. Maybe we'll check it out later down the road, maybe not. So 2022 is when I started the playthrough, and I noticed there was an update in 2023 that says max stats now set to 66. I don't know if that was because of my playthrough. I don't want to say I'm the only one who did a playthrough of this on YouTube. But the newest update from December 26, 2024, which that would have been after the final session of mine, which was 8/16/2024. So a few months after my final session of the game. So basically, I made a quick fix. I made 2 new skills for the main characters. Makes them harder to kill. I also have added a new skill for each character once they reach max level, as well as smarter AI, and players no longer need keys to open chests. So I don't know if it was because of me that they made the game, try to make the game a little bit easier on the player. But again, I don't have no intention of ever checking it out for myself, like doing another playthrough of it. I see one other video, and there was only one part. Oh, excuse me. I don't know what's going on. What's going on with the thing? There we go. That was weird. So yeah. It's just funny. It's just funny to see that. The only other time something similar happened to me that I think the developer saw my videos and did something was an FNF mod. Where they're like, don't play the old songs, you dumb nuts, or something like that, to that effect. And I'm like, well, why didn't the mod then? I think that was. I think they responded to that for a mod. I'm not, I literally think that was a response to me. And that in that FNF mod at the very least. This one, I don't know. This one could be a coincidence. I think it's not out of the question that it's a possibility that they try to make the game a little bit easier on the player because they saw my playthrough. I don't think the percentage of that is 0. I'll say that. With that said, it's not the highest on this list. It's better than the Crisis of the Middle Ages. It's better than Donkey Kong 64,000. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. It provided some laughs. The Legend of Cina. I'm probably not saying that name correctly. It did provide a few laughs. Oh, listen to that snare drum. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm trying to power through it. I am. I'm probably gonna get a little bit more drink after we put this on. And we'll be down to 10 more games. It looks like, if I'm not miscounting here. This is better than Crisis of the Middle Ages, no question, on that front. I kind of want to say it's better than Dr. Pepper Killer, The Phantom Menace, for the PC. Yeah, I think the nature that the Legend of Cina here, just the way the game is structured, I think does put it over Dr. Pepper Killer, The Phantom Menace for PC. I don't think it goes above Towards the Pantheon. I think Towards the Pantheon, despite how neutral I am on that game and just how little I retain from that game, I think it's still a better game. I would probably play this over Mighty Gemstones. So I think with that, yeah, I think we're down to 10 more games. Is that correct? We are. Okay, we're down to the final 10 that's left on this list. Give me one moment to get a drink. It's stretch. And all that stuff, and I'll be right back. welcome back. Let's do this thing. We are down to 10 more entries, and then clean up. Let's see if we can do this in an hour. You've been streaming for 5 hours. Okay. Alright. Maybe I can do this under an hour. Probably not. God is coming. So Tingle wants a effing pizza. He really wants that pizza bad. So I think this is a pretty funny meme RPG Maker game. This is on the territory of what I would look for in a meme RPG Maker game. This is by Bebder Games. Shoutouts to her. She is responsible for a Bebder game. We have streamed that before in the past. That is not on this list because it was a demo. If that full version of that game ever comes out, I will be more than happy to play that game again and rank it. Because that is really good. It's a really good RPG Maker game. But this was her game that she made for the RPG Maker XP Jam. I don't know if I brought it up before. I'm pretty sure I probably have. But basically, Lucy did a game jam where Steam or the developers of RPG Maker made RPG Maker XP free for a little bit there. And somebody in Lucy's Discord mentioned that. It might have been Gemini. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Gemini. And, people started talking. They're like, hey, let's do a game jam contest of doing this because this is free right now. Anybody can grab it and make something out of it. And that's what we did. I did Bad Egg. I never released Bad Egg. It was just a demo. I would love to make a full-fledged version of Bad Egg. I really, really do. I'm debating if I want to continue doing that in RPG Maker. That's something I would legitimately like to sit down and actually develop as a full-blown RPG in, Godot or something. Like a PS1 era style, PS1 game style kind of game or something. Without the wapiness. Low poly, I should say. A low poly style. Okay, that is a legitimate idea that I had. That maybe I want to go full out with it instead of just limiting it to RPG Maker XP. We'll see what happens. I need to sit down and actually learn how to do stuff like that. But to get things back on track, Tingle wants an effing pizza. I think this is a funny meme game for what it is. This is the kind of memes I like to look for in RPG Maker games. It's stuff like this. The only part I would say that really drags down with this is the extra hidden boss fight. And I will admit, I probably messed that up myself. Because I felt that, that boss fight probably dragged out a little too long. But I get it. It's a hidden boss. You wanted to make it a little bit stronger, and maybe I did mess up. I think I did mess up, and I think there was a workaround without having to start. Honestly, in hindsight, it probably would have been easier to just start the whole game over again. But you could grind off an enemy for it, I think, and that's what I ended up doing, and then fight the hidden boss, and did that. I wouldn't say this game needed to be padded out. I think this was perfect length for what it is. You might have been able to put in a few more jokes here and there, but considering the nature of the game jam, this was definitely a lot shorter time frame than the festival game jam. But yeah, again, this is the kind of stuff I do look for in a meme RPG Maker game. It's funny, it's silly, it's Tingle. I love. We need to get the Tingle sprite in the Sprite Buddies thing. We really do, because Tingle swag animation is hilarious in this. This is actually pretty perfect music for this game, actually. So with that said, this is definitely better than some of the RPG Maker games on this list. Like, I mentioned how I feel about F-Zero RPG Remake. And Tingle here scratches that itch better. Again, the only downside I would say with Tingle's game here is just the extra boss fight. But again, it's an extra boss fight. Just dragged on a bit too long. Without really changing things up. I think there was a phase 2, if I'm not misremembering. It's better than The Legend of Cina. While Towards the Pantheon Escaping Eternity is probably a better game, more structured, more well put together, a more meaningful story, I think the Tingle game comes out on top for being more memorable. It's not better than the Muay Thai games. I think I would rather play this than All the Bravest. If I was able to play All the Bravest again. I don't know. I don't know if the All the Bravest is still playable. I don't think it is. Or no, I think it is. You just can't do anything with all the like the online store. I think it actually might still be playable if you happen to have the download for it, which I don't. On this phone, I don't. So I don't think I can play it ever again. No. Yeah, it's definitely not better than the Muay Thai games. It's better than Towards the Pantheon. So, you know, we're in this territory here. BS Final Fantasy X-treme is very funny too. I don't know. I part of me really doesn't know if it was made intentionally funny or that was actually legitimately a serious attempt at a game, at a fan game. Either way, I'm hoping it was like a serious attempt because it would be funnier that way. And given the age of that game, I think that's what it was. I think it was a legitimate, serious attempt at that game, at making a fan game. Tingle would fit right in Blumber Still Wears Ties, honestly, now thinking about it. Like, actual Tingle. Tingle would fit in that game. Yeah, I think I would rather play Tingle than I would Corpse Killer 25th Anniversary Edition. Buy now on PS4. Don't buy it. Don't. Yeah, I mean, if you love FF games, sure, go for it. I think I'm gonna put it above All the Bravest. A part of me is a slight hesitation to it because All the Bravest, I talked to death about All the Bravest in the last session, but there is definitely an idea there that could have worked really well. But what they did was not. It did not end up working out a lot at all. But there's definitely a good idea buried beneath there that if molded correctly, could have been a more decent thing. Tiny and big. It says in here, but Tiny and big in Grandpa's Leftovers. So this is like a physics-based platformer. I think originally I saw the art style, was very interested. I tried to look, so when I went to refresh myself on this game, I went to the Steam store page to look up gameplay. This game hides the gameplay. The Steam page, it hides the gameplay from you. It really does, unless it's like further down in the description and not like in the images or the trailers. Which, if that's the case, that's insane. The art style is cool. The characters are, you know, they're wacky. There's a plot twist where it turns out they're both brothers. I think Grandpa's Leftovers, I think, is underwear, if I'm not mistaken. So the dude in this image here, that's our playable character, and he's got this, I guess it's a gauntlet of sort there. So the gimmick with this game is you can cut anything. And that's how you get around. And that's how you do, I think it's just the one boss fight. No, I think there's two. I think there's two boss fights, technically. So you can cut things apart and... I guess similar to how they originally wanted Metal Gear Rising to be in that aspect. Where you cut the environment apart to traverse the landscape and platform the landscape. I don't think you can move the platform pieces around. Let me get some confirmation on that. You can. Okay. I did not recall that part. So you can move the pieces around that you cut off in the environment. I'm sure not everything is sliceable, but a good bit of it was. And you had to use that against the two bosses of this game. It's the same dude, but, you know. It's two different boss fights. I'm sure there are games like this since then. I don't know if there was games before this that did something similar like this. It was very interesting. I know, like, there was that digging hole game that was popular for a while there. That comes to mind when it comes to games, a similar game with your digging mechanic and whatnot, but specifically slicing stages apart and like using the rubble that you cut upon for platforming and move them around to try to jump from platform to platform and find secrets and whatnot. That's pretty neat. That was a neat little thing. It is a short game. Like I looked at the sessions; they were only like 2 hours each per session. It was only 2 sessions, 2 hours, 2 sessions. Grandpa's Leftovers, Tiny and Big, Big and Tiny. This has licensed music too, funny enough. You heard one track a lot. I think that was a licensed track. I remember JC had posted that when I was doing the Disgaea grind sessions and let people put music on the grind sessions music playlist. He put that song on there as a joke. And he's like, what? It's a legitimate good song. I'm like, yeah, it's a fine song. It's just funny because you heard nothing but this song in Tiny and Big. I think like you have a cassette tape kind of system where you can just change the song you want. But it always starts out with this song, and I just left it alone. Okay, so where's Tiny and Big's Grandpa's Leftovers? That's what it says on the Steam page. I don't know where the end's in the image. So I don't know. I don't know. At some point between getting into the game, the end disappears, or maybe the end gets added in. It's hard to say. It's better than Sonic Boom, and it's better than Superman. It's better than Neon Junction. It's better than Alex. It's better than Y Pizza. The weirdness to Tiny and Big is more appealing to me than Y Pizza. It's better than Sonic 3D Blast X-treme just for the gimmick alone. I think Sonic 3D Blast X-treme is probably sillier in my opinion, but for the gimmick of Tiny and Big, I think it rises above Sonic 3D Blast X-treme. Yeah, it's better than Vintage Boxer. I think it's better than Super Mario Land. I think it's better than Squidlit. Cow Ocalypse is the jokes and the sprites and the photography work in that game, the photoshops and whatnot, better in that than compared to what Tiny and Big has to offer. I think it is. I think it does. And I think it's better than Crystal Defenders. I think it's better than the Majesti. I don't think it beats Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins on the Game Boy. I can feel an argument coming on within me that it probably might be able to go above that. I think the thing with Tiny Big is I think it could be a little bit more refined. It does have a tutorial level that show you the basics, try to get you like, hey, this is how our game world works, kind of situation. But I'm not gonna say it like it didn't felt like it ever worked. At points it felt awkward. It did have an awkwardness to it, from what I'm recalling. The art style is neat. I would not put this above Limbo. I would not put this above Dreaming Sarah. I might put this above the Sky RPG. No, I don't think I would. Again, it's I'm looking over some of these places. It does look a little off to me, so we are gonna adjust. But I think for now, I'm gonna put it right above Death's Hangover. That's not too bad. Well, we'll put it there. We'll put it right above the Sky RPG for now. Touhou Double Focus. So, this is actually not only the first Touhou game on this list. I mean, it's the only one right now, but it's the first one. This is my first full-blown Touhou game that I've ever played. I had dabbled very briefly in the fighting games because of the Mugen scene back in the day. I never touched any of the shmups. So yeah, this is my first full-blown Touhou game. It's a Castlevania, it's a Metroidvania-like game. It's neat. This was part of the Platinum Trophy Challenge. And I had to learn how to speedrun this game to get the speedrun trophy. And that was a lot of fun, learning, from other people who played this game to get those trophies. Or get the trophy. And just speedrunners in general. That was a lot of fun to learn. And I could not replicate that right now. I would have to practice that again. But that was the one video I did save from that Platinum Trophy project. I uploaded the raw footage of me getting that trophy. It's up there. You can see all the mistakes I made too. It's probably not really that impressive when you compare it to others, but I think I did a pretty decent job with it. When it comes to Touhou, it's fast. I think it's so sick that the creator is like, yeah, you can make games with my characters, sure. I think his only... there's stipulations, don't get me wrong. The one I know off the top of my head is like, just don't use the sprites of my game. I think that's the one I can think off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's more to it. I really hope he doesn't go down the AI rabbit hole. I really don't. I don't know how that situation's going. But I think it's really sick that he's like, yeah, use my characters. Go for it. Just, follow these set of rules. That is so cool. And funny enough, because of that, there's a project that I've been on and off with. I'll work on it every so often. I want to do a video on what video game character has the most appearances in a video game. Well, no, let me take it. What character in general, so not just video game original characters, like characters in general, shows up the most in video games? You have Batman, Spider-Man, and Goku, and then you have your Mario's, Luigi's, your Nintendo characters and whatnot. Zelda's and whatnot. I can get into rules about how I would do that, but that's not the point here. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take 100 characters that I think would be interesting to talk about for this. Not necessarily like who is the definitive top 100 characters that has the most. Just more like, so okay, I think these would be cool characters to talk about, and if I want to do a part 2, to try to find more characters that actually has the most appearance, we can do that later on. The first video would be more like the most interesting ones to talk about. And maybe possibly try to find the character with the most appearances. More than likely it's Mario. Let's not kid ourselves. It's probably Mario. I don't think Luigi's number 2 though. I think it might be Bowser. Who knows? That would, they would research this. You would try to find out. And I'm thinking here, and then it hits me, and I thought, Touhou. And I'm like, oh no. How would I even approach the Touhou subject? I want to address it, because Touhou it's a big thing in the gaming, it's a big gaming icon. It is. It might not be as big name as some other stuff, but it's significant. It's very significant in the gaming space, Touhou is. And I know I'm going off topic about this game, but just to try to wrap this portion up a little bit. But the thing is, it's like, oh no. So I was like, okay, we would do the 2 main girls, or who I think is the 2 main girls. I could not tell you their names off the top of my head, but you probably know who I'm talking about. Red and Black. that's what I'm gonna call them. I know their names. I just couldn't tell you what it is. Like I know it and I don't know it. I was like, we would just do those 2 for this experiment. And then it's just like, then you start thinking about the games. It's like, oh, it would be official games, but it's like, what is an official game for Touhou? Yes, the game Zoo has done, like the shmups, absolutely, yeah. And then he was like, okay, maybe if it has a retail Like if it's a retail game that you can buy off of Steam and what have you, sure. But then you're like, well, because the circumstances around Touhou, wouldn't just a random fan game count? And that's where I'm just like, oh no, how would I even? Because this actually might be a legitimate situation where like a Touhou character would beat Mario in the most amount of appearances in a video game. So yeah, again, that's just a project that I would I tackle every so often. I'll like pull up a character and I'll list some games down that they appeared in, and then like months later I would let it by. It's one of those things in the back of my mind I wouldn't want to do. But okay. Just random trivia or random off-topic discussion because I definitely need that for the stream. Touhou Double Focus. It's a really cool and little neat Metroidvania. You get a lot of cameos from a lot of Touhou characters. Some I recognize, some I don't recognize. And you know you get into some shenanigans, and then you fight a demon, or a yokai, I guess in this case. It's cool. It's neat. I think Symphony Knight's a better Metroidvania game. It's not on the list right now. I could have. But I wanted to replay that game in full. I think this is better than Tiny and Big's Grandpa's Leftovers. I think this is better than the Manhattan Project. I think this is better than Dreaming Sarah, but the vibes of Dreaming Sarah is really cool. I would play this over Limbo. Especially keeping in mind, like, I would not be opposed to, like, trying to speedrun this game again and trying to get a better score or better time. That could possibly be fun. I think it's better than Cooking Fighter How? Question mark? Fart noise, ooga sound. I like the Touhou culture. I think for the longest time, honestly, I think I viewed Touhou as I do Among Us. I think I have more of affinity towards Among Us, a game series that I have not played whatsoever. It is a series. There is a VR game now, I guess. And I guess growing up, early internet days, and just being exposed to Touhou memes and Touhou culture, I'm not kidding when I say Mugen, at least back then, was a melting pot of just all walks of life. You learned so many fandoms and franchises and characters, and it's a little silly to say that's how I learned about Guilty Gear. I learned it through Mugen. That's how I learned that Guilty Gear existed. That's how I learned Touhou existed. It's definitely where I learned a lot of things that had existed, was through the Mugen community. And again, it was such a melting pot of just all walks of life, and that was the cool thing about the Mugen community. If nothing else, sure, it got crazy at times, don't get me wrong, and there was a lot of dumbness and stupid. But you can't deny the fact that, oh my god, like, just seeing all kinds of walks of life here, and I'm getting off topic again. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, but this kind of goes into this game specifically, that, Touhou, for a while there, was just the series that, like, I just knew through memes. I knew a little bit about the characters, I think. Which is probably another interesting thing. I guess that's another thing going into this game specifically. I don't think you need to learn everything about the characters. I think everybody has their unique takes on these characters. Like, I think there's probably, like, some bullet points here and there where, like, this character is a reporter. This character is a swordsman. they might have personalities that like is set in stone, or a majority of the community agree upon. But I feel like with Touhou, you really don't need that knowledge. I think you can just go in and you recognize these characters and just the wacky scenarios they get in. I guess an equivalent to this would be the D games, I think is what they were, where the company behind them, I think it's D1 and D2. And maybe some other games too, I can't tell you, but there's a character in those games who stars in those games, but it's a different character, but it's the same character. It's a similar premise to that. I think the Astrobot manga author back in the day would do this too for his stories. I think he would have characters show up in different stories, and it's the same character, but it's not the same character. I could not 100% be sure on that front, but I feel like that's correct. And Touhou is similar to that. Like, these are just characters that show up, and it's them, but it's also... I mean, it's them. It is certainly them, but it's also... They might be a little quirky. They might be a little different. They might not be exactly how they were in other things. And again, the premise of Touhou and again, Zoo, I don't know the full guidelines, but apparently, you know, it's still going on. Like, people are still making Touhou games, retail and fan games alike. Is allowing this to still happen, and I think that's the sickest thing ever. I think that's cool, and that's how you make a franchise grow. And in a way, I think this is how Sega probably views a lot of the ROM hacking community. Sega's probably like, yeah, we could, but have fun within reason. I guess Nintendo in a way, too. I think Nintendo, as far as I know, Nintendo really hasn't done much with ROM hacks in general. I think it's more like fan projects is when it starts to get into that territory with Nintendo. With Sega, I think the only time I can think of off the top of my head, for a valid reason, the one I can think of, I'm sure there might be other cases where it was unjustified, but... There was a Sonic fan... Again, I'm going off topic. But there was a Sonic fan game that was being paid while behind a Patreon. And I think Sega was like, you can't do that. And a lot of people... And I think that was justifiably so. A lot of people was like, well, that's just dumb. But no, shoutouts to Zune in that regard. I would play a Zune trumpet here in his honor. Well, I mean, he's not dead, as far as I know, but, you know, for the coolness of that. But, yeah, okay, let's get back on track. Let's get back on track. But, that's the cool thing about this. Like, I just don't think you need the knowledge, the history of these characters. I mean, it might help a little bit, sure, but everybody has their own interpretation of how these characters are. There might be bullet points, again, like, hey, this character's a samurai. Oh, this character's a yokai with a spirit. This character knows martial arts. Kind of situation. But for the most part, you're gonna kind of shape and mold them to do whatever. And that's sick. Again, awesome. But that leads to trouble for that one project I was talking about. But that's the cool thing about these Touhou fan games. And very admirable. But, you know, like every fandom, the Touhou... Like, in terms of fandoms, Touhou fandoms I don't think is, like, the worst. But, of course, I'm not into the fandoms as I once was. The know-how. Like, the internet definitely felt... It's gonna be funny to say this. The internet felt smaller 10 years ago during the Mugen days when I was around the Mugen community. It felt like I was able to keep up with a lot of things more. But as time goes on, the internet expanded, and, you know, stuff like this just, it just exploded. The video game, community, it has been expanded for a long time. It's always been expanded ever since, I think their first real big boom was probably PS2, I'll be for real. And it's been going up and up and up and up and up. It's just been expanded over time. I think a great case, like, in a similar vein, I think a good example of this is, in, middle school, you just barely ever hear anybody talk about anime and whatnot. And by the time I was, like, in my later years of high school, people were more open up about anime. I think that's the example I'm going with. And a lot of people are saying COVID had a big impact too on the gaming community expanding. And I'm sure it did. But I've always been seeing it expanding over time. And it's neat. It's cool. It's cool that there are more people, there's more people than ever that are fans of video games. But of course, that also, when you have a bigger group of people joining in, then you have a bigger group of people that could be awful people. And that's the case. That could be the case with a lot of fandoms. To wrap that point back around with Touhou. Let's rank Touhou. God dang it. Oh my god. Okay. There's a lot of points that I said within a bunch of that nonsense that elevates Touhou above a lot of video games. No matter what the Touhou game is. It just the factor of it being Touhou and what it represents as a whole is really sick. And I've seen where Touhou's like, oh, we want to do this thing, but Touhou. But there's Touhou fighting games. Touhou beat 'em ups, I'm sure. Touhou RPGs, I've seen those. I've seen some of those on Steam. I think Battle Moon Wars, right? Or maybe there's some kind of, I think there's some kind of Touhou game that just got a English translation. I'm gonna have to check that out. I want to say that was Touhou. I think this is better than ORPG. I think this is better than the Deadly Tower of Monsters. I would probably put this above Lollipop Chainsaw. I would put this above The Punisher. I'm thinking of the speedrunning aspect of it that I participated in to try to get a trophy, and that it's very appealing to... That aspect of it is very appealing to have that on the mind. And be like, I wouldn't mind trying to get a better time in that. Sit down and practice it more. To get back to that level of game again. It's not beating the Sky one. It's not beating Resident Evil 4. It's not better than Heroine of the Sniper. It's not better than Desert Child. Getting there. It's not better than Pointless. Maybe. It's pretty cool. I feel like I have been a lot more generous to ranking with these last 50 games than I was previously with the other games. I will fully admit. Is this game cooler than Buckshot Roulette? Yeah. I would probably take this over the Turtles in Time games. Again, I think I would take this over Lollipop Chainsaw, The Punisher. Would I take it over Pointless? I kind of say I want to. I think I would take it over Astro's Playroom. I don't think it's better than Desert's Child. Let me put it under Astro's Playroom, actually. That seems right. That seems right to me. Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue. I played this game for the first time when it got re-released on PS5 with the Classics games. And I got the Platinum Trophy, the PS5 version. There's still the PS4 version. If I really ever wanted to double up on that, I could just... I wouldn't, like, load up a save. I would start from scratch again. That's how I would prefer it. I'm not the biggest fan of auto pops. I will avoid them. And if there's a case where I can't avoid them, then I just won't do it. I just won't play that game on my trophy hunting account. It's alright. It's a pretty cool little, for its time, 3D platformer. If Mario 64 was on this list, I wouldn't put it above Mario 64. I really like it. It's on the song rotation. I don't know if it's ever popped up in this session or the previous session. The airport theme song is in this, or the conveyor belt song is on this list. I should actually say this. All the songs that are being played here, I have purchased in some way or form, or if the songs were availably free somewhere, I got them that way. The only exception is actually this Toy Story 2 song, because as far as I know, and I looked, there's no official way you can buy music for this video game. So I had downloaded a rip of it, and other than that one song that's on this playlist, every other song here that's played, I have purchased in some form or fashion. Whether it be Amazon or Bandcamp, or if it's a remix, I downloaded a remix. Arrangement, I downloaded the arrangement. If it was publicly available, I would download that. Here's a remix. This was or an arrangement, however you want to look at it. Yeah. But yeah, just a little dish fact there. I did get the conveyor belt elevator theme from the song. I guess technically through illegal means. But I'm alright with that because, I mean, if I can't buy it, if there's no way I can support somebody and go buy it, and I really like the song, you know? But, you know. R-yar, har, V-D. So yeah, Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue. Again, it's fine. I like it. I enjoy my time with it. I enjoy getting the Platinum Trophy for this game. No, this was not for the Trophy Hunt challenge. No, I think I randomly drawn this and played it. I know what it was. I had played the PS3 version, the PS1 Classic, and then when they re-released it for 4 and 5, or PlayStation 4 and 5, I had got it for free because I owned it on PS3. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then I might have randomly drawn for it at some point and just played it, or maybe I just wanted to play it. I don't know. I feel like I randomly drawn it, and that's what it was. Pasty soda. I'm starting to wake up a little too, actually. It is not better than the Spyro games, in my opinion. If we're comparing it to like a similar like era, I think this was 2000. Spyro, I couldn't tell you what year it was. It was definitely before 2000. Around that time frame, I think Spyro's better. I think Frogun's better. I think Jak and Daxter's better. I would rather play Crash Bandicoot than Toy Story 2. I would. I would rather play Astro's Playroom than Toy Story 2. It's kind of easier to compare games on this list when they're, like, in a similar vein, like 3D collectathon platformer. Which I think Astro's Playroom might be the last one. No, it's not. It's not. I don't think it is. Is Toy Story 2 Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue better or worse than Freddy's Spaghetti? I think it's better, and I think it's better than Woodle. Yeah, it's better than Woodle. I think it's better than Death's Hangover. It's better than the Sky RPG. I would probably take it over Tiny and Big's Grandpa's Leftover. I think I would rather play it than these two turtle games here. I was eyeballing Dreaming Sarah here. I don't know if it goes above Dreaming Sarah. I think it does, but I think that's where it's at. And if not, it could be right there for right now. Yeah, it could be there. It could be right there for now. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. What a fun little game. They did a sequel to this that I really need to play. I'm actually been waiting on hoping they get do a physical release of that one, because I got a physical copy of this game. Found it at a GameStop. That's actually where I found it at. Like I learned it. So I did this for the Platinum Trophy Challenge too. But I had found this before that, because I found it at a GameStop on sale. I forget if it was on sale or if it was just like some kind of deal they were doing. And it looked interesting, and I'm glad I finally had a reason to play it. I mean, you don't need a reason to play it, just play games, but, you know. An incentive to bump it up on the list, I guess you could say. It's cool. It's a really cool and funny little game. It's a 3-hour game, if you're going for the Platinum Trophy. It's got, like, a very light roguelike after, post-game that's pretty neat. I'm looking at my ceiling, and it's, like, making a creature shape out of the lines there. That's funny. ADHD. It's fun. It's like, it's 2D Zelda, I guess is the best way. Not, like, I get it's, you know, your links to the past in some fashion. I guess that wouldn't be the weirdest comparison. I know some people don't really like the comparisons. But, for me personally, sometimes it's not a bad idea to compare things to get a general idea and then go further into it. I think in that aspect, I think it's okay. But yeah, think of it as like an older Zelda style adventure game. You're a turnip boy and you commit tax evasion. It's fun. It's really fun. I recommend anybody who's played it to play it, whether it's on Steam or on a console. Me personally, I just like having a physical copy of it. I think it's neat. I actually have the plush of this guy too. They Makeshift did a second run of this because by the time the first run had already been and gone without me ever knowing. Even before I even knew anything about this game, honestly, yeah, if I had to take a guess. But they did a second printing of it, I guess because when the sequel came out, they did a second run of this, and I got him. I actually got a little plush of Turnip Boy. It's pretty cute. I can't wait to get this house fully settled in and have a place for my plushies. So I guess I should tell you how much I do enjoy this game to the point where I went and bought a plushie of this guy. I can't. Let me see. Let me go up to ICEY here. For some reason, I'm thinking ICEY. Maybe because I did both of those games during the Platinum Trophy Challenge project that never came to be. I would more than likely play Turnip Boy over ICEY. As cool as ICEY is, I would probably play it over... Would I play it over Touhou? This game kind of feels like a one-and-done situation. The light rogue mode that they have here is pretty neat. You don't have to 100% it to get the trophy. You have to, like, do something in the roguelike mode to get one of the trophies, but after that, you don't have to do much of anything with it. But I don't know how many unlocks that thing can lead to. So there is that element. I could always go back to do that roguelike mode that the game has. You can get hats. You know, Team Fortress 2 players, if you want more hats in a different game. I would play Crash Bandicoot over this, I feel like. What's better, this or Child in this game? I think it's this game. I think it's this game, but it's right underneath Small Saga. I'm okay with that right now. Just to get a move on things so we can get to the cleaning up portion. Alright. So we're down to 5 games. That's, let me pull it up here. So this is 2 games. This is Super Robot Wars Original Generations and Super Robot Wars Original Generations 2. Despite it being in one package, I consider it 2 games. It's technically 3 because, as you can see here, 2.5. I didn't count that because that was more of like, hey, here's a preview kind of thing situation, and I'm like, you know what? I'll just not count it. So it gets its own very special other category. So, I think... Okay, so before the big 3 conversation, this is also not a small conversation to be had. This is a very significant too. I've always been aware of Super Robot Wars for the longest time. When this game got an English translation, the original GBA versions of these games came out in English. But this never did. This version did not. But this got an English translation patch, and this is original generation. There's no strings attached. This is its own story. This is its own continuity. There's no crossovers with other anime mech animes and what have you, and everything in between. It's the original characters from those games brought together into this game with their own stories to be told. And to me, that was the point where I'm like, okay, I think this is the perfect time to try out one of these games. Before I did, I actually got a physical copy of this game. I have it sitting right behind me in my game shelf, because I'm just like that. If I'm gonna, emulate this game with the fan translation, I got a disc of it, so I guess I did the responsible thing. One could say I got the disc, I ripped the disc, I applied the fan patch, and everything was good to go. But you don't have to go through that. Times are tough. It's an old PS2 game. I don't think they're ever gonna re-release this game. It'd be nice if they did. If they did an official English version, that would be nice. But yeah, I'm just one of those guys that I will try to get the physical game as much as possible, even if it's emulated because of the English translation if I have to play it. But I just like having a physical copy on top of that too. I had mentioned during Cindy's World portion that there was one or two games that's been the most enjoyable time I've had streaming a game. Super Robot Wars is the other one. Specifically OG1. OG2 is not bad, don't get me wrong. But specifically OG1, just the journey of learning how that game operates, how that game works. The characters, the interactions, the gameplay, just game mechanics. Just learning all that and going through it all was very fun. It led to some pretty funny moments too. There was funny moments in OG2 as well, don't get me wrong. But that was a very memorable experience for me, experiencing Super Robot Wars original generation specifically for the first time. And really clicking with it, and just really, I to an extent, I understood how these games are popular, and how, not in depth with the mechanics, but on a very, very basic level, probably got it from, just years of seeing clips, and T's a big Super Robot Wars fan, and, seeing some stuff from him. But just sitting down and doing all that was very fun, and I very much enjoyed my time with that game. Just the only bad thing I can recall from OG1 was the Tempest fights. To the point even years later, I still can recall that perfectly. Just struggling with that fight. And that could be a combination of, I think I'm choosing, I chose the harder of the two routes first, because it was the canonical route all the way through. Both of the first halves of each route is canonical, as far as I know, but Ryusei's, I might be getting names mixed up. It's been a hot minute. Shoot, was it Ryusei? Let's just say both of the first half of the portion of the game's campaigns are canonical, and then only one of them's the second half is canonical. The other one's not. That goes more into OG2. So, but yeah, the Tempest fight was the only bad portion I can really recall off the top of my head of OG1, where it could be a combination of, I just didn't understand the game mechanics fully. It might have just been a hard fight. The route I chose, despite, the full version of that being canonical, is the harder of the two. It could be a number of things. I probably wouldn't be surprised if I went back and played it again. And being able to clear that pretty easily. But yeah, the music's great. The sprite work is phenomenal. Big fan of good sprite work. I think everybody is. I have yet to play any other Super Rubble War games after this yet. I'm hoping Gaiden gets a full English translation rather than just what we got here with 2.5. Maybe someday. Some Super Rubble War games have come out since then that has catch my interest, and I probably wouldn't mind playing those sometime in the future. But I will say I am very satisfied with what I played. And if these two games is all I play out of this franchise, I think I would be alright. I think I would be okay never playing another Super Rubble Wars games. I wouldn't mind if I had more time. I think I would definitely play more. But where I'm at in life right now, I think I would be perfectly alright not playing another Super Rubble Wars game. And I don't mean no malice in that whatsoever. It's just that, like, this experience was so good that I really got it. Despite not having, like, the big crossovers that you see in the other games. This just being the OG characters that they made for those games coming together. It looks like a Gundam on front now looking at the game cover. It's not, but it's just funny. But yeah, these games are great. I think these games, like some others previously, are going to be a package deal. I don't really think I can see anything really but coming between these two games. I think OG1 has much more of an impact on me just because it was my first. I got the hiccups again. God dang it. I talk too much. Crazy. I usually don't talk this much. I'm surprised I haven't lost my voice yet. OG1 has more of an impact on me just because it was the first, and the experience I have and just learning it, the ins and outs. Phenomenal. I think when T said there's just more to do in OG2 because OG1 was kind of like, hey, da-da-da-da-da, there's all this, like, OG2 is more straightforward for sure. There's not a big route to choose from in that one. When there is one, it's only like 2 episodes, and I have never done that. These games do have a lot of replay value. They really do. So if I ever am in the mood to play a Super Rubble Wars game, I would just probably replay my save file, just boot it up and do shenanigans in these, and that would probably be my feel. But despite OG1 and the impact it has made on me and what I got out of that game, I think OG2 is probably above that. I don't know how significantly. Again, I think for this list as a whole, I can't really envision a game being slid right in between the two. I think OG2 gives you more to play around with. It introduces more characters to you. Kai, for example, being available early on was really cool. I definitely, like, sitting here now and thinking of the stories of both these two, they kind of blend together in some aspects. But I will say just the characters and their interactions with one another is so memorable. Like, there's a lot of memorable characters. Even though I'm struggling with names right now. I visually see him. Russell, for example. Shout outs to Russell. He's like the King Nicholas to me in this game. In some aspects. He's just a dude. And I love him for just being a dude. Kai is great. Time Diver, shout out to Time Diver being a sick theme. And funny moments all around. Lego with a good revolver is hilarious. Bullet doing 10 damage. The stupid bullet joke that I still think about to this day that I made. I still think about that stupid joke I made, and I'm so proud of that joke. I'm not gonna lie. It's so stupid, but I'm proud how stupid that joke is. For context, the joke is, I made Bullet pretend like he was saying, they call me Bullet because it only takes one shot. It's so stupid, but I so love it. I own up to it. I own that. I'm sure somebody has already made a joke similar to that before, but I own up to that joke. I love that stupid joke. Yeah, and I imagine T was present in a lot of those streams, or a good number of those sessions, and I would like to think he got enjoyment out of just seeing somebody playing these games for the first time, as much as I got enjoyment out of him playing Disgaea for the first time. It kind of brings a smile to your face. I hope it genuinely did, and entertained him in some aspects. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with these, specifically 1, but I also had a lot of fun with 2 too, on stream. And when I say Sydney's World was 1 of 2 games, this was the other game, was Super Robot Wars Original Generation. These games are highly rated on this list, way towards the top here. Now that other games that are not RPGs are mixed into it, it'll be very interesting to see where they end up landing. Oh, I went back and forth if I like these games more than Disgaea 1. They're in the running. They are in the running. This is why I said before the big 3. This was considered like the next to the big 3 on this list. And let's look at this. Let's look at this here. If we're going by the top, I think it's top 10. I think both of these games are in top 10. I think both of them are better than PowerWash Simulator. I think both of them are better than... Oh, okay. What I'm just gonna say Super Robot Wars. Just know when I say Super Robot Wars, it's both of them. I think they're better than Spyro the Dragon. I think... they're better than Resident Evil 4. I think they're better than Musamaya. Text-to-speech. I think they're both better. I think they're better than, Are they better than Katamari Reroll? From the sheer cast of characters, how every one of them's memorable, I think that puts it above Katamari Reroll. I think if I'm wanting to play something wacky and something jolly, something... Oh, this is a great song. Something... like, in a similar vein to Vampire Survivors, I just want to pick up and play, do something goofy. See how big I can get my Katamari to put it down. In that aspect, I can see Katamari being above it. But admittedly, if I'm doing that, it's going to be We Love Katamari. And the inevitability when I finally get around to that remaster version of that game. Or remake of that game. Whatever it is. It's a lot of blurring of the lines as time goes on between what's a remaster and what's a remake. And what's a re-release. Maybe not so much re-release, but definitely what makes a remaster and what makes it a remake. I think because of the story and the cast of characters, it goes above Katamari Reroll. So now we get to two of my favorite series franchise of all time. I know they're kind of like all over the place, especially Disgaea, but trust me, I really do like this. I mean, Disgaea 1's above Final Fantasy IV. That might say a lot there. And when we get to Disgaea 2, Disgaea 2 is actually a number one contender. Absolutely, Disgaea 2 could be a number one contender on this list. But yeah, like, a relatively, like, Super Robot Wars is a series that I relatively don't have too much knowledge of compared to, like, Final Fantasy and Disgaea, where I have a lot more knowledge on and a lot more playtime into. And here's Super Robot, and I'm glad this does happen. I legitimately am glad this happened. I'm glad I can play video games that questions, oh shoot, is this my favorite game of all time? Or at the very least, top 10. I'm super glad that can still happen, even if it might be an older game. Like, this is a PS2 game. Like, and it's a remake of a GBA game. Like, I'm so glad that can still happen to where I'm not stuck on, for example, when we get to it, Final Fantasy VII, I'll just bring it up right now for a little bit there. I'm glad that my notion can be challenged at, like, oh my god, do I like this game more than this game that I've loved for, like, 20 plus years? Have I come across a game that I'm, like, looking at it, I'm like, oh my god, this is phenomenal. I'm super glad that happens. I'm super glad that I'm not stuck in the past and totally nostalgia blind to where no game can ever match what I think is the greatest game of all time. I'm glad that games are still coming out that does challenge that. That's just like, oh wow, okay, this game's great, and it's up there on my list. I'm glad that still can happen to me. And, you know, admittedly, you know, people's tastes in games can change, just like their taste changes in a lot of things. People evolve over time, people change. What they seek in media. Like, I know, just to give an example for me personally, I'm really big into liminal space and stuff. And stuff like that. I'm in that kind of vibe. I'm really big into that in the past couple years. That's something I really do like to look for in video games. That liminal feeling. That's why I got like a bunch of backrooms on my backlog. Backrooms backlog, that's funny. And I guess that's more specifically like the vibes that gives off. Like, in a similar way, I'm more into like, I've been getting really more into like stuff like in the past couple years. Like SCP stuff, backroom stuff, liminal spaces, in that vein. That kind of feeling. Just to give an example of something that I'm more into now than I was back then. Even though eventually when Ratchet & Clank shows up on this list, there's an interesting story to be had there in liminal spaces, but maybe next year. But yeah, I'm super glad that I'm open-minded enough to where I can play a video game, even if it's a PS2 era game in 2025. But, you know, I mean, you know, it's been a few years since I played this game. That I'm open-minded enough to be like, and not stuck in my ways and be like, oh no, wait, this game is phenomenal. This game I've never, like, I've known of, but, or known the series of, but playing this one game here, or two games in this case. And I was just like, oh man, this is great. This is phenomenal. And not be stuck on the same 10 games that I think are the greatest of all time. And that's a cool thing about, like, some newer games. Like, I've mentioned, like, I can stop buying new games and just have, like, I'm literally sitting, like, probably over 2,000 video games right now, if you're counting my Steam library, that I need to play. But there's new games coming out that I'm looking at, and I'm like, this might be a game that might be number one. That could very well happen. Who knows? Like, I'm, you know, I got some newer games in the collection here that I have not touched. Like, it's a little bit older, I guess. This one, like Ghost of Tsushima. Who knows? Maybe I'll sit down and play it and think it's like the greatest game of all time. Initial reaction to that is probably not, but you never know. But I'm open-minded enough to be able to accepting that, hey, there might be a game you like more than Final Fantasy VII. There might be a game you like more than Phantom Brave. That's a real possibility, and I'm glad I can be like that and not closed-minded. So that was getting that back to the point here. 6.5 hours. Sorry, this ain't gonna be 12 hours. This is not gonna be 12 hours long. I gotta work tonight for one thing, so I gotta get some sleep at some point. It's 3 o'clock on my end, and I gotta leave here at 9 to go to work. So yeah, I'm willing to do this. I'm doing this because I do enjoy it. As dumb as it is, you gotta enjoy some of the dumb stuff. I was watching Jeff's newest podcast episode, and he mentioned how dumb something about ranking the NES games is, but, you know, it's also, you just go full into it, you just have, you know, not his exact wording I'm saying here, but the vibe I got is, like, you know, it's dumb, it's stupid, but, you know, go for it, yeah. It's one of those things where, you know, you hear talk about games, and you don't really sit down and experience these games. It's just like, people repeat the same things over and over again, and you're like, put your money where your mouth is sort of situation. And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing my own dumb list. You're right. I mean, that's not what word for word he quoting him on. No, not his exact wording. But that was the vibe I got out of that. But yeah, going back to this, yeah, like Final Fantasy, a franchise that's very beloved to me, and I'm sitting here looking at Super Robot Wars OG, and I'm like, this might be better. This very well might be better. Final Fantasy I Pixel Remaster. I've always liked how straightforward it is. I love how Dungeons and Dragons is. I love how this is the game that started it all with this franchise and would lead to me being a fan of a lot of them. Not just one in particular, but also one in particular, but a lot of them. I didn't start out with Final Fantasy 1, but I'm glad but it has led me to try all out these games eventually, and someday we're gonna get the NES one ranked on here for sure. You can guarantee that at the very least. If I'm not ever gonna play any other version, we're gonna have the NES version on here. So that would let's get into nitty gritty. Let's really think about this. We gotta start. We gotta start going. There's a lot to discuss with these couple of last games. Super Robot Wars OG. Original generation. I think they are better than Final Fantasy I Pixel Remaster. I feel 100% confident in that. I legitimately think they are. Again, Final Fantasy, very big franchise to me. I might not like every single Final Fantasy game, don't get me wrong. but it is a, you know, despite, you know, what Square Enix has done in, you know, who knows how long at this point with their shenanigans with their past few years, even a little more than past few years. They still make games that, or, you know, they have classic games. It's great. So, now comes the question. Is Super Robot Wars OG better or worse than Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster? I have more attachment to 4. I could not tell you the exact order when I played these games. It went from Mystic Quest to 7. I feel like 8 came next. And then it starts to get hazy for me. I don't know if I went back in, because I could not tell you exactly when those PS1 versions of these games came out. So I don't know if I played 4 before I played 9, or if I did 7, 8, 9, then went back and tried out those games, those PS1 versions of 4 and 6 specifically. I tried 5. I don't know. I never find with 5. We're gonna make that. We're gonna resolve that at some point, because I do want to sit down and play 5. 5's got, honestly, probably one of my favorite settings of all time in the series. But yeah. But 4 is very significant because it was the first one of the Super Nintendo games that I played. And me being the dumb little kid, however old I was, I couldn't tell you at that time. I was like, is this a sequel to Mystic Quest? I don't know. At that point in time, Final Fantasy IV did give me Mystic Quest vibes, but little did I know at that point, because I was dumb. I was like, no, you dummy. I think Mystic Quest came out after... Yeah, I think Mystic Quest came out after 4 anyway. I could be wrong on that front. And I liked 4, and then over the years, I fully started to understand the story and the characters, and the gameplay loop, how that game works. Experienced the GBA version, the PSP version, which honestly is probably the best version, even with the Pixel Remaster. Pixel Remaster, it's fine. Pixel Remaster is good. I like the Pixel Remaster compared to the other versions. Are these Super Robot Wars games better than Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster? That specific one. Cecil's journey is really interesting to see unfold, along with the cast of characters that accomplish, goes along with him. The limitations of 4 at that point in time, and Pixel Remaster follows those versions. It's like you have a set party, and this is nothing new. It's 1, 2, and 3 does this. I mean, you can customize it in 1. 2, it's revolving, but it's a similar methodology. 3, it's the same, but you have a class system in that game where you can be more flexible with the way it handles its party. And 4, it has a similar mindset with 2, where it's a revolving party. There's some mainstays all the time. You always have Cecil. I think he's the only permanent one. I think everybody else switches out at some point. Because of that, you can't choose your final party. You're kind of stuck with who you get. And there's a reason why everybody makes fun of Edge being on the floor all the time. And this Pixel Remaster version does follow that particular version of Final Fantasy IV. It doesn't let you switch out party members at the end like it does with the GBA and PSP versions. I think the PSP version looks significantly better than the Pixel Remaster version. I think I mentioned this before. The Pixel Remaster version of 4 has some tracks that I don't think is as good as some of the original tracks in other versions of the game. I would have to sit down and listen to a lot of the songs again. Because I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time sitting here, like, really grasping some of the 4 Pixel Remaster soundtrack. 2! Jesus Christ, 2 soundtrack. Holy cow. So, sometimes you have to be very minute about what you're nitpicking, or you have to nitpick at things in order to be more comfortable with your placement on this on a list like this. And Pixel Remaster 4 is not, in my eyes, 100%, you know, the best way of going about playing 4. It's probably the best way of playing the original version of 4. Like, all these Pixel Remaster games. And, of course, it had some issues at start, but they fixed it over time. I think... But there's going to be some quirkiness. That's the thing, too. Like, no matter how much they fix, there's going to be some quirkiness about Pixel Remaster that's not present in, like... Here, it might be present in the Super Nintendo version. That's present in the PS1 version. That's just the nature of how technology works. There might just be quirkiness. Let's see. How do I feel about these games above this one? I'm having a little bit more trouble with that one. Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, I was 100% on board with these being above this. Final Fantasy IV, I'm pausing. Maybe not a big pause, but I'm pausing. Close that. I forgot to close Steam out. I'm getting hungry too. No, I'm trying to be thorough with this. I really am. I know I'm kind of a little bit on a crunch because I do got to get some sleep before work. Otherwise, I'm going to be a nightmare at work. Jesus Christ. I'm going to try to make it only an hour more. We'll see. Let's look at it this way. Is Disgaea 1 better than these games? Or are they better than Disgaea 1? And we are specifically Disgaea 1 complete in mind, but it's hard to, in this instance, like, separate Disgaea 1 as a whole. Complete does some shenanigans that's really questionable. Like, it feels like they put in effort and then they took shortcuts. I love Laharo's journey. It's like, I love Cecil's journey. I love Laharo's journey. Going from one to another. That story of Disgaea 1 is really cool. It's neat to see a balance between the humor and the seriousness, and how it works really well, where you can have games, and I guess one can argue, like, some of the later Disgaea games have issues with this. I would have to sit down and play a lot of them again. Which, that's the plan. We're gonna stream every Disgaea game at some point. Just not next year, just simply because of the nature of Game Gear. It's a possibility. You never know. I love the systems in place in Disgaea. I love I spoke highly of the item world mechanic in Disgaea and how that feels like such a game changer when it comes to RPGs in general. Again, Late Berseria Ragnarok did something similar before Disgaea, but Disgaea really, I feel like, amplified it a lot to the point where it's like, oh my god, this is amazing. Item world is just like, it's crazy. This is cool. This is cool. I think Disgaea 1 is better than these Super Robot War games. If I ever sit down and do replay these Super Robot War games, that could change. Because the Super Robot War games are infinitely replayable. Because that's how they set up. You can, like, do multiple mech loadouts. You can do different character loadouts. You can do different things. It's like, hey, I want Loon. I hate that I'm forgetting a lot of the characters' names now. There's a lot of cool characters that you're not able to use because there's a character limit on the battlefield, and you're like, well, shoot, dang, I can't just like switch them out every so often because it's a set thing. I can't train these characters normally, so I'm kind of stuck. But I mean, there's a prevention to that. To be fair, luckily, like if you die, you keep your money. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know if you keep your EXP or not, but you do keep your money in that game if you game over, so you can buff up your mechs a little bit better for next time. But that was my keep. I'm not too sure. I couldn't really answer that right now. Yeah, I think Disgaea 1 is still number 1 right now. It's not going to be for long. I can go ahead and tell you right now. I can tell you right now it's not going to be for long. Maybe I'll change once we get everything in place and start fixing up the list. I am going to go... Okay, so for these last 3 games, I'm going to go in release order. We got to remake some of Final Fantasy VII song. That's great. How timely. So, right now, no contest, no question. The question comes later. Final Fantasy VII was so mind-blowing to me when I first saw it. I was at a neighbor's house. They had a copy of Final Fantasy VII. Went down to their basement. I remember this. And I saw my first glimpse of it. I didn't see much of it, but I saw enough where I was, like, blown away. And when I learned it was a Final Fantasy game, because at that point, I only known about Mystic Quest. And this was, to me, the next Final Fantasy game at that point. I just didn't know. But, of course, you know, said 7 in the title, of course, and whatever. But, I remember my first view of Final Fantasy VII. He was right outside Midgar. He opened up the menu. And I saw Cloud, Barret, and Red 13. And I'm looking at Red 13. I'm like, what is this guy? Whoa, what? I only saw his portrait. I didn't know what he was, but I saw his face, and I'm like, whoa, look at these characters. And that's just the portraits alone. And of course, you saw Cloud's overview model on the map. That was all I saw of it at that point in time, because I had to leave. But I caught that glimpse, and that glimpse is permanently in my mind. Looking in the neighbor's basement, older guy, on a smart on a. I can't recall the size of the CRT, but it was on a CRT for sure. In the basement, because that was the thing. When you had a room basement, you were the coolest thing. And right there, that was Final Fantasy VII. And then I would see videos in the coolest way I ever seen a video game. On top of this, I think it was EB Games. Was the name of it at that point in time? At the mall in West Virginia, they had. Sorry, I had hiccups. I had to take a sip of drink. I'm pretty sure it was EB Games, and this is another memory burned in my head. And for years, I kind of questioned about it because it was very unique. So, in the display window, they had a stack of CRTs. It's like, and they're all turning in different directions. I think it was either 3 or 4 stacked on top of each other in a fancy way. And on all of them, on a CRT, so it looked so much cooler back then, trust me, was footage of Final Fantasy VII. And I just remember Cloud, but it was a party, and they were fighting Yuffie's father. So for sure, that was just like some kind of early thing, or just some kind of thing they were just showing off. And I remember watching that, and that was the first time I saw actual in-game gameplay of it, rather than just a menu and a map. And I was memorized by it. I'm like, oh my god, this is sick. This is cool. And it would be my birthday, a little after my birthday, because at that point in time, my parents was divorced, so we would go back and forth. And my father had gotten me a PlayStation. He got me Final Fantasy VII. I was at my grandparents' house at that point. I ran up those stairs. I got that PlayStation hooked up. I completely ignored Crash Bandicoot. I'm sorry, Crash Bandicoot. And just played Final Fantasy VII. And man, that world, those characters, even so young, and I wasn't fully grasping the story and whatnot. I was still going through that game. I spent so much time in that game. The music, which we're hearing some of it right now, funny enough. You want to talk about nostalgia, this is the nostalgia game for me. And of course, it's Final Fantasy VII. You know, you hear everybody my age talk about this. How this was the game. And, you know, people older than I am, gamers older than I am, will tell you the same thing about other games. And, you know, it's... But for me, you know, Final Fantasy VII was that game. Like, before I did play video games, yes. Like, you know, I had Mario, I did Domestic Quest, I did the Donkey Kong Countries 1 and 2, Yoshi's Island. But, you know, Final Fantasy VII was, like, the game where I'm like, I love video games. Before then, yeah, I did play video games, but Final Fantasy VII was like, I love this. I want this high all the time. Aeris's death. Spoilers everywhere. You already know this. Again, you know, young me playing that game, not fully grasping the story, but, you know, you see Aeris's death, and it's just like, oh my god. Again, the music. To this day, as you can hear, I bought the whole soundtrack. And I listen to this a lot. It still, like, I still think it's a phenomenal soundtrack. I memorize these tunes to every beat. And I can tell you where these songs play in this game, because I played this game so much. I know what atmosphere these songs go along with, the feelings these songs present themselves in. This just opened up my whole world to video games as a whole. Again, I did play games before this, but Final Fantasy VII was like the gate, the door for me to step into this whole video game realm. And who I am today, I think it's this game. Without this game, who knows where I would be in life. This game, you know, I thank this game for making me the person who I am today. I think it is... I don't know if this is an exaggeration or not. It could be the state I live in, because I live in South Carolina. And it is considered a red state. And you do run into some people who are not great people here. Not to say not everybody in this state are bad people. No. Absolutely not. But you do run into people here who are really negative about a lot of things that they should not be negative about. And in some way and fashion, I feel like Final Fantasy VII made me into a better person. Because who knows if I didn't play this game. I like to say I would always have been a good person and treat people as people should be treated, no matter what their background is or who they are. As long as that person's not a jerk and not a horrible person, then yeah, they're just a person. They're going through struggles. They're going through life. That's just them. And, you know, in some bizarre way, I think Final Fantasy VII set me on a right track. Like, again, I would always like to think I would also always be a kind person. Don't get me wrong, I have flaws too. I'm always learning. I'm always learning as a person. But I do legitimately think that Final Fantasy VII set me on a path to where I am a better person because of it, because of the themes of this game. You know, everybody, you know, we joke about Cloud, you know, dressing up as Miss Cloud. We discuss Barrett, you know, I mean, sure, there was other forms of media where you have characters like Barrett, but, you know, to me, I did not have experience with a character like Barrett. The struggles these characters go through, the environmental message this game does present, that themes that you see today that are present in this game that are still real world things that happens to this day. How characters handle grief is still a very powerful message in this game. Just about every character in this game responds to grief in some way, and this is probably one of the very few games where I really get deep with this game. I normally don't really get this philosophical about a video game, but Final Fantasy VII does that to me. It's really... I'm always in that mindset. Like, I get so much out of this game. I used to play this game yearly. That's how much I love this game. Unfortunately, you know, as you grow older and you got more responsibilities, you gotta work, you gotta do things. I can't do that no more, but I hold on to the memories of this game very close to my heart. And without it, who knows? Who knows where I would be? Again, I would like to think I would be just a nice and kind person as the way I am, but I think it is because of this game. It set me on a path that I'm really thankful for, where I'm like really open-minded and really understanding and understand people's struggles and trying to help other people out. Like, one of my goals in life is always to bring cheer and a smile to somebody's face. If I can make a person... I say this from time to time. If I can make a person's day less awful, I feel like I'm doing something. And I, in part, think Final Fantasy VII has a big role in that. Oh my god, I'm getting really emotional about this. But that's how significant this game is to me. It really is that big of a deal to me. And the remakes are not here yet, Remake and Rebirth, and I don't even know what the third one's going to be like. But that's why I do get so critical about those Remake and Rebirth. Not to get too into it because they're not on this list yet. I have played them games to not 100% completion like I do with 7, but, you know, enough. And that's why I do get very critical and very emotional about those remakes, because they do things. It's silly to say, you know, to really talk about this out loud, especially considering the problems the world really has nowadays. And here I am talking about a video game, but I think when you get emotionally attached to a work of media that really is meaningful to you, and you see another interpretation of it, and the changes they do, and what it means to you, because it's just like, oh my god, they're making my, like, favorite thing ever. It's just amazing. I get to see these characters, and you see the really good positives in it, and Remake and Rebirth. And you're like, to give a little spoiler to Remake, I guess, whenever it inevitably... It will be on this list. It will be on this list at some point. Absolutely. When I... Just to tell you how big of a deal Remake is to me, as well. Remake made me feel a way about a video game that I've never felt in years. That high I was explaining earlier about Final Fantasy VII, I felt that once again in Remake. And I can tell you that exact moment was when, after the bombing mission, because I didn't look up into the sky at first, I didn't. And you go to sleep and you walk out of Cloud's little apartment on that balcony, and you see the plate hanging above you, and you see the sky around that plate. That feeling right there was so significant to me. I'm just like, oh my god. This is how I imagined this game that long ago. But to take it back away from Remake, that just to give an example of that, how the highs of Remake are really high for me, and the lows for Remake are really low. And when that third remake, whatever it will be called, comes out, I don't know what direction it is, and I don't know what that will entail for the OG version. I don't know if they're going to do something that will, in my eyes, diminish Final Fantasy VII OG. But again, it's silly to be sitting here talking about this when there's like actual real world problems in the world that people are having. But in a way, you know, yeah, it's you know, this is escapism. I'm telling you, I'm going to be talking about this game for a while. But when a game makes this much of a significant impact on your life, it's hard to really not get emotional about something as silly as a video game like Remake and Rebirth. And, you know, it more so Remake. I really got more emotional in Remake than I did Rebirth. For sure. By the time Rebirth came out, I'm like, they're doing their own thing. I'll be critical. I even went in very critical when I first started that game. And by the time Rebirth came out, I was really more like, there's much worse things in the world to be more concerned about than a silly remake of a video game. For sure, for sure. But again, it's kind of hard to have something so significant in your life and not be a little on edge about it, I guess. This is silly. It's a silly conversation to be had. And I could probably go so much more into it. Just to cap off this Final Fantasy VII portion for right now, vibes is really big with me when it comes to video games, and 7 has vibes to it that I have not felt has been emulated all that often. Remake gets it at points, it really does. But not quite the same way. This is the one time where I hope I'm not saying a whole lot of nonsense. I hope I'm, at the very least, making it a little clear how special this game is to me. I think unfortunately, I think in the interest of time, I do need to move on to the next game. But Final Fantasy VII, and maybe another day, I could get more into it, because when I first started doing Let's Plays, I deliberately not do Final Fantasy VII as my first playthrough of first Let's Play, because I wanted to get more experience in the Let's Play format too, because I feel like I wanted to do justice to Final Fantasy VII. That's how much I'm really into this game. And then I got into streaming, and you know, I kept putting it off, and then there was that time where I was living with my folks, and then I moved here, and I'm like, okay, you know, I couldn't stream for a while, and then I got back into streaming. It's like, okay, I'm not getting any older, or I'm not getting any younger, excuse me, not getting any older, I'm not getting any younger. I think the time is now. Let's make my first big comeback stream be Final Fantasy VII. I think it's time. And even during that streaming, I probably could emphasize, like, I probably could have done a better job just to showcase how significant this game is to me. I didn't even do 100% everything in that playthrough. But yeah, just to demonstrate how important this game is to me. I was like, even way back then when I first started doing Let's Play videos, I was like, no, I'm not doing Final Fantasy VII first, just because I want to improve as a person who can commentate over these games better, who can demonstrate, at that point in time, editing skills, to be able to properly do this for Final Fantasy VII. And then I got into streaming, and then it became more laid back for me. Cause time is short to everybody. And, everybody has their opinions about Final Fantasy VII and what it did, what its impact is, like, gaming as a whole. Nobody's wrong. Nobody's wrong about their opinions about Final Fantasy VII. Everybody has their right to have their opinion about Final Fantasy VII. Whether you love it or you hate it, there's nothing wrong with having opinions. Again, this goes back into there's so much worse, there's so much worse in the world than worrying about somebody's other opinion, somebody's opinion about a game you love. That's why, I really don't get. I've done so many stupid things younger. Had, like, an attitude a little bit when I was younger about people's feelings about certain video games in particular. Now it's just like, and I'm glad I've grown out of that. Hopefully quickly enough over the years, where I'm just like, it doesn't matter. It's a video game. have fun. Don't have fun. Your opinion on a video game specifically is no better than mine. At the end of the day, it goes back to, if I can bring a smile to somebody's face by doing all this, cool. That's what I look for. But thanks, Final Fantasy VII. I truly do mean that. Thank you, Final Fantasy VII. For being a very significant part of my life and shaping me for who I am today. Alright, that's Final Fantasy VII. I'm telling you. Final Fantasy VII, man. Final Fantasy Tactics. This is specifically the Ivalice Chronicles version, where they added voice acting. So, this game is significant too. This was actually the next Final Fantasy game I played after 7. And then it was 8. Yes, that's correct, yes. I might have said I went from 7 to 8. No, it was really 7 to Tactics to 8. That's what it was. Because, you know, I was on that high with 7, and then I played Tactics. That's funny, Phantom Braves after this. Tactics did not give me the high that I got with 7. That I still seek out with video games to this day. But Tactics is very, very good. Tactics, honestly, like 7, while I couldn't really fully grasp, more so with Tactics, honestly. Tactics probably has a more, robust story to it, one could say. Like, a very deeper story to Tactics. Especially, you know, with the more recent releases. Because the PS1... I mean, I don't think the PS1 translation was terrible by any means. But, yeah, even when I wasn't fully grasping Tactics, I was enthralled by what I was seeing on screen. With this game. And this was my first taste of the grid-based, turn-based combat. And was blown away. I don't know if this has any significance to Disgaea. I'm gonna say probably not. I'm gonna probably say, because they made a grid-based combat game before Disgaea. They did Rhapsody, and even before the Rhapsody, there was another one they did. And, you know, if anything, Disgaea was probably more influenced with, you know, like the likes of Advance Wars or maybe even Fire Emblem, because those are grid-based combat games too. So who knows? Who knows if Tactics had any hand in like some inspiration to for Disgaea? I doubt it. But I love the story here, especially with this more modern re-release of Final Fantasy Tactics. I was so hyped when this got... Because I before this was announced, this version of Final Fantasy Tactics, I've been craving to play Final Fantasy Tactics for a good couple of years. Because I know the significance of this game. And I had played it multiple times on PS1, a couple times in the PSP version. And now I've only done one. The stream playthrough is the only playthrough of this. But since then, I have played the game. I got the Platinum Trophy now for this game. I probably don't have a lot to say about this compared to Final Fantasy VII, but Tactics is cool. I love the voice acting all around that they did for this game. A lot of characters sounds great. Like Beowulf's voice, my god, Jesus Christ, the guy went in on Beowulf. Ramsa's cool. Like, a lot of the voice actors cool. I love the additional dialogue they added to the characters in these battles to make those characters feel more significant. I love that. Even Cloud. Even Cloud's got... We didn't see it in my playthrough of it, but even Cloud got additional dialogue in this. And Cloud... Yeah, Cloud being in the game was super neat. Super cool. When I had gotten Tactics, I did not know Cloud was in the game. So... I don't think I was spoiled by that. I want to say when I saw Cloud in the game, I was like, oh my god, it's Cloud! He has no nose! And he sucks! They made him better in this version. Honestly, in the original version of Final Fantasy Tactics, I think the reason why they did that is because he starts at level 1, if I'm not misremembering, no matter what. And I think the reasoning behind it is because they want you to grow him the way that you want him to grow. He has the potential to be the best character in the game. That's how I interpreted that, anyway. Another Phantom Brave song. Final Fantasy Tactics class system is pretty neat. After having played this version of the game, and learning more about how the inner workings of it, I don't think the classes are more freeform as one might believe they are, like, compared to, like, 5. Like, I don't think you can get as crazy... There are combinations you can play around with, but I think they're more set than there's more freedom and Tactics. There's definitely ways you can play around with it. It's neat. It's cool. There's some shenanigans to be had, for sure. And the story is great, you know. And again, like 7, there's messages in this that are still very, very relevant to today. I think even more so than 7's story. Yeah, I do have a little bit of a harder time talking about Tactics than I do with 7, because I'm just so passionate about 7. And I really do love Tactics. I think Tactics is great. After my playthrough of Tactics, I was sitting here, I was like, could this be a #1 contender? I don't think it is. I don't think Final Fantasy Tactics is a #1 contender. It's better than Final Fantasy IV Pixel Remaster. I think the messaging behind behind Tactics puts it above Super Robot Wars. That could change after a revisit to Super Robot Wars. I will fully admit that. I can fully admit that. Is Final Fantasy Tactics better than Disgaea 1 Complete? Disgaea 1 has its serious moments. It has its humor. It has a really touching tale in it, and it does have multiple endings. So your mileage may vary. You might not see all the endings. You might just get one ending. So you might not see the normal ending, the best ending, and what have you. If I am looking at these two games, I say as I'm looking at these two games. What a dumb sentence. Let me put this above this guy. I want to see how I feel. It's not better than 7. I there was a moment in time where after playing this game, I thought it was like, is this a #1 contender? That did play around in my mind, and then I really started thinking, I was like, no, it's not better than 7 in my mind. Having this above Disgaea 1 complete, I'm not 100% confident in it. I think Disgaea does things from a gameplay perspective where I can keep coming back to it over and over and over again. I want to see how far I can push these characters. I want to see if I can get the best of the best equipment. I want to see how strong I can get those equipments. I want to get a legendary horse wiener and level it up as if it's the strongest armor piece in the game. I can say that, and that's a factual sentence. And that speaks to the quirkiness of Disgaea. And I really do appreciate a game that, while it does take itself seriously, it also doesn't take itself seriously. And I respect that for it. And I think over time, Disgaea has kind of had a back and forth about what it wants to be. You have some that are a little bit more on the serious side, and then you have some that are more on the comedic side. And I don't think both sides, like, I don't think either side is wrong. I think Disgaea works at its best when it can blend the two together really well. Disgaea 1... I think Disgaea 1, I don't know if it's so much it blends them well, as it just kind of, like, smoothly transitions one to another. I think, I mean, you might hear that and think, well, isn't that just, like, blending? I'm like, I don't know. It's possible. But I feel more comfortable saying that Disgaea 1 transitions to the humor, transitions to the seriousness, rather than blending it. Whether that's good or bad, who knows? Who knows? I'm looking at this list right now, as I have been looking at this list for 7 hours now. Jesus Christ. I think that's a good placement for tactics. It came before Disgaea 1 to me, not only in terms of just when, you know, playing the video games, but also, you know, chronologically it did. That's also a factual statement. Maybe when we go restructure this list, things will change. I think I'm alright with that right now. Okay. So with that, we got one more game here to talk about a little bit in depth about. Phantom Brave. This is a remaster version, of course, but Phantom Brave. I will go ahead and say this right now. Phantom Brave is the other game that's contender for #1 all-time favorite video game of mine. The high I got in Final Fantasy VII, I got it for Phantom Brave. And I mentioned I had gotten that high in Remake. The game before Remake was all the way back in Phantom Brave. Between Phantom Brave and Final Fantasy VII Remake, I have never felt a high like that again when it comes to a video game. Don't get me wrong, I had fun in multiple video games. Like with this list, I had a lot of fun with a lot of these video games. But that experience high, I only ever got from Final Fantasy VII, Phantom Brave, and parts of Remake, Final Fantasy VII Remake. 1 and 2 in Rebirth. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But, I don't remember specifically the name of the game store. It was at a mall. Different mall from where I got it, Final Fantasy VII. Phantom Brave was not the first NIS game I experienced. That was Rhapsody. My older brother had Rhapsody, so I actually saw him play it. And I don't know if my copy he gave to me, or if I just somehow just bought that copy. I want to say it was the latter. I want to say I just ended up picking it up myself, but I'm not 100% certain on that. I'm trying to remember there was a game sticker on my copy of Rhapsody. If there was, then I more than likely bought it myself. Yeah, I bought it myself, Kitty. You want to sit on the lap? Is it lap time? Yeah, it's lap time. Okay. But, so Rhapsody was my first experience with NIS. After I had played Phantom Brave and learned about, and saw that Laharl, Etna, and Flan mid-boss were characters in another game, I went out of my way to pick up Disgaea, and, I fell in love with Disgaea, and after that I was officially hooked with NIS games for a very long time. I was constantly playing whatever game came out from NIS that I could. With the exception of Soul Nomad, because I could never find a copy of it. But but other than Soul Nomad, I was keeping up with releases from them and ports of them, like the PSP versions of Disgaea. I got the DS version of Disgaea. That's how committed I was to NIS. But to get into Phantom Brave, I love this gameplay of Phantom Brave. This is... I might have mentioned this before, I don't recall. It was a 12-hour stream, and we're at 8 hours at this point. Or 7.5, I guess. Phantom Brave is the one game I would love to constantly play. Continuously. Trying to get everything. Trying to power up these characters. Trying to get the absolute massive stats out of the weapons. Dang it, I want my fish to be the most insane thing you ever seen wielded by a little girl. I just love how this game works its stats and its systems together. The title system, the way you fuse your weapons together to make, if in this game, Disgaea had some limitations about what you could have the strongest weapon be. Phantom Brave, if you want a particular weapon to be your strongest weapon, you could do that. No questions asked. You put the time and effort into it. Any weapon has the potential to be the best weapon in the game. Sure, there's stronger weapons that can, make it better to get to that threshold. But if you want that giant tuna to be the absolute best weapon, you can do that in Phantom Brave. You have to put work into it, just like any other weapon. But you can do that. This has a reincarnation system, just like Phantom Brave, or just like Disgaea. I love the dungeons in this game and how that's handled and how you can manipulate it. I love how snappy this is from a gameplay perspective. That's why I had some issues with the sequel that we got. Unfortunately, it's not on this list because I would have really loved to compare the two, but just to do a little bit of it, I do have issues with the sequel of this game on a gameplay fundamental level. It just doesn't feel right as much as this Phantom Brave is. And I'll fully admit, I've been playing this game for years. Years and years and years and years and years. So, when you're being playing for a game for that long, it just feels like second nature. And I'll fully admit to that. If I had dedicated that much time to the sequel, Last Hero, whatever it is, who knows? Maybe I would say the exact same thing, that it does feel snappy, but I don't know. A part of me feels like it wouldn't. And I don't know if that's just the 3D nature of that game, or the way they set up that game, and what have you. The story of Phantom Brave, Morona's journey in Phantom Brave, is a story that I really heavily relate to. I relate to Morona so much. She goes through so much, and she still looks at life with a smile. Why am I getting teary-eyed? I should not be. I did get teary-eyed for Final Fantasy VII. God dang it. I'm playing the Final Fantasy VII music playing right now. That's what I'm playing. But yeah, Morona is a character that I aspire to be in life. She inspires me to do better. The fact that she can look at the situation she was put into, all the negativity that everybody gives her, just people calling her a monster, people just saying awful things to her, and she's like taking the words from her parents. Her parents was killed in the beginning of the game, and she grows up without them. And she takes the words of her parents to her heart. And she treats everybody with kindness, no matter how they treat her. And, that frustrates Ash a little bit, yeah. And Ash is like, man, what, come on. And you understand Ash's frustration. He's like, why are you doing this to her? She does not deserve this just because, she has this ability to communicate and summon ghosts and phantoms. But through that perseverance, she slowly earns, people's, the admiration of others. Her friendship with Castile is really heartwarming. Her finally other than Ash, but with Ash, it's her. I consider Ash and Morona, to me, like, they're family. They're straight up family. I never saw any I mean, admittedly, I never saw anybody talk about this, but I never view them as a lovers kind of situation. I always view them as we're family. We're in this together. That's how I always viewed Ash and Morona. They're not. I don't know. It's never explicitly explained Ash's full relationship, unless it is in the sequel, and I haven't got to that part. Admittedly, that's very much true. it doesn't really go, at least in the context of this game, it doesn't really go into how Ash came into Morona's life. How he knows Jasmine and Morona's father. I'm blanking on his name at the moment. I don't know if it's possible that Jasmine and Ash are related. They are all family. Like, actual family. But I always view Morona and Ash as family and not lovers. But yeah, her friendship with Castile is just... It's nice. It's really, really nice. And to talk about Castile a little bit, it's a shame that we never got that full story between her and Walnut. It was kind of one of the biggest things I was looking forward to when they announced that these characters would be DLC for the Phantom Brave sequel. And unfortunately, it's they do what Disgaea usually does. It's like an alternate dimension of them. It's not like this version of Castile and this, and Walnut. And it's a shame, too, because after this was Soul Nomad, or no, after this was Makai Kingdom, then Soul Nomad. And in those two games, in the side stories, they talk about Castile. They talk about Walnut and Soul Nomad, Castile and Makai Kingdom. Castile's ability to, she gets healed, she can walk again. And the one aspect of Soul Nomad, and honestly, the main reason I would play, I have played Soul Nomad. I played the Switch version of Soul Nomad, and I was severely bummed out by it because of the performance of that version of Soul Nomad. So Soul Nomad's not on this list because I do want to sit down and play. It'll probably end up being the PC version. Just because, if there's any fixes that needs to be done, I feel like they're probably out there. And that, my rule of thumb is I don't want to do mods for these games. I want to play the games in the raw format. Well, what am I talking about? I'll just play I got the PS2 version. I would just play the PS3 version. That's what I'll do. I'll play the PS2 version of Soul Nomad. Eventually, at some point. But yeah, the main reason, and I'm not kidding, the main reason I played Soul Nomad, it was really invested into it, was Walnut. Seeing what happened to him, and his journey. And when you see his ending in particular, where it's just like, man, this, you want to see Castile and Walnut reunite. You really do. But after Soul Nomad, that was no longer a thing. They just never did a conclusion to that. And that was my hope for this Phantom Brave sequel, that they would touch upon, or at least, tie it up in some way. But they didn't. And I think at this point, that's never going to be a thing. And that's a shame. That's really, really a shame. But yeah, I look to Morona as a role model for what she stands for and what she does. And it sounds funny. It does. I legit mean it when I do aspire to be somebody like Morona, who is able to look at everything with a smile, who's able to help others even if they're not asking for help, who just wants to do good. And just what she goes through, and in some aspects I do relate to her, because when I played Phantom Brave, I was going through, this is where time gets hazy. I can't exactly remember if it was middle school or high school. But there was a time where I was lonely in school, and I really didn't have friends. I would talk to people, sure, but I felt that loneliness. Similar to Morona, and having that and coming into this game and seeing a character, at least to me, this was a character I was encountering for the first time. And I'm like, oh my god, jeez. I feel her. I do. But then you see how she responds to that. And it just, I don't know. It was just like eye-opening to where I'm like, she's a strong person. And it's a video game character, you know. You can write characters, however, you know, you can write these characters to be characters like this, but you know, I don't know, man. I feel like if I have encountered characters like Morona, they never felt sincere like Morona was to me. And that could be just that point in time in my life, or because I encountered you know, Morona was the first kind of character I encountered that was like that. And that might be mean on my part, to have characters that are like Morona and be like, I don't feel the sincerity that I did with Morona. I admit, yeah, I admit, it could be mean-spirited on my part. But man, this game, if not more, just about has a very big impact on my life, as Final Fantasy VII does. And, you know, it comes up in conversations from time to time where I'm like, yeah, I think Phantom Brave is probably my favorite game of all time, and people was like, Phantom Brave? Like, they're just not used to hearing something like that. Over the years, I think AIS has definitely gotten more recognition. Has become a little bit more well-known. I think that really started, like, there's a number of reasons for that. I think, I wasn't around to know this firsthand, but I feel like when PS2 emulation was really getting to start, Disgaea was like one of the few games that ran perfectly, or quite a bit, enough to where it ran well. It might be because the way that game was coded, but it ran very well in early days of this emulation. And I feel like because of that, people was like, well, I want to emulate a PS2 game. Here's Disgaea. So I feel like that helped out NIS. And I also feel like once Disgaea 3 came around, it was an early launch PS3 game. It might be year 1 in the United States. Time's hazy. You tend to... Things tend to, you know, blend together. And I don't know if Disgaea 1 ever got a greatest hits version. I don't know if Disgaea 2 ever got a greatest hits version. I remember Disgaea 3 getting a greatest hits version. And to me, that was significant because that shows that, like, oh, this game sold enough that it got a greatest hits version. And I think Disgaea 3 was the point where NIS started to get popular and bigger in the United States. And it's great. It's great. I despite my grievances with their modern games that I might have, it's good that NIS is becoming well known. They celebrate. It's been a little bit now, but they celebrated like selling such and such million copies of their series, and it's good. That's good to hear, and I hope they continue. And I'm glad they're experimenting too. I'm glad not just sticking to the sky. I'm glad they are experimenting. We got a Phantom Brave sequel after how many years? I might not like it more than the original, but it's great that happens. I'm glad they're experimenting with other titles. Like, we got the Firefly Diary. That was them. I'm looking at Mad Rat Dad. That was them. And they're doing all kinds of crazy games. I hope Stellar Bar comes over here. I want to play Stellar Bar. I want to experience that game. There's games that never left Japan for them that I would love to experience. We finally got Rhapsody 2 and 3. That's very significant to me. And I have not sat down. I played a little bit of Rhapsody 2 in English. Rhapsody 3, I'm so looking forward to Rhapsody 3. I really am. In due time. But let's get back to Phantom Brave. We need to get back on track here. It's 4 o'clock my end. I need to try to wrap this up. I need to try to look over this list and finalize it in full. I could probably go more into detail about Phantom Brave, but I hope what I did say kind of speaks. I even got teary-eyed there. I did get teary-eyed there talking about Phantom Brave. It's between this and Final Fantasy VII, what I think is the #1 contender. Without question, it's above Tactics. It's above all these other games. The big question is, do I think Phantom Brave is better than Final Fantasy VII? I go back and forth on this so often. When I think one way, oh, I think Final Fantasy VII is better. I played Phantom Brave. I'm like, oh my god, this is great. And then I'm like, I think Phantom Brave's #1. I go back to Final Fantasy VII, and I get back in that headspace, and I'm like, oh my god. No, Final Fantasy VII's better. And who knows, honestly, this might just be a back and forth battle that's always going to be just constantly changing. That's very real. Phantom Brave's the most recent one that I've played. Well, I don't know. I kind of played these both simultaneously, honestly, in some way. I had wanted to stream Phantom Brave this year, but because of the circumstances, it did not happen because they re-released this game on PS5. And I was fully intent to do a stream on this into the Phantom Brave sequel, but it didn't happen. Instead, I ended up going with Final Fantasy VII. Yeah. This is probably, I don't know, I say this is the hardest one to decide. When earlier I'm having like harder difficulties on like games under the 100 mark. Both these games are so significant to me, as I hope I made clear. Both Phantom Brave and Final Fantasy VII are the two biggest games in my life that I will always forever thank for what they gave me. The experiences I have with both these games, the stories they gave me, the vibes these games gave me, the gameplay these games have given me. I really do resonate with these games so much. I know some people, if somebody's ever listened to this, for whatever reason, some people could listen to this and think I'm a mad lad, or not a mad lad, a mad person, getting so attached to these video games. But you know, people get attached to movies, people get attached to books, you know, people get attached to stories. And it's the same way for video games. Like, video games, that's what makes video games genres, the video game media, so cool. You get a lot of that. You get a story, you get, you know, you can play with something. It's visual, like a movie. Some video games are considered movies. For better or for worse. And that's why, and over the years, you know, the stigma about video games has lessened. There is still some, don't get me wrong. But, you know, the stigma has lessened when somebody says, oh yeah, you know, video games, it's my favorite type of media. That stigma of people looking at you weirdly has gone down significantly. Just like anime. Now anime's like mainstream. At one point it was not. And even less so more to my time. Anime was starting to go on the rise for me. But before my time, when I was into anime, you know, anime was very much on the low end. That was very hush-hush. Now, you know, you go into Walmart, you see anime figures all over the place. Anime merch and whatnot. As somebody who works at Walmart. There's one more game that I can think of off the top of my head that I know for sure could be a #1 contender. And in due time, we'll get to that game. That's the game we're listening to the music of right now, The Sky 2. Legit, that's the only one I can think of off the top of my head right now. That is contender. That is another contender for #1 that's not on this list. And in some ways, I'm kind of thankful because that would be that would mean I would be here a lot more time. And I do need to start wrapping this thing up. I really do. I wish I could sit here even longer. I could see myself having a 12-hour stream alone again. I'm looking at the placement of 7 and Phantom Brave right now, and I feel really alright. There's a smidge here. There's a smidge here where I'm like, wait. Hold up. And I'll be honest. If Final Fantasy VII wasn't here first in my life, it would be Phantom Brave. I think the fact that Final Fantasy VII entered my life early on. And you know, and to be fair, Phantom Brave wasn't even a thing at this point. The PS2 wasn't even a point. If Phantom Brave was originally a PS2 game. I think I am alright with Final Fantasy VII as #1. Phantom Brave is a strong contender. It is so strong for #1. And in many aspects, I would put it over 7. If I am only able to play one video game for the rest of my life, it's Phantom Brave. I love Final Fantasy VII, don't get me wrong. But the sheer mass there is to Phantom Brave puts it over. Like, I would choose Phantom Brave over Final Fantasy to only play one game for the rest of my life if it comes to that. But man, Final Fantasy VII has a vibe to it that I have not felt anywhere else to this day. Phantom Brave has provided me a high that I got a high in Final Fantasy VII. Without a doubt. Phantom Brave impacted me as much, if not more, than Final Fantasy VII. But I'm looking at this. And despite getting a little teary-eyed talking about Phantom Brave, I don't think I can put it above 7 confidently enough. I feel more confident having 7 above Phantom Brave. Whoo! Oh my god. Jesus. We're not done here yet. We gotta go through this and find Night. these games. Make sure the order feels right. A lot of these feel pretty good. Some of these, I feel like could be shifted around a little bit. I keep eyeballing Super Mario RPG. That being a big one. The question is, how do I want to approach it? Do I want to approach it from bottom up or from top down? I think it's right to start from top down. I might not say a lot here. I'm trying. I might do. I might say some stuff for sure, but not as much as I'm sitting here thinking about these. There is certainly a recent bias to tactics. And when I do this next year, and I will be doing this next year, because I legitimately have fun doing this, and it won't be as long. I cannot envision myself playing 140 games in 1 year. There's just no way. Unless I win the lottery and just have so much free time. I just cannot vision myself getting to that much again. But when that time comes again, you know, we can look over the list and see, you know, again, you know, people's taste in things change. You look at things differently. That does happen. So it's very much possible that some of these games might change again. I have the CD that this I have the CD that this at least the song samples. It's pretty funny. It's from the Lion King musical. It's so funny that the song samples it. It's still in the re-release too on consoles. Despite, you know, the dude having to change the Shenmue sample. I don't know if he had to or if it was more like I just kind of want to do this just to be safe. This is still in there. Okay, let's see. Hey, Kitty Cat. You want to do this list for me? She said, no, I just want to be loved on. She's in my lap right now. She is purring away. Alright, Kitty Cat, you gotta be off the keyboard, though. You can be on the desk, you just can't be on the keyboard. You know, I have a fidget cube. I do. I have found one at Goodwill that I mess around with so often. I did not once touch this during these streams, and that's kind of insane to me, actually. I did not have a fidget toy with me at all. I was not fidgeting with nothing during this. I was in big think mode. Even now, I don't even have it in my hand. I got it right next to me. Maybe I should mess around with it while I'm thinking. No. That's right. No, let's get through this. Let's get this. I'm doing a hard cutoff at 5 o'clock my time, which is about 45 minutes. We got to get something going. I can't be up. I gotta get some sleep in. I don't know when this video will go up. It'll be a little bit, on the YouTube. Tactics is so nice, it's on there twice. I think I'm gonna read it off when I get to 10. Go 10 by 10 by 10. Just to see if I say it out loud. This music with the rubber band. Final Fantasy VII, Phantom Brave, Tactics, Disgaea 1, Super Robot Wars 2, OG2, Super Robot Wars OG1, Final Fantasy 4, Pixel Remaster, Final Fantasy 1, Pixel Remaster, Katamari Damacy Reroll, Marfusha, Text-to-Speech. I think upon evaluation, I think Resident Evil 4 is better than Katamari Damacy. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Resident Evil 4 is a great game. Resident Evil 4 is a fantastic game. It's definitely above 5. That, no question. No question in my mind. looking at some screenshots of the game. Is Peak on this list? Now when you say Peak, the game, no. A lot of these games I would consider Peak, if that's what we mean. But hello. We're just trying to wrap it up now. We're finalizing the list. You're on like 20 hours overall. I know, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. I'm gonna be cutting it off in 30 minutes though. So I'm just trying to look over this list and just make sure I'm comfortable enough with this placement. It's not the next time I do this, it's not gonna be as long because it's not gonna be as many video games because this the amount of games here is over a course of 10 years. So I there's no way I can play 140 games to a significant amount in 1 year. I need to get back to producing my own games. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's just, it's just a matter of finding a time. Just don't, and sometimes you just don't need to force it. Sometimes you just need to go, okay, I'm ready. I do too. I do too, honestly. Oh, I'm struggling at this one so much. Four is definitely a better game than Resident Evil 5 in my eyes. And I fully admit, I've never done co-op with another person in 5, so that could very well change if that ever happens. I have more nostalgia for 4 than I do 5. 5 was more of a recent game that I played for the first time. I don't want to go through this and start like just picking games out of the list and just throwing it in. Then we would be like we would literally be back at the start. I don't want to do that. I want to go down from top to bottom. That's a bit of a jump. Am I hearing my own heartbeat? Jesus Christ. Or was that the song? I can't tell. Vampire Survivors is addicting. By the end of this, it should be 145 games on this list. I should have known it was going to be 8 hours. I should have known. Foolish me thinking I could do this in half the time. I really do go back and forth if Jack and Daxter's better or if Crash 1's better. I don't think one or the other is, like, evenly matched. I think it definitely is one over another. I think as a better experience, Jack and Daxter to 100% is more... There's a lot more enjoyable. But I do enjoy my time with Crash Bandicoots when I 100% it. It's definitely more challenging in Crash 1. Crash 1 has some really cool aesthetics to it. I like how that game looks. there's a motorcycle going by. Yeah, like I have mentioned, I'm gonna be a lot more silent during this portion because I am really doing some just some arranging in my head here. I mentioned earlier that Bug Fables and Small Saga are literally the two games that are like tied for a place. Like it's very difficult to put one over the other in this situation in particular. This is like the only one I can think of where I cannot envision one over the other. Every other game on this list, I can envision one above another one. Bug Fables and Small Saga, for whatever reason, no matter what position it is, they're sharing the same spot. The biggest shift so far has been Disguise 7. And I guess Resident Evil 5 too. Mm. Jak and Daxter, Paper Mario, Bug Fables, Small Saga. Jak and Daxter, Paper Mario, Small Saga, Bug Fables. at some point, I think things just kind of fall into place without much thinking. I think I gotta tell myself that. It feels natural. Some of this does just feel natural where it falls into place. And I think I'm trying to overthink every entry, and at this point I don't really need to. I think with doing some shifting, everything will just fall into place. Sydney's World, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I think the laughter of Cindy's World that we all got bumps it up above Mystic Quest, yeah. Mystic Quest is very significant to me. But there is over 30 games ahead of it, so I know nostalgia is not blinding me on Mystic Quest. The Punisher, Save Room, Lollipop Chainsaw, LA Noire. The Punisher, Save Room, Lollipop Chainsaw, LA Noire. I did not think there would be this much in the middle of the Metal Slug games. It's kind of funny. I thought the Metal Slug games would kind of just be in its own group, but that did not end up happening. I think there's a significant gap between X and 6, and then 3 in the other ones. And 3's not bad. 3's again, all the Metal Slug games are fun games. They're fun. It's just funny to me that there's so many games in between and right in the middle. It's kind of funny. I'm not even halfway through this. I need to hurry this up. I think it gets easier towards the bottom, though. I do. I think it does get a little bit easier. Metal Slug X, Metal Slug 6, Super Mario RPG, Buckshot Roulette. Super Mario RPG, Metal Slug X, Metal Slug 6. Super Mario RPG, Metal Slug X, Metal Slug 6. None of those sound that much different from one another to me. Super Mario RPG, Metal Slug X, Metal Slug 6. I can't say 6. 6. Ah. I'm tired. I'm tired. I need sleep. I do need sleep. Super Mario RPG. Above Metal Slug X. Super Mario RPG above these turtle games. Lollipop Chainsaw, LA Noire, Super Mario RPG. Super Mario RPG, The Punisher, Save Room. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, ICEY, Super Mario RPG, Rhapsody, and Musical Adventure. Rhapsody Musical Adventure, Super Mario RPG, Disgaea 6. It's not going above Mystic Quest. Go from the bottom here. We're about the 50 mark up top. I have always, for like most of the time, I have always been eyeballing Super Mario RPG and was kind of baffled by its placement. So I feel a little bit more comfortable where it's at now. Second Chance provided a lot more laughs and a lot more silliness that it does amplify above some of these other RPG Maker games. It's funny that Sonic Boom, Superman, and then Sonic Boom is the thing. I didn't think I would put anything in between those games. The festival's the top 100 game. That's pretty neat. Lost Vision I didn't think would be top 100. Bat 64 Bioerosion. Bioerosion Bat 64. That doesn't feel wrong. Maybe slightly, maybe slightly. I think this is right. I think this is all good. Do I want to read all these out loud? Number 1, Final Fantasy VII. I'll do the top 100. I'll do the top 100. Number 1, Final Fantasy VII. Number 2, Phantom Brave. Number 3, Final Fantasy Tactics. Number 4, Disgaea 1. Number 5, Super Robot Wars OG 2. Number 6, Super Robot Wars OG 1. Number 7, Final Fantasy 4 Pixel Remaster. Number 8, Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. Number 9, Katamari Damacy Reroll. Number 10, Resident Evil 4. Number 11, Disgaea 7, Vow of the Virtuous. Number 12, Marfusha. That's probably the closest I got it right, actually. 13, Spyro the Dragon. 14, Spyro the Dragon HD. Number 15, Resident Evil 5. Number 60, Heroine of the Sniper. Number 17, PowerWash Simulator. Number 18, Vampire Survivors. Number 19, Beyond Good and Evil. Number 20, Frogun. 21, Crash Bandicoot. 22, Jak and Daxter. Okay, of course, people are shooting fireworks now. Of course. Number 23, Paper Mario. This one I'm a little uncertain. Crash and Jak. I think there's a point where I have to let it go. I think they're below the top 100. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll see. Just make sure. Number 23, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Number 24, Bug Fables: The Everlasting Sapling. Number 25, Small Saga. Number 26, Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. 27, Desert's Child. Number 28, Aster's Playroom. 29, Touhou Double Focus. 30, Lisa the Pointless. 31, Super Jolly RPG. Number 32, Super Wholesome RPG. Number 33, Sydney's World. 34, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. 35, ICEY. 36, Super Mario RPG. Super Mario RPG is the biggest significant change here. 37, Rhapsody Musical Adventure. Disgaea 6 is number 38. The Punisher is 39. Save Room is number 40. 26 seems super high for a game called Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. It's a fun game. It really is. It actually really is. It's a quirky little. It's a short game too, but it's fun. It's a fun little romp. But you're not wrong. Just seeing number 26 on a top 150-ish games and seeing Turnip Boy like that high up is like what? But keep in mind, there's a lot of video games that I have not added to this list that I want to add over time, over the next years. Some, heavy hitters that I know for sure I would really like. Like, there's not a single Metal Gear Solid game on here whatsoever. Number 39, The Punisher. Number 40, Save Room. 41, Lollipop Chainsaw. 42, L.A. Noire. Number 43, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4, Turtles in Time. Number 44, I might have said the wrong number. 44, TMNT, The Hyperstone Heist. 45, TMNT, Turtles in Time. 46, Metal Slug X. 47, Metal Slug 6. 48, Buckshot Roulette. 49, Firefly Diaries. Number 50, Cooking Fighter How. 51, Metal Slug 3. 52, Metal Slug. 53, Metal Slug 5. 54, Metal Slug 4. 55, Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. That's the highest rated gacha game on here. Number 56, The Daily Tower of Monsters. 57, O RPG. 58, Escape from the Room. 59, Anne. 60, Die in Flame. 61, Blood Orange. 62, 8 Color Star Guardians Plus. 63, Limbo. 64, DMC Devil May Cry. 65, Dead Rising 2 K-Zero. 66, Toy Story 2 Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue. 67, Dreaming Sarah. 68, TMNT 3 The Manhattan Project. 69, TMNT Turtles. That's so funny to me that game's 69. I got it. Nice. 70, Tiny and Big Grandpa's Leftover. 71, The Sky RPG. 72, Death's Hangover. 73, Woodle Tree Adventures. 74, Freddy's Spaghetti. 75, Bio-Erosion. Number 76, Matt Max 64, Journey of the Nice Chap. Number 77, Kirby's Dream Land. 78, Super Mario Land 2, 6 golden coins. Number 79, The Majesti. 80, Crystal Defenders. 81, Cowlocalypse Episode 0. 82, Squidlit. 83, Super Mario Land. 84, Beefy OBB. Bruce and Vintage of the Vengeance Boxer. Number 85, Sonic 3D Blast X-treme. New Edem is number 86. 87 is Dead Sea 2. 88, Dead Sea. 89, Alex Kidd and Miracle World DX. 90, Y Pizza. 91, Super Gorilla Quest. 92, Lisa the First. 93, The Adventures of Magical Girl. 94, The Legend of Bean. Number 55, Codex Lost Vision. Kind of surprised this is in the top 100. Number 96, Antidan DX. Number 97, Mud Festival. Number 98, Ice Climber. 99, Neon Junction. Number 100, The Festival. 101, Mr. Masagi. 102, My Name is Mayo 2. 103, My Name is Mayo. 104, Sonic Boom. 105, Superman Returns, the video game. Number 106, Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyric. Number 107, Second Chance. 108 is Steel and Steam Episode 1. 109 is Hero Tales Horror vs. Old Anthology Chronicles. 110, Outback, Aussie Rock and Tales from the Down Under. 111 is Night Road. 112 is Dragon Slayer. 113 is Vengeful Bat Dragon Caller. I find it so funny the Mud Festival Clear Eyes the Climber. I actually did the science in my head. It is absolutely funny, but I'm 100% behind it. Uh, 114 is Muay Thai. 115 is Muay Thai 2. Number 16, Tingle Wants a Effin' Pizza. 117 is Final Fantasy All the Bravest. Number 118 is Corpse Killer 25th Anniversary Edition. Number 119 is Plumbers Don't Wear Ties Definitive Edition. 120 is BS Final Fantasy X-treme. 121 is Towards the Pantheon Escape Eternity. This one I feel the most bad for, because this is not a bad game whatsoever. It's a decent little RPG Maker horror game. I did not retain anything from it. It is not. Unless you had it downloaded, it is not. You can technically still play it if you had purchased it before, because you can play the main campaign without the DLC stuff and without online connectivity. But you can no longer play it if you never had downloaded it before. The Legends of Cina is number 122. 123 is Mighty Gemstones. 124 is F-Zero RPG Remake. 125 is Super Peggle RPG. 126 is Sax Cute Game. Number 127, Dr. Pepper Killer, the Phantom Menace. That's the first Dr. Pepper game. It's 127 out of 145. 128 is Donkey Kong 64,000. 129 is Crisis of the Middle Ages. 130 is Final Fantasy. 131 is Mega Man RPG 2. 132 is Mega Man RPG. 133 is Dr. Pepper Killer. 134 is Dr. Pepper Killer 3D. 135 is the Pit Fighter for on the Game Boy. Yes, that was made by Gemini. Gemini made Super Peggle RPG. It was for a game jam, the RPG Maker XP game jam. There was a time where they made RPG Maker XP free on Steam, and as an idea, everybody in Lucy's Steam's like, let's do a game jam out of that. Let's make a game in RPG Maker XP. So, it wasn't too many entries, but a couple of us did make a game in RPG Maker XP, and that was Gemini's entry. He did too, actually. Gemini did Super Peggle RPG, and he did Diet Dr. Pepper Killer. Which is funny, that's next. Diet Dr. Pepper Killer is number 136. Parking Cop Simulator is 137. Lisa the Fentful is 138. Favorite Miner is 139. Pew Pew Demon is 140. Space Intervention is 141. Lonely in the Winter is 142. 143 is 1v1 Battle Royale for the Throne. 144 is 21 plus, and then 145 at the very bottom of the list. What is Quest Escape Room? All right. What is Pew Pew Demon? It's a game you can no longer get on Steam. I don't think you can get it anymore anywhere else. It was like a 5-minute game, 1-bit game, black and white game where you're playing a demon. You're going through a medieval village and you're just throwing up people and farting on people and flipping the finger to kill them. You just go from left to right a couple screens and that was it. That was all that was to the game. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I want to thank everybody who came out, checked out the stream even just for a little bit. God bless your souls. I hope nobody watches all 20 hours of these, because that's crazy. I don't know when the VOD of this will be up on YouTube, because I do want to include the timestamps. Tomorrow, we are starting the game year, where I will be looking at every single Game Gear game. The plan is I will try to do a Game Gear game a day, because there's only 364 games on that system, but I found a couple of homebrew games that I'm gonna add to that. So starting tomorrow, we will be doing Game Gear stuff. As much as I would like to do it one a day, I'm sure there's gonna be situations that pop up where that won't be feasible. We'll work on that as we go. But yeah, this is the last stream of 2025. Just to reflect a little bit, I want to thank everybody, no matter how much time they spend time watching. If you get some sort of enjoyment out of these streams and out of the VODs on the YouTube channel, that makes this all worth it. If I can make, I mentioned it way earlier in the stream. If I can make somebody's day a little less horrible, then I feel like I've done something meaningful. And that's what I strive to do. And if these are able to do that, then I am more than happy to continue on. And I have fun doing this, I do. I wish it wouldn't have been the longest 20 hours, but I did enjoy doing this. And this is something that I'm going to keep on top of every year now, from going forward. The only reason why it was this long is because this is nearly 10... This isn't every game I had played for the past 10 years, nearly 10 years. This is just the ones I felt significantly enough that I felt all right ranking. But yeah, I gotta get out of here. Thanks again, everybody. Take care. Brush your teeth. Fight your gingivitis. And the next time I stream, it will be 2026, and we'll see how that goes. But until then, have a good one.